So, good morning, dear colleagues, dear guests, dear viewers online. Let me welcome you on the second day of our conference, Ludmila and the Women of Central European Christianity. We are about to start the section of Ludmila herself and her life in hagiography and historiography. As far as I know, we start with Professor Homza. I hope he's online and already ready between us. Professor Homza, do you hear us? We don't have a signal from him so far. It may take some time. Did we let him in already? Máme profesora Homzu mezi připojenými? So this seems to be a problem, but I'm really...
Sir, in the meantime, maybe other participants can mute themselves because there are some sounds.
So we hear a lot of other sounds and other... Seems really we don't have a signal from Professor Homza. I don't know if he's maybe trying to reach me on the phone. So that's a little bit of problem of online conferences, because the things like this could occur. I wouldn't have started without knowing he's there.
Maybe he's still waiting to be let in. I was waiting 20 minutes yesterday. Maybe we should check that.
We were trying to check this out. So far, I'll try to do some checkups. So I was informed Professor Homza is already joining us. Is it true?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Professor Homza.
It is true. It is true. Yes. Okay. Okay. I had some technical problems, but now I'm already here.
Okay, we can hear you. If you have some presentation, you can start it already. We definitely don't have really introduced Professor Homza, who's the leader of the Department of Slovakian History on the Comenius University in Bratislava. He's specialized in Slovak history, on regional history. He wrote several books concerning interesting medieval sources, and of course he wrote a famous monograph devoted to the holy women of transition to Christianity, Mulieres Suadentes. So Professor Homza, the floor is yours.
Thank you. But before I will start, I just would like to express my gratitude to organizers, and I would like to know you that I would be really very happy to join all sessions with you in Prague privately, but this is bad luck. We should do it in this way, okay? St. Ludmila literary topos or historical figure. There are only a few other figures in the history of Central Europe whose importance has been interpreted in so many conflicting ways as that of St. Ludmila. Even contemporary Czech historiography approaches the image of St. Ludmila elaborated by her hagiographers in an ambiguous and contradictory way. The obscure issue of this historical figure was firstly thematized at the beginning of the 12th century by the first Bohemian chronicle, Cosmas, in his Chronica Bohemorum. In the 18th century, the great scholar of the Bohemian Enlightenment, Joseph Dobrovsky, facing the impossible task to explain the ambivalence of Saint Ludmila's image in a rational way, dismissed it by saying that all relevant sources were just later forgeries. It was this statement that placed Saint Ludmila and her historical role in 10th century Bohemia at the margin of Czech critical history for the whole 19th century. Only at the beginning of the 20th century, another Czech historian, Josef Pekař, dared to challenge this opinion, defending the historical role of Saint Ludmila and the validity of the sources concerning her person. Some authorities, such Pekař and Václav Chalupecký, together with their disciples, initiated a new chapter in Czech historiography, which, contrary to Dobrovsky's opinion, considered Ludmila to be one of the first genuine historical persons in Bohemia and accepted the information included in her official lives as the first valid historical facts in Czech history. However, not all scholars were satisfied with Pekař and Chalupecký's explanation of the role Saint Ludmila played at the beginning of the dynasty of Přemysly. The most significant among those who criticized Pekař was, according to me, Záviš Kalandra. Invoking the authority of Dobrovsky, besides strongly criticizing the source material, this scholar offered a new way of understanding the sources on Ludmila in contrast to the already more or less accepted results of Pekař's school. He looked for hidden meanings in the sources, demonstrating that the ambiguity of the figure of Ludmila lies in the fact that it is a later Christian transformation of an earlier pagan cult to the old Slavic goddess of fertility, Teta. In addition, he considered the historical figure of Saint Ludmila to be a crux historicum for any historian. So it is valid for me as well. In spite of the fact that it is not possible to agree with all of Kalandra's opinions, which were completely rejected by most later scholars, it cannot be denied that he was at least partially right, while it is now clear that some of the information contained in the sources on Ludmila are dubious and can be interpreted in many different ways. Kalandra is right when he states that the quasi-historical question of the causality of the historical event in this wait a moment. In the sources should be replaced by the question on the reasons to include such information in a written document. This method, similar to today's hagiographical approach, can be useful for this research as well. Nevertheless, my view is not as radical as Kalandra's, neither completely rejecting Ludmila historicity, nor denying the historical validity of the sources on her person. Therefore, this paper aims at reaching some balance between both of these positions of Czech historiography. On the one hand, assuming partial reliability of the sources that Kalandra's, that Pekař and Chalupecký did, and Kalandra's desire to demonstrate the literary validity of the legends of the Ludmila on the other. In other words, this work focuses on examining basic images of Saint Ludmila present in her sources up to the end of the 13th century. It is more literary approach can help overcome the difficulty of telling ficta facta from facta qui vere sunt. Supposing that the different aspects of Ludmila's image might have been transferred from different sources, I will try to define the evolution of her image and establish a new morphology database for her hagiographical figure. At this point, the main objective is to define the type of image of Saint Ludmila in its own historical development as well as in broader European context. The overall hagiographical type of Saint Ludmila is composed on two basic levels, the older and the younger ones. The older ones consist of a few motifs that can be found in the older layer of sources on Saint Ludmila. They can be constructed as well as the specified changes they underwent from the formation of Saint Ludmila's cult up to the creation of the homily Factum Est. The younger one consists of the motifs included in this homily. Is there any shift of meaning between fuit and factum est? Also, there must have been some development. Its specific features are hard to determine due to the fragmentary character of fuit. Therefore, we must strictly use as an initial point those shirts that the oldest records of Saint Ludmila, which preserve the oldest form from Saint Ludmila holiness, namely the fuit legend, where her holiness resembles the one of Job in the Old Testament. Apart from the early records about Saint Helena, this type of holiness can be found in Gregory of Tours' work, in Rules in the image of Saint Ludmila, and in the British Isles, in the image of Saint Margaret of Scotland. What is more interesting, it was used on the epitaph of another saintly woman, Croatian Queen Jelena, already in the 10th century. However, a very similar type of religions represents also accidentally German Queen Matilda. The model of the figure of Job from the Old Testament as an archetype of Christian saint is significant in the whole Christian Europe as a hagiographic stereotype. Just in terms of perception of this archetype, a significant shift between fuit, legenda, Christiani, and factum est can be observed. In fuit, Ludmila can be labeled according to the importance of the original Old Testament Job as a woman of holy reputation, Dei Famula, a servant of the Lord, and as a representative of typical Old Testament and thereby of Christian virtues as well, a good mother, a refuge of the poor, a comforter of the wretches. In the legenda, Christiani, Ludmila is already portrayed as a saint, accomplished in all her deeds. In factum est, however, in this is the essence of the matter as the mirror and example of holiness and the first patrons of believers in the Czech lands. This evolution had its roots in the way her death was interpreted. Gradually, she started to be recognized as a martyr of the Christian faith, as reflected in the Factum Est. At the very baseline of her cult, however, it is more appropriate to label her, together with her grandson Wenceslaus and other European saints of various dynasties, with the term strastotierpec, torment sufferer. Further, the image of good Ludmila as a martyr of the Christian faith is subjected to its opposition with her malicious daughter-in-law Drahomira. To emphasize this image, the anonymous author of Legenda Christiani compared Drahomira to Jezebel from the Old Testament, labeling her as the second Eve. There is no need to explain who was persecuted and killed in this case, linking Drahomira to Eve. Eve gave birth to Cain and Abel, Drahomira to Boleslaus and Wenceslaus, implies Ludmila as the second Eve, the Virgin Mary, and this is the conception of Ludmila as holiness that, in my opinion, was fully developed in Factum Est. At the same time, an allusion between Drahomira and Eve has no place there. Factum Est also labels Drahomira as driven by Jezebel's spirit. Czech hagiography matches the cult of Saint Ludmila with the image of education. Saint Ludmila is often portrayed with the Bible in her right hand in Misselbeck's famous sculptural group in Wenceslaus Square in Prague, for instance. To be able to understand the origin of this motif and the plausible analogies within a wider European context, it is necessary to focus first on the Legenda Christiani, according to which Boleslaus and Wenceslaus were entrusted to the care of their grandmother Ludmila. However, the text only mentions that the children were entrusted to her to be educated, educandos commisserunt. So it is still not possible to draw a direct conclusion that she herself was educated as well. Her calling for improvement in the Christian virtues as vivid in Fuit and the first Czech Slavonic life of St. Wenceslaus also portrays her in this form. A similar image of her can be also traced in the later lives of St. Wenceslaus, Oriente iam sole and ut annuncientur. In the masterpiece in question, the homily Factum Est, however, the educational function of St. Ludmila is closely connected with her function of guardian of Christianity in the country. Also, it is right to assume that St. Ludmila was a literata, thus uneducated. Her wisdom, similar to that of the other saints, for instance, St. Francis, resulted from understanding the meaning of the Annunciation as such, as well as from an enforcement of education for her family. In a way, it can be seen as a reflection of the topos custodia anime, which was also used in the hagiography of other European female monarchs. Scholarly wisdom and education were attributed generally used as a part of the image of the abbess of St. George as symbolized by the Holy Scripture. However, St. Margaret of Scotland and Saxonian Saints Matilda and Adelaida in particular were also portrayed with books, and there were many well-known images of the Virgin Mary holding a book. However, it may be also a late Roman or Byzantine inspiration. Moreover, it is well-known fact that St. Margaret of Scotland impressed her surroundings with her education, which she acquired in the Kingdom of Hungary. And that it was again the education that Adelaida from Hungarian Polish Chronicle, as well as St. Matilda, the patrons of Ottonians, boasted with, etc. For the further development of the image of St. Ludmila, it is of key importance to interlink it with the fate of the Bohemian Church, as it can be learned indirectly by interpreting the dream of young St. Wenceslaus in his first St. Wenceslaus legend, Christian de Fide, the destruction of the house of priest Paul, which symbolized the Czech Church. Here the death of grandmother Ludmila and the expulsion of the priest from the country. The same motive appears also in Gumpolt's and all other St. Wenceslaus legends that excerpt from him, including the so-called Christian, which finds its most complex expression in Factum Est. In this source material, St. Ludmila is directly identified as the patrons of the Czech Church and clergy. This way, however, the homily concludes one of the directions in which the cult of St. Ludmila develops, understanding the native saints as an imitation of the Virgin Mary, imitatio Mariae. At this point, it is even possible to formulate a preliminary hypothesis that Factum Est uses some similarities between Mary and Ludmila as the main method to sacralize the other. It is an essential leitmotif throughout the homily itself. Focusing directly on the text, the composition itself interestingly consists of 12 parts, which can be interpreted according to the Marian sacramentality. For the purpose of this paper, the 12 parts of the homily have been given different headings expressing the embryons, the main idea of each of them. First part, proving that Ludmila is holy and virtuous, almost immaculate, because she trusts unshakably in the gospel she has known. Second part, Ludmila as blessed Jael, Benedicta Jael. The third part, Ludmila as the widow, Judith Vidua. Fourth part, Ludmila associated to the morning star, Stella Matutina. Parts 5 to 7, the story of Ludmila. Eighth part, Ludmila as Esther, Sicut Esther. And parallel between Esther living in a palace and Ludmila coming into heaven. Ninth part, reasons why the date of her murder, 16th of September, should be commemorated in Bohemia. Tenth part, reproaches towards the nuns of the convent of St. George in Prague for hiding the body, of St. Ludmila and falling short at spreading the hair cult. 11th part, reason why the body of St. Ludmila deserves special care by the nuns of the mentioned convent. 12th part, for the development of the motive of Esther, parallel between Ludmila and Christ on the one hand and Esther and Asper on the other. This section could also be named after the miraculous vengeance which affected the mothers of St. Ludmila after her death or after her first miracles. As it apparent, the factum est is based on two significantly different styles, the epic and the lyric. The epic or narrative still dominates in parts 5 to 7, which are essentially based on the story of St. Ludmila, as described in the Legenda Christiani. It is only logical that these parts lack any metaphorical designation of Ludmila. The lyrical section consists of parts 1 to 4 and 8 to 12. Half of them develop parallels between women characters from the Old Testament, Jael, Judith, Esther, and Ludmila. The rest deals with the different motifs, settled poetic images, metaphors, and references to the Holy Scripture. Now I would not go into details describing all these Jael, Judith, Esther analogies, what we have spread in European female hagiography, and just focus on a very essential part which was made as a parallel between Ludmila herself and the Virgin Mary, because as I told you, it is the basic method of sacralization, of strategy of sacralization of St. Ludmila in factum est. Looking at this hypothesis in more detail, the names in the text that refer to St. Ludmila show that the most important attribute the author uses for St. Ludmila is that of mother, 8 times. Of this number, a mother of believers, Mater Fidelium, it is found 4 times, the rest being Mater Prote Oraturam Deo, a mother who prays for you, Mater Inclita, a glorious mother, a mother, Mater Cleri, a mother of the clergy, and simply Bona Mater, a good mother. 3 times St. Ludmila is referred to as a patrons of which twice as a patrons of Czechs, Patrona, Bohemorum, once as the first patrons of those faithful to Christ in Bohemia, prima patrona fidelium Christi in terra Bohemiae. 3 times she is referred to as a propagator and supporter of Christianity, propagatrix fide Christiane, fautrix fide Christiane, and 3 times as a mediator, interceder in heaven, interventrix in cielo. Twice she is called a widow, vera vidua, true widow, Judith vidua, Judith the widow. The following metaphorical titles are assigned to St. Ludmila only once, namely a comfortress, solatium, a powerful advocate, magna advocata, a source of endless joy and happiness, ingentis laetitiae et gaudii occasio, a refuge for the poor, refugium pauperum, comfortress of the poor, consolatrix miserorum, a mirror and example of holiness, speculum and example sanctitatis, etc. The holy body of Ludmila is described as a consolation for you, a refuge for sinners, a celebration of your dwelling. One does not need to be a theologian to recognize the importance of these addressing titles typical for the veneration of the Virgin Mary, the Mother of God. St. Ludmila in thus compared to the Virgin Mary, the Mother of God of the Czechs. In other words, According to the author of the homily, Saint Ludmila should fulfill in the specific Czech environment the functions that are generally reserved for the Mother of God. She is the mother, patrons, and here it should be stressed that not only the patrons of the Czechs, but also the patrons of the Czech clergy and the church, and finally, an interceder. However, Imitatio Mariae is not an exception in female monarchy hagiography. Comparison to the Virgin Mary, the Mother of God, imitating her was a quite common practice among the Christian emperors, at least after Byzantine Empress Pulcheria, who is said to have come to identify herself in some extent with Theotokos, the Mother of God. Over a period of time, however, the imitation of the Virgin Mary among the Byzantine empresses began to acquire similar meanings as that of the Byzantine emperors and their role as deputies of Christ on earth. A little bit less exemplary is the imitation of the Virgin Mary in the oldest phase of Merovingian female hagiography, Saint Radegund, as well in the cases of Anglo-Saxon saints or the saints of Ottonian period. No wonder that that in the 10th century Croatian Queen Jelena wished to be buried in the temple dedicated to the Virgin Mary, which she had built. St. Matilda as well is buried in the Chapel of Blessed Virgin in Quedlinburg. The Imitatio Mariae also played a significant role in shaping the saintly reputation of Princess Olga in Kiev, as can be seen from the primary chronicle, which among other hagiographical topoi contains a rephrasing of all mentioned New Testament verse. Rather unique is the homily factum es, the rate on quality of this image, which recalls the earlier attributes of female saints of Central European royal courtiers in the 13th century. Therefore, the massive use of Imitatio Mariae and its multi-layered character of constructing Ludmila sainthood also refers to the time and circumstances under which the homily in question originated. There is only one possible explanation. The saintly princes of Central European ruling dynasties of this period needed to develop their own model of sainthood. As suggested above, the practice of using references to a strong figure of a dynasty in order to refer to the holiness of its female dynastic line was very common in the hagiographic procedure. What better example could have been for an abbess of St. George at the twilight of the 13th century than St. Ludmila, who was associated with the Old Testament women such as Jezebel, Judith, Esther, and through them to the female model of all models in the New Testament, the Virgin Mary. For it was precisely her who, accepting Christianity, brought salvation to the community she represented, namely the Czechs. In this sense, the body of St. Ludmila placed in Basilica of St. George, just a few meters from the very center of power of the premises, was a true and precious treasure, which was to be taken care of thoroughly and whose glory was to be spread. And this was precisely what the author of the homily wished. So, thank you for your attention. It was like from the automatic gun, but hopefully it was understandable.
Thank you very much, Professor Hamza. It was truly inspiring study concerning the, let's say, the ambivalence of the picture of figures we have to deal with. On one hand, we had the topoi of the literary figures. Obviously, the women's figures are usually connected with the figure of Virgin Mary or other. We saw that there's a plenty of models that could play in this way. And of course, on the other hand, there's the historical nature between or behind all the story. So thank you very much. And I believe we could start the discussion. Do we have some questions online or here inside So now we have here Professor Petr Kubín on the microphone, so I hope everything will work properly so he can ask the question.
Hello, Martin. Thank you very much for your very interesting contribution. And my question is very simple. Which person, according to you, were the most important figure, most important model for our Ludmila?
So my answer is now very complicated. It depends of which layer we are speaking about. If we speak about this older layer, the most important person was Saint Job from Old Testament. And if we are speaking about this, let's say, later layer, of course, there is this imitation of the Virgin Mary as the basic stone on which it was built, her image. And of course, this prefiguration of Judith, Esther, Jael, which are considered to be prefiguration of the Virgin Mary as well.
So I can recommend the thanks of Professor Kubín, and we can ask if we have Anna other question. Grzegorz Pac.
Yes, I just want to mention one problem, because Professor Homza has mentioned this shift which happened, according to him, between Fuit in Provincia Bohemorum and Legenda Christiani. Namely, that in Fuit, Ludmila was not presented fully as a saint, rather as a Deo Devota Famula and so on. You also yourself, Professor, Dr. Izny, you have mentioned that yesterday, and this is the opinion which is also to be found in some texts of Professor Kubín. And in fact, if one look to the text of Fuit in Provincia Bohemorum, I mean, when I look to this text, I see something different. I mean, Ludmila is called here Beata Ludmila. So, of course, Beata is here the synonym for Sancta. This is true that the word Sancta is not to be found there, but Beata is obviously a synonym. You know, the Virgin Mary is usually called Beata Maria in these sources. There is also, we have also information about the miracle around her burial in what was later the Basilica of St. Michael. And then she's also called martyr, and her death is called martyrium. So one can pose the question if one can be a martyr without being a saint. I think not. So generally speaking, I would like to say that according to me, there is no reason to say that in Fuit in Provincia Bohemorum, Ludmila is not fully showed as a saint. She is a saint in the full sense of the word. Thank you.
According to my opinion, the answer is not actually mine. The answer, it comes from the wording of Cosmas of Bohemia. He refers about the doubts which were still alive even during his life. Concerning the sainthood of Saint Ludmila. So I agree with you, Professor Pat, that there are beautiful features of sainthood which are already in the first legend of Saint Ludmila, but still we have here historical evidences, and we should follow them.
Okay, thank you. If I may interject in the debate, I would remind also the first, or one of the first texts concerning St. Wenceslas, the first Old Slavonic text of St. Wenceslas legend also describes Wenceslas as a kind of candidate for sanctity, not exactly a saint. That's a really interesting figure that maybe reminds us that Voit in Provincia Bohemorn is actually very close to the original figure of Ludmila and her life. But as Professor Homza rightly pointed out, there were certain doubts that were referred by Cosmas. So another point in the discussion? Seems not, but I believe we will once again stumble about these same problems with the other papers we have on the program. First, before we start the second paper of this section, let me just tell you one technical point. Unfortunately, we won't have Professor Jiří Veit between us today because of some family health issues. He apologizes, so now we have, let's say, a more comfortable time, so we don't have to hurry that much, and I will try to let you to prolong your papers over a few minutes if it would be necessary, so don't worry, don't stress. And now we are about to welcome Dr. Wojciech Jaszyński. We have him between us, yes. He's a historian, philologist, member of the Historical Faculty of the Adam Mickiewicz University in Poznań. He's member of a Polish-Czech Scholar Society, and his field of study is obviously history of Bohemia in Middle Ages, history of papacy in Middle Ages, also the period of Vladislav II, Jagiełło, establishment of the church institutions, and obviously also a Christian's legend. He will deliver the paper in a German language. Der Titel wird Die Rhythmik von 4. und 5. Kapitel der Christianslegende in die Perspektive des ganzen Textes. Dr. Jaszyński, bitte sehr.
Vielen Dank. Ich werde am Anfang hier meine Präsentation einleiten.
Wir sehen es.
Das soll jetzt, ist es ganz auf dem Bildschirm?
Ja, alles in Ordnung.
Okay. Also, sehr geehrte Damen und Herren, die Christian-Legende, die von mir vorgetragen wird, gehört zu einer der umstrittensten Übermittlungen der frühmittelalterlichen böhmischen Historiographie. Worin besteht diese Auseinandersetzung? Dieser Text enthält eine umfangreiche Beschreibung von Leben und Tod der 4 Heiligen, und zwar der heiligen Kirill und Method, den heiligen Ludmila und des heiligen Wenzel, sowie dessen Dieners Podivens. Das Werk wurde von einem mysteriösen Christian verfasst, der sich als Böhme, Mönch und Verwandter des heiligen Adalbert bezeichnete. Leider verfügen wir über kein Original, sondern nur über eine sehr späte komplette Kopie, die sogar auf das 4. Jahrhundert zurückgeht. Außerdem schilderte Christian sowohl mythische als auch historische Ursprünge Böhmens und stellte die Geburt der böhmischen Kirche dar. Die Christian-Legende ist gleichzeitig das längste lateinische mittelalterliche Werk über das Leben der böhmischen Fürstin Ludmila. Diese einzige Quelle von so großer Bedeutung hat jedoch eine erregte langjährige Diskussion um die Echtheit und den Verfasser des Werkes ausgelöst. Zu den Faktoren, die zu großem Interesse an der Christian-Legende zusätzlich beigetragen haben, gehören meiner Meinung nach wenige schriftliche Quellen über diesen geschichtlichen Zeitabschnitt, wenige Informationen über die Anfänge der böhmischen Geschichte. Das Werk erzählt über die wichtigsten böhmischen Personen aus den älteren Zeiten und ist mit ihnen verbunden. Die Forschungen der Historiker an der Christian-Legende stellen sich kurz und vereinfacht wie folgt dar. Die Christian-Legende wurde Mitte des 17. Jahrhunderts entdeckt und kurz danach zu einem heiß diskutierten Thema. Sofort nach ihrer Erscheinung waren die Historiker der Meinung, es mit dem authentischen im 10. Jahrhundert niedergeschriebenen Text zu tun zu haben. Später haben einige Historiker, darunter der berühmte Josef Dabrowski, an der Echtheit der Christian-Legende Zweifel geäußert. Zum großen Verteidiger dieser Abschrift wurde Josef Pekarz. In vielen seiner Arbeiten und Analysen weist er nach, dass die Christian-Legende im 10. Jahrhundert von Christian, den Sohn Bolesławs I. des Grausamen, niedergeschrieben worden war. Später hat er jedoch seine Meinung geändert und den heiligen Adalbert aus dem Geschlecht der Slawnikiden als Christian-Verwandten angegeben. An der Diskussion hat sich Václav Novotný teilgenommen, dessen Meinung nach sei Christians Abschrift eine Fälschung. Dann hat sich Václav Chaloupecki, Pekarz Schüler, der Diskussion angeschlossen. Er hat die Stellung seines Meisters bezogen und die Christianslegende als ein im 10. Jahrhundert niedergeschriebenes Werk anerkannt. Im Gegensatz zu Pekarz hat er die Zusammenhänge zwischen dem heiligen Wenzel gewidmeten Werk unterschiedlich wahrgenommen, was zur verstärkten Kritik an der Echtheit der umstrittenen Überlieferung kurz nach dem Ende des Zweiten Weltkrieges seitens seiner Historiker Zawisz Kalandra und Rudolf Urbanek beigetragen hat. Ihre Thesen wurden vom lateinischen Philologen Jarosław Ludwikowski heftig kritisiert. Der Lateinist aus Brno hat in einer Reihe von Artikeln und linguistischen Analysen, darunter auch den Cursus Analysen, beweisen, dass Christians Schrift auf das 10. Jahrhundert zurückführen ist. Dann hat sich Zdeněk Fiala, Leiter des Lehrstuhls für Hilfswissenschaften der Geschichte und Archivwissenschaft, der Diskussion angeschlossen. Aufgrund seiner eigenen Analysen ist er zur Überzeugung gekommen, dass Christians Legende eine Fälschung ist. Auch Dušan Třeštík hat an dieser Auseinandersetzung teilgenommen. Seiner Meinung nach sind Christians Werke als authentisch anzusehen, solange keine überzeugenden Beweise gegen ihre Echtheit eingefunden werden. Er selbst hat die Schriften als echt anerkannt. Ähnlicher Meinung waren auch andere tschechische Historiker. Letztens haben sich Petr Kubin und David Kalhouse an der Diskussion über die Christianslegende beteiligt. Der erste versuchte zu beweisen, dass das vorliegende Werk im 12. Jahrhundert niedergeschrieben wurde, um Pilger ins St. Georg Kloster auf der Prager Burg anzuziehen, um es beim Wiederaufbau nach der Brandzerstörung zu unterstützen. Er hat die Echtheit Christian Werk verteidigt und den Thesen Třeštíks zugestimmt. Mein Buch und der Rhythmus der Christianslegende. Vor kurzem habe ich das Buch Christianslegende, authentisches Werk oder Mystifikation, Leben und Märtyrer Tod des heiligen Wenzel und der heiligen Ludmila im Licht der historiographischen und philologischen Analyse, Quellenstudium, veröffentlicht. Es stützt sich auf meine Dissertation, die ich im Jahre 2018 an der Adam Mickiewicz-Universität in Posen verteidigt habe. In meiner Doktorarbeit habe ich mich vor allem mit der historischen und philologischen Analyse der Schrift Christians und anderer dem ewigen böhmischen Fürsten gewidmeten Werke beschäftigt. Ich bin zu dem Schluss gekommen, dass die Christianslegende ein authentisches Werk ist, das am Ende des 10. Jahrhunderts von Christian, dem Regensburger Mönch und Sohn Bolesław I. des Grausamen, niedergeschrieben wurde. Im Rahmen meiner Forschung habe ich die Christianslegende der rhythmischen Analyse unterzogen, ohne das 4. und 5. Kapitel tiefgründig zu erforschen. Ich habe mich vor allem auf den Prolog, das heißt auch auf den Traum des heiligen Wenzels und auf die Beschreibung seines Märtyrertods konzentrieren. Ist diese Feststellung auch dem 4. und 5. Kapitel zugeschrieben? Heute versuche ich, diese Frage zu beantworten. Bevor ich aber damit anfange, fasse ich kurz meine Schlussfolgerungen bezüglich der Rhythmus zusammen, zu denen ich in meinem Buch gekommen bin. Die Forschungsergebnisse und die von Jarosław Ludwikowski verwendeten Forschungsmethoden der Kursusanalyse obsolet geworden. Christian hatte verschiedene Einstellungen zu den von ihm verwendeten Schriften, was am besten durch zwei völlig unterschiedliche Einstellungen, und zwar zur Gumport-Legende und zum Werk Crescente Fide, dargestellt wird. Vom ersten Werk hat er den Traum des heiligen Wenzels kopiert. Das zweite dagegen wurde mehrmals grundlegend überarbeitet. Am wichtigsten ist jedoch der Nachweis darüber, dass der Rhythmus in der Christianslegende nicht gleichbleibend ist, was aber nicht bedeutet, dass sie nicht aus der Feder ein und desselben Verfassers stammt. Rhythmus des 4. und 5. Kapitels. Ich habe den Rhythmus des 4. und 5. Kapitels in Bezug auf seine Zahl und Form analysiert. In meinen Forschungen habe ich mich auf die Christianslegende aus dem Kodex G5 gestützt, der im Archiv auf der Prager Burg aufbewahrt ist, und die Jarosław Ludwikowskis Zeichensetzung übernommen. Im 4. und 5. Kapitel hat Christian rhythmische und unrhythmische Kadenzen abwechselnd verwendet. Der allgemeine Rhythmusanteil bestätigt ca. 50%. Bei der Analyse dieser Textes bin ich oft an den Phänomenen begegnet, die auch an anderen Stellen von Christians Werk zu bemerken sind. Zum Beispiel dem Gebrauch von Eigennamen für die Kadenz oder der Möglichkeit, die Wortordnung zu wechseln, um eine rhythmische Kadenz zu gestalten. Von 132 möglichen Kadenzen hat Christian 66 rhythmischen aufgeschrieben. Darunter sind 27 cursus planus und 21 cursus tardus. Außerdem hat er 8 cursus velox und 10 cursus trispondeicus geschaffen. Der Rhythmus des 5. Kapitels sieht anders aus. Hier hat Christian rhythmische und unrhythmische Kadenzen gesammelt und verflochten. Und was interessant ist, charakterisiert sich das erste, das Schicksal Wenzels beschriebene Fragment durch etwas mehr rhythmische Kadenzen, als dies in der Beschreibung der Translation der Heiligen Ludmila der Fall ist. In diesem Werkteil bestätigt die Zahl der rhythmischen Kadenzen wie im 4. Kapitel knapp über 51%. Von den 257 Versen fehlen 132 im Rhythmus ab. Christians hat 53 cursus planus, 28 cursus tardus, 17 cursus velox und 34 cursus trispondeicus gestaltet. Zusammenfassend kann man feststellen, dass er am meisten cursus planus eingesetzt hat, sowohl im 4. als auch im 5. Kapitel. Im 4. Kapitel ist cursus tardus die zweitbevorzugte Form, wogegen im 5. Kapitel cursus trispondeicus an der zweiten Stelle steht. Der charakteristische cursus velox gehört zu Christians beliebtesten Formen nicht, was durch seine wenige Verwendung im Text zu bemerken ist. Zusammenfassung. Wenn man das 4. und 5. Kapitel des vorliegenden Textes zusammenfasst, kann man feststellen, dass ihr Verfasser der Mönch Christian ist. Jedes davon charakterisiert sich durch einen etwas anderen Rhythmus und eine andere Einstellung zur Beschreibung des Traums des heiligen Wenzels vom 3. Kapitel. Der Regensburger Mönch hat aber nicht an jeder Stelle Rhythmen verwendet, wie auch an deren Werkteilen zu bemerken ist. Ansonsten habe ich das 5. Kapitel analysiert in Bezug auf die Aufteilung in die kurze Beschreibung des Lebens des heiligen Wenzel und der Translation des Körpers der heiligen Ludmila, des sogenannten Rekordatus. Zwischen den beiden Beschreibungen gibt es keine großen Unterschiede, was den Rhythmus anbetrifft. In meinem der Christianslegende gewidmeten Buch bin ich zur folgenden Schlussfolgerung gekommen. Am wichtigsten ist der Nachweis darüber, dass der Rhythmus in der Christianslegende nicht gleichbleibend ist, was jedoch nicht bedeutet, dass sie nicht aus der Feder ein und desselben Verfassers stammt. Nach der Analyse des 4. und 5. Kapitels bleibe ich derselben Meinung. Vielen Dank für Ihre Aufmerksamkeit.
Vielen Dank, Herr Dr. Raschinski. Und ja, wir eigentlich werden über Christianslegende noch viel sprechen und es ist eigentlich wirklich ein interessantes Thema. Jetzt ist, glaube ich, Zeit für einige Diskussionen. Und wir haben hier Professor Kubin. Entschuldigung, hören wir Professor Kubin auch online oder ich bin nicht sicher?
Bitte?
Das ist für Techniker. Hören wir Professor Kubin online? Ja, gut. Gut, Entschuldigung.
Vielen Dank für Ihre Arbeit, Herr Kollege. Ich habe Ihr Buch sorgfältig gelesen und ich werde darüber noch sprechen in meinem Referat nachher. Trotzdem danke ich, dass Sie weiter darüber arbeiten. Ich werde dazu meine noch später sagen. Und ich will Ihnen noch auch bedanken, dass Sie auf die Sache hingewiesen, dass Christian einen Intertext enthält, und zwar ein großer Intertext von Gumpolds Legende, was bedeutet, mit anderen Worten, dass Christian kein homogener Text ist.
Das stimmt, ja.
Ja, das freut mich sehr und ich werde später in meinem Vortrag vielleicht noch später darüber noch sprechen. Also bis einstweilen. Danke sehr.
Vielen Dank, Professor Kubin.
Und jetzt haben wir noch einige Fragen oder Kommentare. Scheint aus nicht. Jetzt aber spricht noch Professor Kubin über die Echtheit von Christians Legende. I'm terribly sorry I'm doing this in English because this could be a little bit more comfortable for me. Professor Kubin is the head of the Department of Church History and Literary History on the Catholic Theological Faculty of Charles University, and his known fields of interest concern medieval hagiography and the cult of saints, of course, the Christian's legend itself. So we welcome Professor Kubin and give him the floor for his speech that will be again in German.
Many thanks, dear Chairman. Sehr geehrte Damen und Herren, meine Damen und Herren, ich werde auf Deutsch sprechen. Also wir haben schon jetzt viel über die Christianslegende gehört und ich kann dann nicht alles sagen, weil die Geschichte schon ein bisschen kennen. Also, was ich sagen möchte, die Christianslegende ist die einzige wirklich große Hagiografie von der heiligen Ludmila. Das ist wichtig für unser Thema. Wie bekannt und wie gesagt schon, behauptete ihr Autor, der Onkel des heiligen Adalberts, des Prager Bischofs, zu sein. Dessen ungeachtet haben bei weitem nicht alle der Behauptung der Legendenschreibers Glauben geschenkt. Bereits im Jahre 1757 hat der Piarist Gelasius Dobner eine Polemik über die Echtheit der Legende eröffnet, die mit Unterbrechungen bis heute andauert. Die Klärung der Echtheit der Christianslegende hängt meiner Meinung nach eng mit dem Kult der heiligen Ludmila zusammen. Auf dem Bild sehen wir der älteste Gesamttext von Ludmilas Legende aus dem sogenannten Dražicer Kodex, aus der Prager Kapitel aus der ersten Hälfte des 14. Jahrhunderts. Dieser Kult wurde mit großer Wahrscheinlichkeit im Prager St. Georgskloster von dessen ersten Äbtissin Mlada, die wir auf dem Tombe sehen, gleich nach der Errichtung im Jahre 967 gegründet. Die Tatsache, dass Ludmila hier für eine Heilige gehalten worden ist, wird von dem im Jahre 1981 in ihrem Grab aufgefundenen teuren Textilien belegt. Mehr dazu später meine liebe Kollegin Bravermanová. Ludmila wurde allerdings lange Zeit nur in dieser einzigen geistlichen Institution verehrt, während die Prager Bischöfe die Verbreitung ihres Kultes in die gesamte Diözese lange zu verhindern suchten. Ich nehme an, dass die Christianslegende nicht am Ende des 10. Jahrhunderts entstanden ist, wie von ihrem Autor behauptet wird, sondern in der Mitte des 12. Jahrhunderts, und zwar wegen der Verbreitung des Ludmilas-Kultes vom St. Georgskloster aus in die Prager Diözese. Einwände gegen diese These wurden in letzter Zeit von zwei Kollegen veröffentlicht, und zwar von David Kalhouse und Wojciech Jaschinski, zu deren Ansichten ich mich hier nun äußern möchte. Zuerst David Kalhouse. Er hat vor allem abgelehnt, meine Auslegung anzunehmen, dass Ludmila nach der Niederschrift der Christianslegende, die erstellt ex iussione simul et licentia des heiligen Adalberts, als offizielle Heilige der gesamten Prager Diözese verstanden worden sein musste. Für die Datierung der Christianslegende bedeutet meine Interpretierung eine Verschiebung in die Mitte des 12. Jahrhunderts, da die Prager Bischöfe bis dahin die Verehrung der heiligen Ludmila abgelehnt haben. Dafür gibt es zwar nur zwei Belege, die jedoch vielsagend genug sind. Der erste befindet sich in der Chronica Bohemorum von Cosmas zum Jahre 1100, genau, wo der Chronist von einem Wunder erzählt, das sich in seiner Anwesenheit zugetragen haben soll. Die Äbtissin Windelmuth vom St. Georgskloster wünschte damals vom Prager Bischof Hermann bei der Weihung der wiederhergestellten, auf der Klostergütern stehenden Kirche auch ein Überbleibsel des Schleiers der heiligen Ludmila ins Reliquiar einzufügen. Hermann lehnte dies jedoch heftig ab mit den Worten: Tace Domina, de eius sanctitate, dimitte annum quiescere in pace. Anders gesagt, erkannte er Ludmila nicht als Heilige an. Cosmas zufolge wurde dann gleich ein Ordal zur Bestimmung der Echtheit der Reliquie durchgeführt. Der Stoff wurde ins Feuer geworfen und doch verbrannte er nicht. Dadurch wurde die Echtheit der Reliquie bestätigt. Hätte Hermann die Christianslegende gekannt, wäre diese Szene völlig unbegreiflich und stammte die Legende tatsächlich aus dem 10. Jahrhundert. Hätte er sie können müssen, da schon sein heiliger Vorgänger, Bischof Adalbert, für die Prager Diözese seine Zustimmung zu ihrem Lesen gegeben hatte. Liturgisch versteht sich. Außerdem, obgleich damals Bischof Hermann wie auch der Chronist Cosmas zu Tränen gerührt gewesen sind, hat dies auf die Gesinnung der Bischöfe keine dauerhafte Wirkung gehabt, berichtet noch der Nachsatz zum ersten Nachfolger des Cosmas zum Jahre 1142, erneut von Zweifeln hinsichtlich Ludmilas Heiligkeit, diesmal von Seiten des Prager Bischofs Otto. Die Nonnen vom St. Georgskloster flohen damals von dem Angriff des Znaimer Herzogs Konrad II. Von der Prager Burg. Als sie ins zerstörte Kloster zurückkehrten und von dort aus den unbeschädigten Sarg mit dem Körper der Sancte Ludmila, Patrone Suae, heraustragen wollten, war es unmöglich, das Burgtor auf irgendeine Weise zu öffnen. Die Benediktinerinnen hielten dies für ein Wunder, darum baten sie den Prager Bischof Otto zu entscheiden, was zu tun sei. Und qui respondit, se non audere facere, nisi prius mittat Romam. Mit anderen Worten, handelte es sich um eine Anerkennung eines Wunders der Heiligen, wobei sich Otto jedoch weigerte, es als solches anzuerkennen, indem er sich auf Rom herausredete, da er dem Wunder keinen Glauben schenkte, oder besser gesagt, da er nicht an Ludmilas Heiligkeit glaubte. Könnte der Nachfolger des heiligen Adalberts derart dessen Anordnung zur Verbreitung des Ludmilas Kultes ignorieren? Wohl kaum, dessen ungeachtet hat David Calhoun den Gedanken von der Kontinuität des Kultes mit dem Verweis auf die unrichtige mechanische Auffassung des heiligen Kultes abgelehnt. Die Legende sei nur ein mehr oder weniger erfolgreicher Versuch zur Gründung des Kultus gewesen und beweise nicht automatisch die Existenz eines voll etablierten heiligen Kultes. Der letzte Satz ist selbstverständlich im Allgemeinen wahr. Im Fall der Christianslegende gilt er jedoch nicht, da Christian einen wesentlichen Teil seines Textes der Beschreibung der Heiligsprechung Ludmilas durch Bischof Tuto widmet und darüber hinaus mit dem ausdrücklichen Einverständnis und der Anordnung des Prager Bischofs Adalbert zur Verbreitung ihres Kultes herumficht. Nach der Niederschrift der Christianslegende konnte kaum jemand von Adalberts Nachfolgern im Amt den Ludmila-Kult ignorieren, besonders wenn wir uns vor Augen halten, dass der heilige Adalbert seit dem Jahre 1039 neben dem heiligen Wenzel der Landeshauptpatron war. David Calhoun bemühte sich, mein Argument durch die Feststellung zu schwächen, dass es bereits im Jahre 1905 von Bertolt Brettholz auf dem Foto angewandt worden war, wovon ich tatsächlich früher nichts wusste. Mit Brettholz polemisierte damals schon Josef Becker, auch auf dem Bild, spöttisch, aber bei weitem nicht überzeugend. Ihm zufolge hatte die Christianslegende Bischof Hermann nicht von Ludmilas Heiligkeit überzeugen können, da im Unterschied zu Gumpold hier nicht ihr Martyrium im Namen des Glaubens Christi akzentuiert wird, sondern wegen Streitigkeiten mit der Christin Drahomira. Ludmilas Wunder seien bei Christian dürftig, nur eine brennende Kerze über dem Grab, Duft aus dem Grab und die Genesung eines lahmen Knaben ein Jahr nach der Reliquientranslation. Hier hat Pekař im Eifer des Kampfes ganz vergessen, dass Christian im Gegenteil die gesamte Passage wörtlich von Gumpold übernommen hat, in der Drahomira als böse, den christlichen Glauben hassende Heidin beschrieben wird. Und was die Wunde betrifft, eben der Duft aus dem Grab und der unversehrte Körper waren ein klares und allgemein anerkanntes Zeichen der Heiligkeit. Schließlich meinte David Kalhouse einen bisher unbekannten Beleg der Verehrung der heiligen Ludmila aus dem 11. Jahrhundert außerhalb der böhmischen Territoriums aufgefunden zu haben. Er befindet sich im Martyrologium Magdeburger Provenienz, die wir auf dem Foto sehen, das heute in der böhmischen Abtei in Hohenfurt aufbewahrt wird, in dem sowohl, wie Sie sehen können, hoffentlich, die Passio Sanctae Ludmilae zum 16. September als auch die Translatio Sanctae Ludmilae Martyris zum 10. November geführt werden. Der Grundtext des Martyrologiums ist tatsächlich in der karolingischen Minuskel des 11. Jahrhunderts geschrieben, konkret jedoch die beiden Beischriften über die heilige Ludmila sind eindeutig erst mit voll entwickelter gotischer Schrift geschrieben worden. Er kann erstens ans Ende des 13. Jahrhunderts datiert werden, also erst in einer Zeit, in welcher der Ludmila-Kult in Böhmen bereits voll entwickelt gewesen ist. Sind doch die Beischriften wahrscheinlich erst in Böhmen hinzugefügt worden. Widmen wir uns nur der Argumentation meines Vorredners Wojciech Jaschinski, der in seiner frischen Dissertation von Posen mehrere neue Beweise für die Echtheit der Christianslegende präsentiert hat. Für den Autor der Legende hält er, ebenso wie David Kalhouse, den Bruder Boleslav II., Christian, Mönch des Regenburger Klosters St. Emmeram, und Jaschinskis Argumente für die Echtheit sind insgesamt 3. Also der erste sind die Taufskrutinien und Sklavenmarkt. Christians zufolge habe heilige Wenzel vor der Ostern- und Pfingstvigilie Kindersklaven, also Pueri Venales, auf dem Markt gekauft, damit sie den beiden Massentaufen, Baptisma Generale, die zu diesen Feierlichkeiten stattfanden, fehlende Kinder ergänzen. Wortwörtlich heißt es hier, dass er Kinder in der Zeit der Scrutinium, also Scrutinium Tempore, gesucht habe. Jaschinski nimmt an, dass noch im 12. Jahrhundert in Prag zwar ein gewisses Bewusstsein vom Sklavenverkauf in der Vergangenheit vorhanden gewesen sein konnte, ebenso wie von Massentaufen, es jedoch nicht wahrscheinlich ist, dass zu dieser Zeit auch noch die organisatorische Form dieser Taufen, namentlich der Skrutinien, bekannt gewesen wäre. Zur Beurteilung der Relevanz dieses Einwendes ist es erforderlich, sich der Geschichte der Liturgie zuzuwenden. Die Skrutinien waren keine Taufprüfungen, wie der Begriff etwas ungenau von Jaroslav Ludvíkovský ins Tschechische übersetzt worden war. Im älteren Mittelalter handelte es sich vor allem um Exorzismen, die an den vorgeschriebenen Tagen während der Fastenzeit insgesamt 7-mal über den Kindern durchgeführt wurden, die sich auf die Taufe vorbereiteten. Das letzte Skrutinium fand dann tatsächlich vor der Vigilie am Karsamstag statt und enthielt die Zeremonie Effetta, das ist Segnung von Ohren und Nase, dann die Salbung mit Katechumenenöl, die Entsagung von dem Bösen und die Übergabe des Symbols, also Glaubensbekenntnis. In den böhmischen Ländern sind zwar keine bücherliturgische Zeremonien aus dem 2. Jahrhundert erhalten geblieben, aber aus dem benachbarten Bayern steht aber das Ritual, den wir jetzt auf dem Foto sehen, also Ritual des Benediktinerklosters Wessobrunn aus der Zeit um 1120 zur Verfügung, das auch eine Beschreibung der Skrutinien beinhaltet, auf der rechten Seite. Beim ersten Skrutinium wird hier angeführt, dass die Kinder zum Priester kommen, der ihnen zunächst ins Gesicht haucht, um den Satan aus ihnen zu vertreiben. Das bedeutet allerdings, dass im 12. Jahrhundert in Bayern das gegenüber Böhmen einen wesentlichen Vorsprung in der Christianisierung aufweisen konnte, noch Massentaufzeremonien mit Kindern durchgeführt worden sind. Mit anderen Worten konnte der im 12. Jahrhundert schreibende Autor der Christianslegende die Taufskrutinien aus eigener Erfahrung kennen. Auch Sklaven, also Servi, sind im 12. Jahrhundert in Böhmen noch zuverlässig belegt. Zum Beispiel der Kanoniker Zbigniew erwähnt in der Donation für die Kirche in Unětice bei Prag aus den Jahren 1125 bis 40 einen seiner Sklaven, den er zum Studium geschickt hat, mit der Verheißung von Freiheit, sofern er im Studium erfolgreich sein wird. Irgendwann am Ende des gleichen Jahrhunderts ersuchte dann ein gewisser Bäcker namens Nemoj seine Enthebung aus dem Dienste im Leitomischen Prämonstratenserkloster durch den Kauf, und unterstreiche den Wort Kauf, eines Sklaven mit Ehefrau und Kind. Dann zweite Argument von Kollege Jaschinski. Der verheiratete für die Echtheit Christians, der verheiratete Wenzel. Der Legende Crescente Fide zufolge, also die älteste lateinische Legende über Wenzel, hegte Wenzel den Wunsch, das ganze Leben lang im Zölibat zu verbringen. Also vultu procerus corpore castus ita ut celebs libenti animo optaret vitam finire. Nur dass Christian dazu die Angabe ergänzt hatte, dass er, wenn er auch keusch lebte, in Wirklichkeit verheiratet gewesen sei. Procerus vultus, castitatem amplectens, quam vis hec rara vis uxoratis. Jaschinski nach konnte es sich nur der gut informierte Neffe des heiligen Wenzels erlauben, die Crescente Fide zu berichtigen, der gut wusste, dass sein Onkel in Wirklichkeit eine Ehefrau hatte. Ein Fälscher hätte laut Jaschinski im 12. Jahrhundert bestimmt nicht von einem verheirateten Wenzel berichtet, wenn der Heilige vorher quasi als zölibatärer Mönch vorgestellt worden war, was damals als Höhepunkt der christlichen Vollkommenheit angesehen wurde. Dagegen lässt sich jedoch einwenden, dass die zweite slawische Legende, die am ehesten im 11. Jahrhundert im Kloster Sázava verfasst worden ist, sogar von einer Konkubine des heiligen Wenzels berichtet, mit welcher der Heilige einen Sohn namens Zbraslav gezeugt haben soll. Dabei war dem Autor der zweiten altslawischen Legende die Crescente Fide gut bekannt, da er daraus sogar Übersetzungen getätigt hatte. Wenn also eine slawische Legende im 11. Jahrhundert Wenzel mit einem unähnlichen Kind präsentieren konnte, warum hätte Christian dann ein Jahrhundert später nicht von einem verheirateten und noch dazu keuschen Heiligen sprechen können? Und nun zum dritten Argument für die Echtheit Christians von Kollege Jaschinski, Stilistik und Rhythmik. Dieses Argument hält Kollege Jaschinski für die Echtheit der Christianslegende als am wichtigsten. An ausgewählten Teilen der Legende untersucht er in den Spuren von Jaroslav Ludvíkovský auf dem Foto erneut die Rhythmik der Christianslegende. Dabei stellt er fest, dass obwohl der Autor imstande war, einen konsequent rhythmischen Text zu bilden, konkret im Prolog, er verhältnismäßig fast in 40% der Fälle, jetzt haben wir gehört im 50%, im 4. und 5. Kapitel, und absichtlich auf die rhythmische Endung der Sätze oder Satzabschnitte resignierte. Von den Rhythmen benutzte er am meisten Cursus tardus, etwas seltener Planus und nur hier und da auch Trispondaicus und Velox. Aus diesem Grunde reihte Wojciech Jaschinski die Legende ins 10. Jahrhundert, als die Rhythmen eine bloße gelegentliche Verzierung darstellten, nicht jedoch eine Regel wie im späten Mittelalter. Wojciech Jaschinski belegt dies mit dem Vergleich von Christian und Gumpold, der etwa die gleiche Anzahl an rhythmischen Endungen aufweist. Eine solche Übereinstimmung fand jedoch bereits Ludvíkovský vor, der aus dem gleichen Grund die Echtheit der Christianslegende verteidigt. Ein Fälscher, laut Ludvíkovský, ein Fälscher von der Wende des 13. und des 14. Jahrhunderts, hätte zweifellos im strengen gregorianischen Kursus geschrieben. Dieser Stil, der bei weitem die rhythmische Endung der Sätze in Gestalt des Cursus Velox bevorzugte, wurde in der römischen Kurie vom dortigen Kanzler Albertus de Mora, dem späteren Papst Gregor VIII. Eingeführt. Aus der päpstlichen Kanzlei verbreitete er sich dann in das ganze lateinische Europa, und zwar sowohl in diplomatischen als auch in narrativen Texten. In die böhmischen Schriftstücke drang er definitiv in den 20er Jahren des 13. Jahrhunderts ein und wurde lange bis zum Antritt des Humanismus im 5. Jahrhundert angewandt. Wojciech Jaschinski lässt die Möglichkeit zu, dass ein Werk mit der Rhythmik der Christianslegende auch erst im 12. Jahrhundert hätte entstehen können, hält dies aber für wenig wahrscheinlich. Dagegen lässt sich jedoch einwenden, dass der Rhythmus der Christianslegende dem Rhythmus der Wencelslegende Oportet nos fratres ähnelt, die von Ludvíkovský an die Wende des 11. und 12. Jahrhunderts datiert worden ist. Wie zu ihrer Zeit Eva Kamínková festgestellt hat, erscheinen auch in Oportet nos fratres Klauseln vom Typus Planus, Tardus, Velox und Trispondaicus etwa nur zu 55% der Satzendungen, also nur ein bisschen weniger als oder fast gleich als in der Christianslegende. Schließlich lässt sich auch ein methodischer Einwand hervorbringen. Führt doch Wojciech Jaschinski selbst an, dass neue Computerprogramme es in letzter Zeit möglich gemacht haben, eine riesige Menge alter Texte zu untersuchen, mit dem Resultat, dass die gregorianische Rhythmik eigentlich ununterbrochen seit der Zeit Konstantins des Großen bis hin zum Barock angewandt worden ist. Dann allerdings lässt sich das Alter eines konkreten Textes wohl kaum aufgrund der Rhythmik ableiten. Also ist es kein Beweis. Keines der neuen Argumente für die Echtheit der Christianslegende ist also dermaßen überzeugend, dass es möglich wäre, die Legende ohne Zweifel als authentisches Werk aufzufassen. Im Gegenteil, aus der Entwicklung der Ludmila-Kultes geht hervor, dass sie erst um die Mitte des 12. Jahrhunderts verfasst worden ist, als der Kult vom Prager Bischof Daniel I. endlich ausdrücklich anerkannt worden ist. Ließ doch dieser Bischof die Reliquien der heiligen Ludmila in die Altäre der Kirchen seiner Diözese einbringen, was konkret belegt ist in Bohnice, Řečany, St. Jakob, das ist diese Authentik auf dem Bild, und der St. Andreaskirche in Prag. Diese Kirche gehörten nicht in das Eigentum des St. Georgsklosters. Und der gleiche Daniel, der gleiche Bischof, gliederte schon früher im Jahre 1143 als neuer Prager Propst, damals war er noch kein Bischof, als Prager Propst den Ludmila-Tag in den liturgischen Kalender der St. Veitskapitel ein. Das wird vom Kalendarium im sogenannten Codex Gertrudianus belegt, den wir jetzt sehen, dem illuminierten Psalter des Trierer Erzbischofs Egbert aus dem letzten Viertel des 10. Jahrhunderts, der in der zweiten Hälfte des 11. Jahrhunderts zum Eigentum der russischen Fürstin Gertruda geworden ist. Und um die Mitte des 12. Jahrhunderts ist allerdings wieder zurück im Reich gewesen, und zwar im Kloster in der Schwäbischen Zwiefalten, wie davon die zeitgenössischen nekrologischen Beischriften im Kalendarium zeugen. Bevor er jedoch nach Zwiefalten gelangte, befand er sich kurz im Besitz des Prager Kapitels. Davon zeugt eben die erwähnte Kalendarium, das auf 3 Pergamentfolien verfasst worden ist, die nachträglich an den Kodex gebunden worden war. Befinden sich hier doch die Feiertage der böhmischen Heiligen, einschließlich der heiligen Ludmila unterstrichen auf dem Foto. Der angeführte Feiertag der Weihung der Kathedrale am 30. September verschiebt die Entstehung des Kalenders kurz hinter das Jahr 1143, wann laut der Chronik des Mönchs von Sázava dieser Akt stattgefunden haben soll. Nur ein wenig früher ist die überhaupt älteste Aufzeichnung des liturgischen Ludmila-Tags entstanden. Es ist bezeichnend, dass sie sich im Olmützer Horologium oder Kollektar von Olmütz befindet, das im Auftrag des Onkels des Prager Propstes Daniel, des Olmützer Bischofs Heinrich Zvuk, angefertigt worden ist. Das Buch ist wahrscheinlich in den ersten Monaten des Jahres 1142 im Olmützer Skriptorium für die liturgischen Bedürfnisse des dortigen Kapitels entstanden, und in seinem Kalender werden erstmals die beiden Ludmila-Tage festgehalten. Das können Sie auch sehen. Der 16. September und der 10. November. Bisher noch ohne Unterscheidung von Translation und Passion. Der Septembertag ist zwar nachträglich dazu geschrieben worden, man kann das sehen, jedoch von gleicher Hand wie der Rest des Kalenders. Die Texte der Gebete von der heiligen Ludmila erscheinen auch in den entsprechenden Stellen im Sanktorale. Die gleichzeitige Anwesenheit des Ludmilas-Tags in den Kapitelkalendern des Heinrich Zvuk, der ist rechts, kniet vor dem heiligen Gregor, und seinen Neffen Daniel, der ist links, auch kniend, ist auffallend. Von den oben angeführten Schilderungen des ersten Vorsitzes des Kosmas wissen wir, dass Heinrich Zvuk den Ludmila-Kult im Jahre 1142 unterstützt hat. Gegen den Widerstand des damaligen Prager Bischofs Otto, in dessen Diözese Ludmila begraben war, konnte er jedoch nichts ausrichten. Es ist auch auffallend, dass eines der ältesten Fragmente links der Christianslegende, Fragment Reichrat, laut Dalibor Havel im Skriptorium vom Kloster Hradiš bei Olmütz, Olmütz ist rechts und Kloster Hradiš ist ganz rechts vor der Stadt, in den 30er Jahren oder 40er Jahren des 12. Jahrhunderts entstanden ist. Heinrich Sieg als Angehöriger einer bedeutenden Priesterfamilie aus Prag, womöglich der Sohn des Chronisten Cosmas selbst, war selbstverständlicherweise an der Verbreitung des Ludmila-Kultes interessiert, hat doch Cosmas im Jahre 1100 beim Wunder auf der Prager Burg der Heiligkeit der Ludmila Glauben geschenkt und konnte diesen Glauben auf seinen Sohn übertragen haben. Und jetzt schon zum Schluss. Auf die suggestive Frage von Pekasch, rechts, der im Jahre 1929 seinen Opponenten, Kollegen von der Fakultät Václav Novotný gestellt hat, warum sich Christian nicht mit der Legende von der heiligen Ludmila zufrieden gegeben hat, wenn es ihm hauptsächlich um die Verbreitung ihres Kultes gegangen ist, kann nun derart geantwortet werden, dass die Verbindung mit dem heiligen Wenzel den Ludmila-Kult legitimiert hat. Der enge Zusammenhang der Geschichte der Großmutter und der Geschichte des heiligen Enkels war ein ernsthaftes Argument für ihre Heiligkeit, dem kaum etwas entgegenzustellen war. Meiner Ansicht nach ist also die Christianslegende in der Mitte des 12. Jahrhunderts entstanden, und zwar als Instrument zur Verbreitung des Ludmila-Kultes vom St. Georg-Kloster aus in die gesamte Prager Diözese. Ich bedanke mich für die Aufmerksamkeit.
Herr Professor, vielen Dank. Werde es einfach ganz interessant ins Diskussion zu anfangen. Jetzt ist so Zeit für einige Fragen. Und ich sehe Professor Gregor Spatz schon.
Ja, vielen Dank. Ich wollte nicht mit ganz Vortrag des Professor Kubin polemisieren, aber ich muss sagen, dass meine Meinung nach früher Verehrung des Ludmila ganz anders ist. Ich bin mit Professor Kubin einig in ihrer Polemik mit Karl Haus über den Kalender von Vichy-Brot. Ich komme dafür zurück in meinen Vortrag über Kalendaren. Dort auch über Kalender von Codex Gertrudianus, aber mit ganz anderer Opinion nach Datierung des Kalenders. Nur zwei polemische Sachen. Über beide habe ich schon in meinen Artikeln in Historia Slavorum Occidentalis geschrieben. Ersten, also Kosmos und die Geschichte über Bischof Hermann und die Reliquien der Ludmila. Ich glaube, dass David Karlhaus hat schon zeigt sehr treffend auf, dass hier wir die unglaubliche Thomas-Motiv treffen. Das ist ein Teil der hagiografischen Konvention, die Heiligkeit besser zu präsentieren. Und man kann in mittelalterlicher Hagiografie andere Analogie demonstriert, wo ein Bischof ist skeptisch zu der Heiligkeit und dann natürlich bei der Wunder überzeugt, wie genau in der Kosmas-Geschichte. Und es ist auch klar, dass Kosmas selbst in das Heiligkeit der Ludmila glaubt. Das ist eine Sache. Und zweite ist über diese Geschichte von der Appendix zu sogenannten Kanon von Visegrad-Chronik, also über die Jahre 1142. Also ich glaube, dass die Reaktion des Bischofs Otto ganz anders interpretiert sollen. Er will nicht ohne die Erlaubnis der Rom die Translation machen, weil er halt, dass diese Erlaubnis, Rom-Erlaubnis, wenn man einen Körper des Heiligen tragen, notwendig ist. Das ist ein Grund der Interpretation des Kanon von Mainz von einem Jahr 830, wie in manchen kirchlichen Kreisen schon in dieser Zeit populär war. Auch in Bochum. Und hier, ich glaube, dass Kosmas ist ein gutes Beispiel. In ihrer Beschreibung des heiligen Adalberts Translation von Gniezno nach Prag ganz klar ist, dass er das papstliche Monopol für die Translationen der Heiligen akzeptiert. Ja, also das ist die zweite. Und ich komme zurück zu den Problemen der Kalendaren in meinem Vortrag. Vielen Dank.
Vielen Dank für die Einwände. Ich freue mich auf Ihren Vortrag und wenn Sie so nett wären, können mir Ihre Artikel schicken später können. Das werde ich auch sehr dankbar. Zu Ihrem Einwand gegen meine Argumentation. Sie haben recht. Cosmas wirklich meint, dass Rom schon im 11. Jahrhundert einen Bestätigungsmonopol auf die Kanonisationen hat. Aber wir wissen, das ist ein Irrtum. Der Monopol von Päpsten kam letztendlich oder endlich und definitiv mit Liber Extra, also 1234. Bevor war es nur laut der Kanonrecht nur ein Wunsch der Päpste. Der war ausdrücklich vom Innozenz III., das ist klar. Aber bis zum Jahre 1234 konnten die Bischöfe frei die Kandidaten heilig sprechen. Ich sage ausdrücklich Heiligsprechung, nicht Kanonisation. Und
Entschuldigung, konnte ich nur also ich sage nicht, dass das war eine Kanonrecht, dass man oder Bischof muss einen Rom fragen, aber sie waren schon die Kreise in der Kirche, zum Beispiel in Reich, wo Bischöfe schon glauben, dass sie sollen Papst fragen über die Kanonisationen und Translationen.
Also, ja und ja, jein. Ja, manche Bischöfe meinen, es ist notwendig, den römischen Bischof zu beten dafür. Aber es gab auch die Bischöfe, die das nicht machen. Und zwar noch am Anfang des 13. Jahrhunderts. Und wenn in der Quelle von, wir sagen jetzt erste Vorsätze von Cosmas, weil Kollege Reitinger festgestellt hat, dass er kein Kanoniker von Vyšehrad war, sondern Kathedralkanoniker, also von Prag. Also wenn der erste Vorsitzende sagt, dass er wie ist es genau? Entschuldigung. Non audere facere, nisi prius mitat Romam. Also, das ist eine Ausrede. Das ist eine Ausrede, weil er musste wissen, dass es nicht nötig ist. Und sein Kollege in Olmütz hat es eigentlich bestätigt. Heinrich Ziel sagt, ich werde das gerne machen, aber der Prager Bischof ist dagegen. Was soll ich tun? Ich kann nichts tun. Das steht bei dem ersten Vorsetzer. Sind Sie überzeugt, Herr Kollege?
Ja, vielen Dank. Ich habe eine ganz andere Opinion, aber danke.
Gut, zu dieser Sache kann ich eigentlich auch sagen, dass wir eigentlich jetzt auf eine neue Dissertation auf Cosmas Nachfolger warten, die von einer französischen Kollege hier in Prag bereitet ist und der eigentlich zeigt das als ein Moment, wo die tschechische Kirche noch eine Unabhängigkeit, sagen wir so, von Rom zeigt, dass der Bischof zum letzten Mal nicht aufs Rom fragt, die Ludmila zu Translation, eigentlich, Entschuldigung. Ja, wir haben noch einige Fragen, aber wir haben auch viel Zeit. So, der zweite, glaube ich, war Dr. Jaschinski und jetzt kann er fragen.
Vielen Dank. Ich möchte mich äußern zu dem Rede von Herrn Professor Kubin und die Kontraargumente gegen die Christianslegende, die sich an die Skrutinien, auch an die Sklaverhandel und die Rhythmusanalyse sind interessant. Ich möchte auch sagen, dass er nicht alle meine Argumente probierte zu beseitigen oder irgendwie zu gewinnen. Und zum Beispiel, wir haben noch das, im Christian findet sich die Wörter und ein kleines Teil, die sehr nah an der Dokument von Fundation von Meißner Bistum von 1971. Wir haben leider kein Fundation-Dokument von Prager Bistum, aber das konnte sehr nah sein und das bleibt doch. Und ich möchte noch dazu sagen, dass im Christian am Anfang, ganz Anfang, haben wir noch das Zitat, das aus dem Roswitha von Gandersheim kam. Und man kann sich stellen, wieso ein Autor vom 12. Jahrhundert wird das kennen. Ich möchte noch sagen, ich möchte noch einige Fragen stellen, ob das eine Lebensbeschreibung soll immer eine Probe sein, um Kultus zu etablieren. Muss das immer so sein? Oder ich möchte noch die Frage stellen, ob es ist so, dass alle Nachfolger von St. Adalbert auf den Prager Bistum mussten alle diese Sachen von ihm nachfolgen. Und wenn wir zum Beispiel schauen auf die unterschiedlichen Ereignisse, die zum Beispiel Papsttum kommen, zum Beispiel wir schauen auf das 10. Jahrhundert, da sehen wir, dass die Päpste sich sehr anders halten als zum Beispiel die ersten Päpste oder später oder früher, und man soll nicht, das ist als ein Automat annehmen, dass alle Nachfolger von St. Adalbert sollen sich, also das hat St. Adalbert gemacht, das müssen wir alle halten, und ich möchte nur fragen, ob das korrekt ist, und das sind, das ist alles, vielen Dank.
Vielen Dank, ich glaube, es ist korrekt. Also in der Legende Christians steht ausdrücklich, er bittet den heiligen Adalbert für die Ausbreitung in seiner Diözese. Legatur scribatur que in parochia vestra, steht dort ganz ausdrücklich, exusione et licentia vestra. Also er stützt sich auf die Autorität des heiligen Bischofs. Und ich muss neulich sagen, wenn diese Legende war bestimmt für das liturgische Lesen. Das war der Sinn dieser Legende. Und wenn diese Legende existiert hätte, dann müsste meiner Meinung nach das Nachfolger des heiligen Adalbert, des Hauptpatron Böhmens, da musste das respektieren. Also das ist und das ist das Wichtigste, was ich sagen will. Und das ist ganz korrekt.
So.
Sind Sie überzeugt, Herr Kollege?
Hat Dr. Jaschinski etwas zu sagen?
Ja, also ich möchte noch sagen, dass der Autor stützt sich auf heiligen Adalbert, aber ob die Nachfolger von heiligen Adalbert in den Prager Bistumsstuhl müssen sich stützen müssen Nachfolger einfach, und das war meine Frage nach. Und Ja, und man kann auch sagen, dass aber man muss also auch soll denken, dass man kann eine Probe machen, die einfach nicht durchkommt, die einfach scheitert einfach. Ja, das kann man auch, das soll man auch annehmen.
Ja, leider haben wir nur wenig Quellen, wie wir wissen oder wie Sie wissen. Also wir müssen natürlich hier Hypothese stellen. Ich will auch nicht ganz autoritativ, und da kann ich auch nicht autoritativ sagen, dass Christian eine Fälschung ist. Das ist eine Frage. Ich will nur sagen, dass wir nicht einfach den Christian ins 10. Jahrhundert situieren können. Also wir müssen über diese Quelle wirklich zweifeln und noch lange darüber reden, und besonders im Fall dieser Konferenz über der Heilige Ludmila, weil es ist einfach einer der wichtigsten Quellen über die Heilige Ludmila.
Ja, also ich stimme, dass das die wichtigste Quelle von Heiligen Ludmila ist, und ja, ich bleibe bei meinen Argumenten weiter, und ja, also ich denke auch, die Diskussion soll weitergehen und neue Argumente gefunden sein sollen.
Ja, die Diskussion dauert schon 250 Jahre, also das wird nicht bald Ende in Sicht.
Leider ist die Konferenz nicht so wichtig, dass die Diskussion gut, kann zum Ende gehen heute, leider. Aber wir haben noch eine Frage von Martin Homsa.
Thank you for the word, and excuse me, I would prefer to speak in English. But I would say at the beginning, this is not a question what I am going to give to Petr Kubin, because we had a lot of time to discuss the problematic of Christian legend, and I'm deeply convinced at the moment by the arguments of Petr Kubin that he is right. And I went to this from the different point of view, not from the analysis of the Christian itself, but from the analysis of factum est, from this homily, which I started today to express the main ideas of why it was written and what is behind the homily itself. And according to my deep expression, and not only expression, but according to my deeply intention, it is clear that this factum est is a kind of supplement to Christian. And it was written just because the insurance that Saint Ludmila is really sent was not at the moment when it was written so broadly understood in Bohemia, not only in Bohemia, but also in the lands around Bohemia. But this is actually my point. And yes, there are a lot of problems which are in content, and I would not discuss it. I mean, in content of Legenda Christiani, for instance, I see the real problem of there is a question of integration of Moravia, which is hidden in this words of Saint Methodius when he's going to baptize Borivoy. He's telling him, "You will become the Lord of your lords." And there is also the problematic of Svetopluk himself, how he is presented there. And there are, let's say, many problematic places, and not written itself. It's persuading me that Christian was written in the 10th century, but this manuscript from the middle of the 12th century, this is for me something that really convinced me to believe that my friend Petr Kubin is completely right. And he possibly answered also the question of Novotny, which is some kind of metaphysical values, and I believe he's right. Okay, this is my point.
Thank you very much, Martin. So I can say I am agree with you with the datation of Factum Est on the beginning of the 13th century, and so you are right. It's a big question. It's a big question why is in the Christian legenda the text about Grand Moravia, about Saint Cyril and Methodius. And I suppose that it has some connection with Bishop of Olomouc, Henry Ziek, because he was very ambitious and he wanted also to build big Moravia, big bishopric in Moravia, and we can also the very important source which is called Granum Moraviae, Presul Moraviae, which is preserved from 15th century, but it was written, the original text was written before, and I suppose it could be written during the time of the bishopric of Henry Ziek, so in the middle of the 12th century, and it could be the answer for the question why does Christian write about so much about Great Moravia? Because it was we are now near to this group from the priest family. The Prague Bishop Daniel, and his uncle, Bishop of Olomouc, Henry Ziek. Thank you very much, Martin.
Okay, so Professor Hamza seems to be satisfied. So still we could use some questions, if there are some. Here in the room, no. So anyway, it seems we are heading towards a new great discussion about the Christian's legend, because we saw a lot of different opinions occurring, and Professor Grzegorz Pac is now turning his point to the medieval calendars, so he'll be somehow also continuing the discussion that already started in the paper of Professor Kubin. So I could introduce him as a member of Institute of History at the Warsaw University, his fields of interest being hagiography, matrimonial images and legends, and women's history in Middle Ages also. So welcome, and the floor is yours, Professor.
Thank you very much. I have to say that listening to this discussion. On the one side was Professor Kubin, on the other me, and Wojciech Jasiński and me, I had a feeling that now the defense of the early cult of St. Ludmila is coming from Poland, which is quite funny. Sorry, I don't have a presentation, but when our chair tells us that we have some extra time, I decided that I will show you some manuscripts, so I will sometimes share a screen with you. So, let me start. Calendars features large in the research on the cult of St. Ludmila and the discussion on its origin, as their reference to the saints have been the subject of numerous insightful studies. The present paper aims is to reconsider our information on the subject, as well as addressing a number of issues that raise scholarly doubts. I would like to stress that I'm going to focus in this paper, due to the limit of time, only on the early cult. In the written version, I probably try to extend that also to the later Middle Ages. In order, however, to address this issue, it is necessary to be clear about one's perspective on the central question, namely the beginning of the cult of St. Ludmila. I think it was clear what is my view, but let me coming back to that. So it is my view, expressed fully elsewhere, that it developed dates at early age, at the end of the 10th century, and while Prague's St. George Abbey, housing Saint's body, was its undoubted center, there is nothing to indicate that it failed to spill beyond its walls. Arguments for this early cult include the saint's portrayal in the earliest life of St. Wenceslaus, as well as her own life, Fuit in Provincia Bohemorum, dated fairly anonymously to the 10th century, convincing, according to me, arguments in favor of the 10th century date for the Legenda Christiana, and archaeological traces on the preservation of her remains. Among the sources for the cult in the 11th century, well beyond the walls of St. George, an important place is owed to a calendar that, due to erroneous determination of the date and place of its writing, has long failed to be used as an argument for Ludmila's cult before 12th century, which was in fact presented by Professor Kubit. And let me share with you, because this is very beautiful manuscript. Here you have an image.
Yes.
So the calendar is found in the pages added to the 10th century Egbert Psalter from Trier, when it came into the possession of Gertruda. She was a daughter, here you have Gertruda and her son and daughter-in-law. She was a daughter of the Polish king Mieszko II and wife of Prince Izyaslav of Kiev, who died in 1108. Around the mid-12th century, the codex, known also as Codex Gertrudianus, made its way to Zwifalten Abbey in Swabia, as can be seen from the obituary notes added to the calendars on the margin. I will show them later. Oh, maybe I can show it right now. Here you have those marginally notes. Yes. Under the date of November 12, you have to believe me because it's very hard to read that. So here, November 12, the calendars feature the word Ludmila Virginis. There is no much doubt that the Ludmila in question is the grandmother of St. Wenceslaus. Even if her epithet is wrong, it should be Vidua, as is the date. It should be November 10. The latter error, as suggested by Józef Kalousek already, and accepted by later scholars, is a result of the mix-up with the festival of the Five Brothers, invariably noted under November 12, except here, where it features under November 10. Kalousek, who in 1902 introduced Czech medievalists to this source, was the first to place the calendar's writing in Prague after 1143. He reached this conclusion on the basis of the presence of the whole set of Bohemian saints. In addition to Ludmila and the Five Brothers, Polish martyrs with a particular lively cult in Bohemia, the calendar also includes two references to St. Wenceslaus, his Dies Natalis and translation. Furthermore, 2 days after the translation, again, you have to believe me, it's here, after the commemoration of the latter, after his Dies Natalis, under September 13, it is written, Dedicatio Ecclesiae Sancti Wenceslai Martyris. This is the day, as we know from the monk of Sazava, that the Prague Cathedral was consecrated in 1143. There are, however, numerous arguments against the calendar's late date and against Bohemia as the most likely birthplace. As to the date, it seems implausible that the calendar written after 1143 would not include St. Gotthard, who was very popular in Central Europe following his canonization in 1131, and who is included in all calendars belonging to the group of the oldest Bohemian calendars made up to the early 13th century. I will come back to this group later. The assumption that the calendar was written after 1143 is also problematic on account of his presence at Zweifelten before or shortly after 1151, the date of the death of the last person noted in Swabia, in obituary notes added in Swabia. I think it's this person. It's Bertold of Andres. Bohemia was, as is well known, linked to Zweifelten thanks to wife of Vladislav I, Richeza of Berg, whose family treated the abbey as its house cloister. But we hear nothing about their mutual contacts after her death in 1125. Although the Bohemian ducal couple was remembered in prayer at Zweifelten itself, as we know from the necrology written there, the absence of the duke from the discussed calendar, which mentioned only Richeza, cast doubts on the idea that it arrived at Swabia from Bohemia. It is much more likely that it arrived from Poland, where Richeza's sister Salome of Berg and her husband, Duke Bolesław de Weimar, maintained an intensive relationship with Zweifelten, continued by Salome until her death in 1144. They both merited commemorative notes in the Codex Gertrudianus. To return to the place of the calendar's birth, it is much more likely to have been written in Gertruda's lifetime, that is before 1108, at Kraków, or on the basis of the earliest calendar written there. The worship of not only the Polish martyr, the five brothers, but also St. Wenceslaus, the patron of the local cathedral, would be quite understandable at Kraków. It must have been that cathedral that is referred as the Church of St. Wenceslaus, consecrated on September 13. Well, we know nothing about any consecration of Krakow Cathedral on this day. It would not have been an arbitrary choice. Of course, churches could be consecrated in various days. There was, however, a testified custom, and I can show you a few examples for that if you want, of consecrating church on an octave or a day following the patron's feast. Since September 29 was taken up by the feast of St. Michael, September 13 was a probable date of the dedication of any church of St. Wenceslaus, in common with the Prague Cathedral, the only one for which we have the relevant information. The main argument for the calendar's link to Poland and its dating to the last quarter of the 11th or the eventual beginning of the 12th century is, however, the relationship to Gertruda that is shared with the codex to which it was added. This is clear from the Byzantine miniatures I have shown you already, and Latin prayers in the pages added to the Egbert Psalter, which mention the names of the princess and her family members. As I have attempted to demonstrate elsewhere, the calendar itself was written to meet the personal requirements of the princess, and not without influence of the tradition prevalent in Rus. The calendar belongs also to obituary notes added before the codex found itself at Zweifelten, written in a hand similar to that responsible for the calendar. You have seen one here. One of them, the one I am showing you right now, mentioned Demetrius' infants. It is this that I see the strongest argument for the calendar's writing in Gertruda's lifetime. The name of Demetrius, practically unknown in Poland or Bohemia, was the Christian name of Gertruda's husband, Izyaslav, and must have been passed down in the Kiev princess line. It must have been therefore someone closely linked to Gertruda, perhaps her old grandchild, deceased in infancy. Back to St. Ludmila. If my argument is right, then we have evidence that her translation was added to the calendar no later than in the last quarter of the 11th century or at the beginning of the 12th, albeit with a double error. All these points not only to an early cult, but also to its expansion into southern Poland, whose link with Bohemia, exemplified by St. Wenceslaus Cathedral at Krakow, make it, in fact, unsurprising. Now I would like to support Professor Kubin and just a short remark about another calendar, which is believed sometimes to be from the 11th century. It was only recently that David Kalthaus drew attention to another 11th century calendar from outside Bohemia that mentions St. Ludmila, namely to a note on the margin of the martyrology written at Magdeburg in the 11th century codex, which under September 16 lists Passio Sanctae Ludmilae, and under November 10 Translatio Sanctae Ludmilae Martyris. I can also show you that, I think. As I have a photo thanks to the courtesy of the Abbey's library. Abbey of Wyszbrod. Unfortunately, a detailed analysis leads us to reject this hypothesis. The editors unhappily dated to the 11th century several entires that clearly come from the later period, such as the reference to the 1132 Translatio Sancti Godehardti Episcopi under May 4, or to Cunegundis Imperatrice under 10 September, when we know that the cult of Emperors Cunegundis only emerged shortly before her canonization in 1201. Since the latter entry seems to have been written in the same hand as the Passio Sanctae Ludmilae, here you have a Passio Sanctae Ludmilae, and let me show you the entry about Cunegund. Oh, here it is. This is this one. So since they are written probably by the same hand, and this is the opinion of the editors, it seems likely that St. Ludmila was added to this martyrology in the 13th century, and after the codex had made its way to southern Bohemia, to Wyszbrod, where St. Wenceslaus, St. Procopius, and the five brothers were all added. So, as I said, this is the point I can agree with Professor Kubin. This is here, obviously, David Kalthaus is wrong. If you have no 11th century calendar from Bohemia, there are as many as 7 from the 12th and early 13th century, as against none from Poland. They were written in abbeys of Brzewnow, Ostrów, Podlazice. In Prague, one link to the cathedral chapter known as the Martyrologium Pragense, and 2 from St. George Monastery, and finally the calendar from the Horologium Olomoucense of Bishop Henry Zdik. As noted by Duszan Trzeszczyk, Ludmila is referenced in all of them except Martyrologium Pragense. It is worth paying attention to this omission. Franciszek Graus believed that in the current form found in the Vienense Codex 395, the Martyrologium Pragense, although itself written later, is faithful to the calendar's form in the 3rd quarter of the 11th century. The sole latter addition, according to Graus, was St. Gotthard, added under May 4, that is the day of his translation in 1132. As you can see, St. Gotthard is quite important in this story. Let us also note as another later addition, the entry under October 11, Translatio Domini Nostri Sancti Augustini, rightly seen by Graus as influenced by canons regular. It was, according to him, mechanically copied into the martyrology from the earlier source. I should note, however, again, I can show you a microfilm of this. Sorry. Here we are. Here you have. Sorry, I wanted. To show you St. Gotthard. Oh, okay, sorry, I have some. Okay, St. Gotthard is here. Okay. Right. You have some Gotthard here, and the obituary margin notes here. Okay, sorry. But coming back to the story of the to the Translatio Domini Nostri Sancti Augustini. So Graus is right that it is probably influenced by canons regular. It was, according to him, mechanically copied into the martyrology from the earlier source. I should note, however, that this entry, whether in the Martyrologium Pragense or in some original calendar, could not have been written in the 11th century, since the earliest mention of St. Augustine in the context of a canon life in the Reich dates to the 1090s. It is hard to imagine that it could have been any earlier than the 1120s or 1130s. Since we have two entries of a clear 12th century provenance, that is St. Gotthard and Sanctus Augustinus, called Dominus, the question is whether the whole can still be dated to the third quarter of the 11th century. And anyway, such speculation and dating of the non-existent calendar allegedly copied by our source seems dubious. It is probably more important to note that in its present form, the calendar must have been written after 1132, but before 1157, when, according to Graus, the necrology was no longer updated. It seems most likely that the calendar was written at the same time as the necrology, that is in the years 1151, 1157, or slightly earlier. I would like to show you that because it seems that the hands of the calendar and the hands of obituary notes are very similar, if it's not the same hand. If, however, the calendar could have the very popular St. Gotthard added at this time, why not Ludmila? Could it be a sign of the hostility of the bishops of Prague toward her cult, as postulated by some scholars on the basis of Cosmas and the appendix to the chronicle of so-called Canon of Visegrad? Firstly, as I have attempted to demonstrate elsewhere, a close analysis of either source fails to support the theory of the Prague's bishop resistance to the cult of St. Ludmila. What is more, both actually point to the devotion to the saint on the part of the members of the chapter, both Cosmas the dean and those members who advised and helped the nuns with the saint's relics in a year 1142. Secondly, the translation of St. Ludmila is not the only Bohemian commemoration of the saint to be omitted. Unlikely all the other Bohemian calendars of to the early 13th century, the Viennese Codex 395, fails to mention the five brothers. It also omits, surprisingly for the text emanating from the Prague Cathedral chapter, the translation of St. Adalbert from Gniezno to Prague, which is found in the calendars from Brzevnov, one of those from St. George Abbey, and in that from the Chronologia Olomoucense. As we know well from Cosmas, the memory of the five brothers and their martyrdom, as well as the translation of St. Adalbert, was vivid in Prague chapter in the first half of the 12th century, and the days commemorating those events were well known. It is not naturally the case that the author of the calendar, who was most likely connected to the Prague Cathedral chapter, failed to include any Bohemian commemoration. We have here the Dies Natalis of both St. Adalbert and St. Wenceslaus, the latter's octave and his translation on March 4. The cathedral's chief patrons are thus included, but generally speaking, the additions are sparse in this calendar. It is thus difficult to draw any far-reaching conclusions about the chronology of the cult of St. Ludmila or its prevalence in the Prague chapter from her omission in this calendar. To return to the earliest Bohemian calendars, to mention St. Ludmila, that is all the other ones written by the early years of the 13th century, they all mention the November commemoration. Yet, the Saint's Dies Natalis on September 16 is found in the main body of only the Brzevnov calendar, while in the other calendars it features, if at all, as an addition. In the Chronologium Olomoucense, let me show you that again. In the Chronologium Olomoucense, here you have September commemoration of Passio. The addition is made in a different hand, but considered contemporarily, while in the other cases, it was added much later, as late as the 16th or the 17th century. Let us add that the November commemoration is as a rule referred as Ludmila Martyris or something similar, with the occasional clarification that it concerns her translatio only added at a later date. This confirms the observation of the Nekfiala that November 10 was the original commemoration day of the Duchess saint, while the September celebration comes into existence at the later date. Once the celebration of the Dies Natalis became widespread, there was also a need to make it clear that November 10 marked the saint's translatio. It is worth adding that the chief commemoration of the saint on the day of their translatio is nothing surprising. It was a widespread practice right up to the 13th century. If the provenance of the September 16 Dies Natalis is relatively clear, the day of the saint's death is given by all her lives, including the oldest one. Then the date of translatio gives rise to serious doubts. The question of its origins and what exactly it commemorates remains open, as the day of November 10 fails to appear in any of St. Ludmila's lives. It is also absent from the Legenda Christiani and Fuit in Provincia Bohemorum, where we read of the transfer of her body by her grandson, St. Wenceslaus, from Tettin to St. George Church in Prague. In one of the Fuit manuscripts, the fragment is even entitled Translatio Sancta Ludmila. The narrative has the envoys find the saint's body at Tettin without any signs of corruption on October 19 and bring it to Prague 2 days later on October 21. The reinterment is then delayed thanks to the miraculous intervention of the saint, who does not wish to be buried in the unconsecrated church. The bishop must then be brought over from Regensburg to consecrate the church 6 days before her burial. The fragment ends in a miracle performer on the anniversary of the translation. Convinced that the transfer described should be seen as identical with translatio, understood as canonization, Joseph Cibulka proposed the following solution of this problem with dates. The body arrived at Prague on October 21, but the arrival of the Bishop of Regensburg took some time, resulting in November 10 as a day of the deposition of the body. The idea was accepted by Dusan Trzeszczyk, and it could indeed explain the date, so difficult on the face of it to reconcile with the above narrative. But it still fails to explain why neither Legenda Christiani nor Fuit in Provincia Bohemorum mentions this date, November 10, key as it is to the cult of the saint. That, however, is not the only issue. The description in the Legenda Christiani no doubt contains typical elements of the translation narrative. The miraculously preserved body, a saint deciding the details of her own burial, the presence of bishop. Here, however, we run into a fundamental problem. The description clearly talks of the interment in the ground, underlined by the bishop's injunction, backed up with a biblical quote, "Earth to earth and unto earth thou shalt go." Ludmila is buried in the place originally prepared for her, described as a trench, fossa. But thanks to the saint's miraculous intervention, the church where it is found had meanwhile been consecrated. The last point is explained as follows: cum benedictione maiori sepelieretur, facum sanctis ad Christi locanda erat dextram. For she was to be seated with the saints at the right hand of Christ. What may be surprising is, if it would be a canonization, of course, is the use of the participium futuri passivi. Ludmila is not yet among the saints on the right of the Lord, but is to arrive there. All that, and especially the form of the burial, suggests that we are not dealing with Ludmila's canonization, but merely her interment in the Przemyślid sepulchre. For as Eric Kemp is right to observe, in this period, quote, "It is certainly regarded as wrong for saints to be below ground," unquote. That is why we have elevatio. That means that the November 10 commemoration does not refer to the transfer of her body described in the Legenda Christiani and Fuit in Provincia Bohemorum, but to other event. It does seem that Christian reference at the end of the fragment discussed here to the anniversary of the translation concerns this event and the already existing celebration. At the same time, he, I mean Christian, is guilty of manipulation of sorts. The fragment on the celebration of the day of translation is placed in such a way as to suggest that it concerned an anniversary of the event described earlier, that is transfer of the saint's body from Tetin to Prague. The intention is probably to establish even closer links of not just the person of St. Ludmila, but also of the beginnings of her cult with the Legenda Christiani's maiden protagonist, St. Wenceslaus. As can be seen from the above, and I beg your forgiveness for the blindness of the conclusion, calendars, no doubt, continue an important source for the study of the early cult of St. Ludmila. At the same time, however, their use raises a number of issues, starting with the place and date of the writing of the calendars that do or do not mention Ludmila. At the same time, the calendars, starting with the 11th century specimen from the Codex Gertrudianus, provide the earliest evidence for the cult of St. Ludmila in the form of the feast of her translatio at November 10, on which we can only say that it commemorates the events that day of an unspecified year. Thank you very much for your attention. I'm also very grateful to interpreters for the interpretation to Czech. Thank you very much.
Professor Patz, thank you very much for your contribution to our conference. I believe we have plenty of time for discussion. I guess Petr Kubin would react, so I would ask him to pick a favorite microphone and language, but before he starts, maybe I will add some note, because this also struck my attention. As you described, that Legenda Christiani is not mentioning the translation time. Actually, if we look closer on the events that are described by Christians, there would be not enough time to make it till the 10th of November from the date that is mentioned in the hagiography, which is the 21st, I believe, of October, because there are two actually messengers sent to the bishopric of Regensburg, and then there is still 6 days of waiting period mentioned, so this definitely wouldn't fit in 20 days between the 21st of October and the 10th of November. This is really interesting point, but I believe Professor Kubin...
but can I just answer to that? Yeah, I do agree. To be completely honest, I do agree, but because my main point is that it is not, this burial is not translatio. I just said something like, okay, Cibulka and then Trzeszczyk argues that it is possible. Maybe it is possible. I'm not going to, to count how much time you need to go to Regensburg coming back. This is hagiography. I don't think we should be so accurate. But even if they are right that it is possible, I don't believe it's translatio. That's my main argument.
Okay, thank you very much. Maybe one last thing to add. I'm sorry, Professor Kubin. It is really interesting that even the Bishop Tuto in the story gives almost a really similar argument as Bishop Hermann in the 12th century Cosmas Chronicle. He merely says that the body should be buried, that the body should rest in peace, actually. This is something that also struck my attention. Now, sorry, Professor Kubin, the floor is yours.
It's no problem. Thank you very much. It was very interesting. I am also convinced with your opinion, with translatio. I am agree. I thank you also for support of my of the martyrology of Vyšší Brod from Magdeburg. But excuse me, I didn't understand well what did you say about the Codex Gertrudianus. Please, in 2 sentences, could you tell me when? So you don't, your opinion is it wasn't in Prague, or
no,
it was in Prague?
No, it wasn't in Prague.
It wasn't.
So shortly, should I just my argument in a few sentences? Yes.
Please.
All right.
Thank you.
Yes. So the point I described that in Lent elsewhere. I can also send you this article. It was published in Roczniki Historyczne 3 years ago. But the point is there are a few problems with Prague after 1133. First, St. Gotthard should be there. Second, there is not enough time. I mean, there is some possibility, but if you accept that it was written in Prague after 1143, it means that it had to find its way to Zwiefalten in a few years. And then 1143, that's Kalosek argument, is based on the day of consecration of the Prague Cathedral. The point is that if you look to the tradition of the consecration of the church in medieval Europe, you can see that in fact there is some sort, as I said, you can consecrate a church in many days, but there is a sort of tradition, a sort of tendency to consecrate the church in the day following the feast of the saint or in the octave. So it means that this day, September 13, was a possible date of the consecration of the Krakow Cathedral as well, about which consecration we know almost nothing. And then the argument for calendar to be, the argument supporting the idea that the calendar was written in the times of Gertruda. First, it is in her codex, which has her prayers and so on. Then, as I try I haven't shown you details in this paper, but in this article I have just mentioned, I try to show that the calendar itself is prepared for purpose of Gertruda. For example, it has 2 feasts of St. Demetrius, one Latin feast of St. Demetrius and one Greek or Russian one. And this is because of the rule of St. Demetrius in family of Izyaslav, her husband. It also has, for example, 21st May feast of St. Helena, so also according to the East tradition. And again, the last point, this obituary note, which is obviously written before, it's not written in Swabia, in Zwiefalten, but at the time when the calendar was written. This obituary note, there are 2 obituary notes. One is Sul obit, which sometimes is some scholars relate that with the Sulla, who was a bishop of Prague, but we can't be sure about that. But this Demetrius infans obit, I can hardly imagine any Demetrius infans in Bohemia or Poland in those times. Nobody used this name as well as we know in those times in Bohemia, in generally speaking in Latin Christendom. At the same time, you have the tradition of using this name as a Christian name in the Russian family of Gertruda, namely it was the Christian name of her husband. So it seems that that Demetrius infans, who is mentioned in the calendar, in the obituary notes, written in the time when the calendar was written, has to be from her family, family of Izyaslav. Sorry, that was probably not a few sentences, but more, but I wanted to be clear.
Thank you very much for explanation. Although I have to, there are serious arguments, of course, but I have to refresh about it. So I your article, and thank you for it.
I'm looking forward really. And let me just mention, Professor Kubin, that we have an opportunity, maybe you don't remember that, to meet in Prague many years ago when I was a student, and I really remember your kindness from this time. So it's a pleasure to discuss with you. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll have 2 more questions. So maybe would there be a little bit briefer, but still I think we have some time. Dr. Jashinsky.
I want to stress that in the Christian's manuscripts, when it's told about the translation of just burial of Ludmila, they mention about that she will be buried in the church, but they don't specify in which church. There is no name, they just simply, the sources, I just read more than 20 manuscripts of this fragment because we got so many fragments of this part of Christian, tells that she will be buried, but the church isn't specially appointed. This is only a short remark. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is quite interesting because it means that maybe I was wrong saying that she was buried in the Church of St. George. Maybe she was moved. I mean, that could be the translation of St. Ludmila. She could be moved from this church she was buried at the very beginning to the Church of St. George at the later date.
Well,
thank you very much.
This could be an interesting point in order to continue with the next paper of Dr. Bravermanova, but still we have Professor Homza asking something.
So I would just have small, short comment to the speech of Professor Pats, namely in Codex Gertrudianus there are also Cyrillic inscriptions which are strongly connected to the family pictures of Gertruda's son, Jaroslav, Jaropok, and his daughter-in-law, Kunigunda of Saxony, and his Saint Peter. And of course, this celebration of Ludmila, Virgina, it could come also from the surrounding of the Rurikids family, because we know that the name Ludmila was already popular in Kiev and Rus, just because of the family relations of Rurikids and Přemyslids. And there can be also the explanation why we have there this Virgina, not Vidua. But this is just my comments. Mm-hmm. Thank you, Dan.
Thank you. I would just say that there is a problem, of course, with the cult of St. Ludmila in Rus, and this is also related with the question posed yesterday by Professor Lubka, if it was possible that Olga, or in the times of Olga, that the life of St. Ludmila was already known in Rus. The problem is, of course, that in the earliest version of prologue, of this collection of hagiographical texts from the mid-12th century, Ludmila is not present yet, and she appeared there only later. And I think that another argument against, I think it was already Fiala noted that, I mean, I believe that it was my idea, but then I find that Fiala already mentioned that in fact Ludmila in prologue is under her feast on September 16. As I try to argue that this is the later feast of St. Ludmila. So it seems that the cult of St. Ludmila had to appear, maybe not had to, but probably appear in Rus later, when the feast of September 16 was already popular, so probably after mid-12th century. But thank you very much.
Thank you also. Let me note that the general opinion about the prologue is that there's some sort of original, maybe old Slavic manuscript or legend of St. Ludmila that contains some information, because prologue is quite a good informed source that could relate to some older source from Bohemia. That's I would say a more usual opinion in literature, but everything is open for discussion. And with this heated and interesting discussion, I believe the conference is developing in the best way it can. But as it was already mentioned, we have to deal with the burial places of St. Ludmila, and Dr. Milena Bravermanova is here to speak about the grave of St. Ludmila as a document of her cult. So, historian, archaeologist, member of the Archaeological Institute of Czech Academy of Sciences in Prague, and longtime curator of the collection of textiles of Prague Castle, historian of textile production in Bohemia. Welcome, the floor is yours.
So it's a little problematic to speak to have this speech after so deep discussion about the datation of Christian legend, because I use the datas which are written in Christian legend. I use them more in the circumstances of the end of 10th century, where is some datation of Christian legend. But for instance, Professor Sommer had yesterday a speech here. He also used this data from Christian legend in the circumstances of 10th century. He declares some examples. So I think the discussion has not been finished, it's continuing, and so if I say something what is not coming in this discussion today, maybe. The fact of the reliquary graves helped to clarify the origin and cause of the cults of the saints. There were specific customs related to graves of saints. The bodies of the saints were initially placed in graves in the ground. From the end of first millennium, the remains were removed and stored in crypts and altars, and finally transferred to decorative chests, in which they were placed on the surface of the altars or by means of columns raised above them. For the saint's presence, his remains were needed, or at least the objects he touched, which, if he were a martyr, were preliminary instruments of torture. Textiles also played an important role. Not only the remains of the saint's original clothing were left in the reliquary boxes, but also all the gradually inserted fabrics. These began the play of role of secondary relics, and as secondary sacraments were then placed in altars or distributed among believers. In Bohemia, among the first saints, we find members of the ruling Přemysly dynasty, namely St. Wenceslavus and St. Ludmila, whose torture and translation, probably translation, took place in the period of the beginnings of the formation of Czech state, when Christianity was just taking root. The places where Ludmila graves were located always attracted attention, namely at Tettín and then at Prague Castle in the Bohemia in the Basilica of St. George. The tomb of St. Ludmila, located in the chapel of the same name in the Basilica of St. George, where the princess's remains have been located since the 14th century, was laid open in 1981. In addition to the remains, textiles were also found. The restoration and research brought many findings, which were then used to clarify the customs of what was happening around Ludmila's reliquary tomb. But within a broader historical context, they also contributed to more general conclusion. St. Ludmila was killed at her widow's court in Tettín on September 15, 1921. As the legend of Christian records, after the ceremony, St. Ludmila was buried in the ground. Further narration shows that the grave had the form of a pit singular covered with a wooden board. The prologue states that the oldest place of Ludmila's last rest was outside the fortifications under the castle wall. A survey of written sources and the Tettin fortified settlement itself shows that it was in the area of today's Church of St. Jan Nepomucký, formerly of St. Michael. Christian theorized that miracles took place over the grave. A pleasant scent emanated from the grave and candles were lit on it. So Drahomira had a house built here in the style of a church dedicated to St. Michael, that miracles be attributed to him and not to St. Ludmila. But miracles happen even then. The building was probably a kind of wooden dwelling for the dead, based on a pagan tradition. Christianity then transformed it into a tomb chapel. One of the first attacks of government of St. Wenceslaus in 925 was the transfer of his grandmother's remains from Tettin to Prague. According to Christian, the man entrusted with this task entered the church on October 19, dug up the ground and found that the slab covering the grave had broken. The remains, illegally intact, were picked up, wrapped in rare canvases, and loaded on stretched mounted on horses. The procession arrived in Prague on October 21. When evaluating the records relating to the first funeral of St. Ludmila, it can be said that they correspond to the realities of the first third of 10th century, especially the adjustment of the tomb and the wooden structure above it. The legendary narrative refers to the smell emanating from the place or the statement of the integrity of the body after 4 years of its storage in the ground. In the contrary, the wrapping of Ludmila's remains in canvases can be realistic. In the reliquary box, tailor-made fragments of fine linen non-pattern fabric were found as the oldest textiles, which date back to around the end of the first third of 10th century. It is probably a remnant of a veil or humela that could have been used in the transfer from Tettin to Prague. You see the pictures, and there are, you will see more pictures of textile, and you will see here also a datation. The datation was made according technological research, artistic research, analogies, and also the datation of the eldest 2-1 textile was done according C14 data. And there are also pictures about some analogy to imagine the textile in the origin place, because all the textile from the reliquary grave of St. Ludmila are on a fragmentary state. And if you remember the first picture, where was the open coffin with Ludmila remnants, you can imagine that this eldest one textile, only flags, only plain tabby, these fragments were found among the Ludmila's remnants, so it means that they were this oldest one. Prince Wenceslaus were waiting for the procession at Prague Castle. The stretcher was brought into the still unconsecrated Basilica of St. George. The coffin was placed in front of the altar, but the grave dug for the remains was flooded with water. St. Wenceslaus sent a message to Regensburg and asked Bishop Tuto to come to Prague, consecrate the basilica, and bury his grandmother's body. The bishop refused, saying that Ludmila should be placed in the earth and wait for proof of her holiness. St. Wenceslaus batched again and Tuto sent a co-bishop, who then consecrated the church and, after 6 days, placed the remains in the prepared grave. Water no longer appeared in at that time. It is not clear where the grave in the basilica was located. It probably had to be near the main altar because there was a Přemyslit family burial ground. You'll see the picture from the archaeological excavation done in 50s in last century, where is painting the situation of the Přemyslit grave. Even a water flood grave does not have to be just a presentation of a legendist, because due to the jagged slate bedrock of Prague Castle and the existence of more groundwater springs, it can have a real basis. In the case of storage of Ludmila's remains in the Basilica of St. George, also another possible interpretation of the after-mentioned non-pattern textile fragments can be accepted, namely that they were related to the funeral of St. Ludmila at Prague Castle. If it was a humeral, it could have been given by the Regensburg co-bishop, who was to take part in the ceremony. To answer conclusively the question whether in the case of the transfer of the remains of St. Ludmila to Prague, it was a translation, the aim of which was canonization, is not possible. If we start from the account of Christian legend, then probably yes, because if the remains of St. Ludmila at Prague Castle were buried in the grave in the presence of the Regensburg co-bishop, so the canonization of the martyr and a member of the ruling dynasty was intended. The time when Christian wrote his legend was relatively distant from 925, but a memory could have been passed on the Přemyslit family. Furthermore, it can be assumed that Ludmila's remains found themselves in a cross formation, probably situated at the then main altar near the place where the princess's eldest son, Vratislav, was buried from 921. The form art building was sunk into the subsoil. Its bottom and walls were linened with marlstone and plastered. Another joy to the building are, for example, similar formation in Unterregenbach, Wittenberg, Germany, dated back to the 11th century, at the latest and intended as relic tombs. It is therefore probable that the cross formation in the Basilica of St. George was a reliquary grave. However, it is a question of when it was built, because the archaeological research carried out in the 1950s by Ivan Borkovsky did not clearly explain the origin of the formation, as it is nevertheless older than the period around the end of the 10th century. So it could have been the first tomb of St. Ludmila in the Basilica after the transfer of her remains from Tettin. In this case, the formation was built with the intention of storing the remains of the princess here as a woman worthy of special respect, not only as a member of the Přemyslit family. However, the cross formation was rather created after the founding of the monastery at the Basilica of St. George in 967. Theoretically, it could have been on the site of the original grave of St. Ludmila, which was just modified. A similar situation also later is linked to the remains of St. Hedvika, died 1243 in the monastery of Třebnice, Poland. During the canonization of the princess in 1267, the original grave was opened and the remains moved to the chapel of St. Peter in the monastery complex. A stone thumb was built here, and a mantle-shaped cross formation was built in the lower part as a box for the remains. Cross formation in the Basilica of St. George could also become part of the main altar. Due to the absence of remains, the altar could have had a table shape. The reliquary tomb under the main altar of the crypt, for example, was located in the church of St. Servas in Quedlinburg. This construction phase dates back to 997 to 1021. The manipulation of Ludmila's remains is also evidenced by the presence of another of the found fabric, namely linen drape with geometric embroidery, dated roughly after 980. However, Ludmila's cult was not widespread at the time, which contrasts with the much faster and more intensively developing cult of St. Wenceslaus. The analogy, which is only on a white black photo, is from Speer, where was found in Staufen burial ground of Intrigue, the fourth, very similar veil embroidered, and it's dated around the year 1000. So you see the pattern is very similar, and the datation is also very similar. As a moment when the remains of St. Ludmila removed from the cross formation, the year 999 is offered, when its western arm was partially disturbed by an excavation for tomb number 98, interpreted as the most probable tomb of Prince Boleslav II. At the time, the unit partially lost its function, and the end of the 10th century was also a period of change, when the remains of the saints were brought closer to the direct adoration of the faithful. Removing the body box of St. Ludmila from the tomb located under the floor and its supposed subsequent placement directly to the main altar would therefore be in accordance with this. The manipulation is supported by the dating of another reliquary silk fabric dated to the breakout 10th, 11th century to the first third of 11th century. The dalmatica was sewn from it. Only its back part has been preserved. It can be assumed that it came to Bohemia as a sewn garment, namely the bishop's underwear. It is possible that it may have been owned by the Prague bishop of German nationality, Tidak, who held office in the years 998 to 1017, and probably attended the funeral of Boleslav II. It is therefore possible that he was the one who devoted the dalmatica to cover in Ludmila's remains after they were lifted from the cross-shaped grave. The presence of ecclesiastical dress in the remains clearly supports at least the local worship of the saints. About this picture, I think that the half part of dalmatica is probably the most precious textile in Bohemia, not only by the textile itself. The fabric was woven in Near East, probably Byzance. It was made by very precious technical weaving protolampas. We have only few examples in treasures and so on. It's very interesting that on the fabric there are two patterns. You see the paintings. In the most part there is the bigger one with medallions filled by birds, and in the lower part there are about 15 centimeters with another pattern, more smaller, and it's very unique example about changing the pattern during weaving. On the black white picture you see the reconstruction how the Dalmatica could appear, because we found some steps from clavet, very characteristic trimming of Dalmaticas, red claves, and on the corner you see very close analogy from the grave of Pope Clement in Bamberg. It's dated to the first third of 11th century. In the 11th century, the above ground box with the remains was probably still in the same place. Its opening is evidenced by a mention in the Cosmar Chronicle of 1100, who allegedly saw with his own eyes how St. George Abbessis Wildemut asked the Prague Bishop Hermann to insert into the altar in the newly consecrated church of St. Peter part of the veil of St. Ludmila. The bishop refused, saying that the abbess could keep silent about her holiness and let the old woman rest in peace. However, Wildemut demanded that the relics be subjected to God's judgment. Hermann therefore had a cauldron of a hot coal brought and the clothes thrown into it, but it did not burn, so the bishop had to acknowledge the victory of the abbess. Throwing the fabric into the fire corresponds to the periodic custom of testing the authenticity of relics. Other events related to the remains of St. Ludmila recorded in 1142 the canon of Vyšehrad, when he describes the fire of Prague Castle. The nuns then had to flee the ruin of St. George Monastery and moved to the church of St. Peter under Petřín. After a few days, they began to search for the remains of their patroness, and with the help of the Prague builder WÄHREND, they found Ludmila's coffin intact between the stone and the charred wood. They wanted to take her out of Prague Castle, but they could not open the gate. So they turned to Bishop Otto of Prague on what to do, but he did not dare to decide and wanted to ask in Rome. The nuns therefore begged to Moravian Bishop Ziel, who, however, demanded the consent of their bishop. Finally, on the advice of the Prague Dean Jindřich and Archdiakon Peter, the nuns opened the coffin, inspected it, and placed it again at the altar. From this narrative, it is clear that the coffin with the remains of St. Ludmila was accessible, could be opened, and was placed next to altar. However, the cult was apparently still limited to the St. George complex, and at the hesitation of the bishop shows, it did not reach the diocesan level. Nevertheless, he was professed in the Přemysl family, as the name of Ratislav's daughter Ludmila, living in a monastery like a nun, also testifies. The situation changed with the arrival of the provost of St. Vitus Chapter Daniel, since 1148, the Bishop of Prague, who began to insert Ludmila's remains into new altars in diocesan churches. About it spoke my colleague, Professor Kubin. To St. Peter Bohnice, in St. Andrew in Prague, Virgin Mary in Řečany, and St. James near Kutná Hora. Due to the removal of the remains after the middle of the 12th century, the coffin must therefore have been opened several times. At the time, a superpalice or rocket made of unpatterned fabric with an embroidered cross in the front could have been attached to the remains. Only the front part of the garment has been preserved. Then back part could be used as a secondary relic, or an incomplete clothing was attached to the remains. After the fire in 1141, the basilica was rebuilt, and the new main altar found itself in an elevated presbytery. Roughly in its original place, the altar of St. Cross was built. It can be deduced from two reports that the remains of St. Ludmila were still in the same place. To the year 1252, in the church of St. George in Prague, blood flowed from the crucified leg. Judge Pomnian whipped this blood with his hand. Lay altars, Judge Pomnian was a layman, were dedicated in the monastery churches to St. Cross and are usually situated in the eastern part of the nave in front of the hall. A similar phenomenon was repeated in 1283, but it was to happen more often. Blood dripped again from the foot of the crucified, who was, as is directly noted, built on the tomb of Blessed Ludmila. The described events show that at all times St. Ludmila was already understood as the protector of the whole country, as the recorded moments were related to the period when several unfortunate events took place in Czech kingdom. Around 1300, Ludmila's remains were already in the beautiful box behind the main altar, mentioned in the sermon of St. Ludmila contained in the Legion Factus Est. After a long time, therefore, the place of direct reverence for Saint changed. At that time, it was the abbess of the monastery Žovka. She died 1301, from 1302, then Ludmila Přemyslovna, Kunhuta Přemyslovna. She died 1321. It is probable that during the transmission of Ludmila remains, the skull was separated, for which an artistically valuable bust was made. You saw it in the previous picture. At the time, an unpatterned fabric with an embroidered Christogram could also be used as the last cover of the remains, an altar cover, apparently until then lying on the altar of St. Cross. In the connection with the consecration of the new main altar of the Basilica after 1371, the remains of St. Ludmila got into the southern side chapel. Before this move, a figure tomb with an ideal image of the saints was made for them at the beginning of the second half of the 14th century. The transfer of the tomb from the main altar to the side chapel was probably related to the effort to separate the place of worship of St. George on the main altar and that of St. Ludmila. Dating of preserved seals from the box of St. Ludmila testifies to the fact that in the period between the demise of the previous main altar and the probable final closure of the stone tomb at the beginning of the 15th century, it was necessary to keep the body of St. Ludmila elsewhere. This, meanwhile, was apparently forced by the reconstruction of the originally Romanesque chapel. Centrally, at the time, the authenticity of the remains was verified several times. The period of growth of the cult of St. Ludmila and its gradual anchoring thus ended, and St. Ludmila has definitely become an integral part of the Czech heaven of the land's patron. So thank you for your patience.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bravermanova. Thank you. I suppose we have still some time for discussion, so we will open the field for the questions. I will just ask the technicians if we can see also the picture from the Zoom, and let me ask if somebody here in the room or online has something to ask. Professor Kubin.
Thank you very much. It was very nice. I am agree with you. Only with one point. I would prefer this cross object should be piscina. Should be for me is more imaginable that this cross, although it's very small, it's not possible to go down, but it's like primitive piscina here on the Prague castle. But I'm not expert, so
I think that colleague Jana Maříková, she devoted to this cross-shaped cross, and she exclude that it is piscina. She wrote about more analogies. I don't want to go deeply, but she excluded. And one main point is that the piscina were not situated at that place, but a little more on sides of churches. And about measurements, we don't know when this cross-shaped building was made, because the archaeological circumstances are not clear. There are two possibilities. One is that close to consecration of St. John Basilic, and the second is around the year when the cloister was built. We don't know it exactly. There are surely two possibilities. When Ludmila was elected from Tichin, it was 4 years after her death, and it was not real body, it were only stone bones, not body. So, if it was 4 years after her death, this cross-shaped building was made, the remnants could be done here, because the measurements of the wings are more than 1 meter. So I tried it with some painting, and so it could be possible. My opinion is that this cross-shaped building is a little lighter. I think that Ludmila was, when she was transferred, some grave for her could be made in a very similar place. But it couldn't be normal grave, because surely his bones, when we collect them, the packet could have about 50 centimeters and so no more. So it could be only a small grave. And then anywhere here, near to Vratislav and so, and when was made this cross-shaped building exactly for Ludmila, only this first grave could be rebuilt for this. But the measurements are more than 1 meter, and the bones could be put in the cross. There could be skull and other bones in the wings.
Okay. Online we have Professor Grzegorz Patz asking for a chance to ask.
Again, sorry. I know that everyone are thinking about lunch. Just coming back to this question about what happened in 1142, because it's coming again. This way of thinking that the answer of the bishop was a sort of excuse. I mean, this mentioning Rome was a sort of excuse, sort of alibi. As I said, I don't believe that, and as I already mentioned, Cosmas is a good example that there were church circles which strongly believe that that agreement of Rome was necessary. And another example is, in fact, from the same Mainz province. And 7 years later, in 1149, when the Bernard of Hildesheim was canonized by the Archbishop of Mainz, the Archbishop agreed to add the Bernard to the number of saints, but he explicitly forbid his translation. So the monks asked papal legate for that, and he also refused. And the translation of the papal agreement happened many years later. So that was a comment, but in fact I would like to use the opportunity to ask you the question about the archaeological material. I have no idea, and then you are a specialist, obviously. So I would like to ask about this cross-shaped formation, because you mentioned that, and I think also in your articles you have written about that you believe that this is a sort of a way to preserve the body or the remains as a saint. And you use this analogy to Saint Hedwig of Silesia. And my question is it possible in both cases that it is a sort of a way to collect the remains of the saint, waiting for the formal canonization, elevation? Do we know, for example, in the case of Trzebnica and Saint Hedwig remains, in which moment her body, her remains were there? If it was before, in this case, papal canonization, or after that? Because I know that there are some arguments that in the early Middle Ages, some burials in sarcophagi, how do you call it? Sarcophag, yes. Yeah. The way that in fact sometimes this way of burial was chosen in the case of people who are expected to be elevated later. So maybe it might be an analogy, because obviously this is not a regular burial in the ground. Yes, this is something which already not in the ground in any sense.
More deeply explain the place. The basilica was rebuilt after the fire in 1141, and a new hall was built, elevated hall. We don't know where was situated the main altar in the origin basilica, in the old basilica. Probably around these places, because there was this burial ground of Přemyslit. Probably it could be very near, maybe up to this cross-shaped altar. Anywhere here was Ludmila buried, and all the Přemyslit. When the elevated hall after the reconstruction in 12th century was made, a main altar was transferred there. And in this place, probably in the same place, was renamed or newly created altar of St. Cross. And it means that from all the circumstances, Ludmila's remains were all the time in the same place. We don't know more about the first grave, but I think that it was very near to these places. And then all the remains stood all the time in this place. And why I think that Ludmila was placed in this cross-shaped grave, we don't know about more relics of saints in St. Ludmila, except St. George's arm, but it was placed on a main altar in Reykjavik. And the cross-shaped building was a little destroyed by the grave of Boleslav II, who died 999. When they dug the grave for Boleslavus, they a little destroyed this cross-shaped building. And it means, and if Ludmila was placed there, they could elevate his remains because the shape was a little damaged. And also it was time when saints and relics of saints were lifted from the graves in the earth, and they were lifted to altars and so on. And so if we collect all this data with textile, this row is appearing.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Now, do we have any other questions? As it doesn't seem so, I think we are heading to the end of the first section of this day. Thanks to all the participants, thanks all the audience. Now, again, I have to say the apology of the Professor Jiří Veit, who unfortunately cannot be with us because to some health problems of his family. We wish him and his family good health, obviously. Fortunately, with these two unfortunate events combined, we were able to replace, I believe, the program with a wonderful and interesting discussion. I can just only stress that we really sincerely wish all of you to send us your papers to the conference proceedings, because this would mean that this could be a really interesting publication, I hope. So now, we will meet again on 2 o'clock with the afternoon section concerning the rest of the Holy Ladies topics, and see you then. So far, goodbye and enjoy your meals. Thank you.
Meine Damen und Herren, darf ich beginnen schon? Herzlich willkommen bei unserem nächsten und letzten Sitzung. Wir haben vor uns 4 Referate und die erste Referentin, ich heiße willkommen, ist Frau Eliana Kanja und sie wird sprechen auf Englisch. Gisela of Hungary as an agent of Christianization in selected historiographic and hagiographic traditions. Sie studierte, soviel ich weiß, in Moskau, an der CU, also Central European University in Budapest, und dort ist nun ihr Doktorvater Daniel Ziemann, den wir gestern gehört haben. Und Frau Kanja beschäftigt sich vor allem mit königlicher Busse, mit der Figur des heiligen Kaiserpaar Heinrich II. Und seiner Ehefrau heiligen Kunigunde. Also ich und wir alle sind sehr gespannt auf Ihr Vortrag. So now I invite you to speak. It's your floor. Welcome.
Thank you very much for this nice introduction, and hello to everyone, and also we'll use a chance to say thank you and congratulations to the organizers of this conference. I'll now try to share my screen. Yes, here we go. Yeah, hopefully everything works. So I'll talk today about a narrative that has often and quite justifiably been deemed a mistake, a sort of a geographical anecdote. This is the belief that Henry II, German king and emperor from the early 11th century, was responsible for the Christianization of the Hungarian kingdom. According to this tradition, Henry II wed his sister Gisela to Stephen of Hungary, whereupon she converted Stephen and the whole kingdom to Christianity. This German ruler might thus be called the Apostle of the Hungarians, and indeed he is referred as the Apostolus Hungariorum in the hagiographic and liturgical texts devoted to him. And already in the 18th century, Alban Butler, in his famous adaptations, The Lives of the Saints, revealed some of the historical inaccuracies at play. Quote, "It's sometimes mistakenly asserted that he, Saint Henry, wrote about the conversion of Saint Stephen. Yet, although easy to deem historical, such anecdotes are not accidental mistakes. And with this presentation, I'll try to show that these stories are symptomatic of ideas, perceptions, and cultural roles retrospectively assigned to certain historical actors, as well as of the immediate political needs that have spurred these narratives on. This brief prelude on Saint Henry as the Apostle of Hungary brings us closer to the theme of the conference, the role of women in the transition to Christianity, and the protagonist of my talk, Queen Gisela of Hungary, and also sometimes referred to as Gisela of Bavaria. I'll talk about the historiographic construction, according to which Gisela, the spouse of King Stephen and sister of Emperor Henry II, was retrospectively considered a sanctifying wife, or a persuasive wife, to use Martin Holmes's terminology, and who Gisela aided in the conversion of her husband and his people. The union of the Bavarian princess and the Hungarian leader, that is of Gisela and Stephen, is a part of a convoluted process of conversion and peacemaking. But clearly, as has been mentioned in various talks yesterday and today, the process of acquiring Christian identity was much more complicated and contested than it's often portrayed in the Christianization narratives. Here, I mainly speak of the conversion as a remembered event. And I will deliberate the question why Gisela's retrospective perception developed and why certain historiographic narratives maintain this, in a sense, historical reputation of her being an agent of Christianization. Not much is known about Queen Gisela as a historical figure, and bits and pieces can be collected from the extant contemporary sources as well as from material culture associated with the Queen's activities and religious donations. She was born around 980 to the Bavarian Duke Henry the Quarrelsome and Gisela of Burgundy, and most probably she was educated in Regensburg together with her sibling Henry, the future Duke and German king. And around 996 or 97, Gisela was wed to Stephen, who was already Christian at that point, and there is now no consensus about the year or the place where the wedding festivities took place, and the possible localities are Regensburg or Cheyenne or Esztergom. In her role as the first Hungarian queen, Gisela involved herself in suitable religious and memorial activities. Only one of her and Stephen's children, Emmerich, lived till adulthood, yet he died in an accident during Stephen's reign, wrecking any hopes for a peaceful throne succession. And after Stephen's death in 1038, Gisela stayed in Hungary for a few years, probably as an exile or a hostage. She did not have an opportunity to exercise her power as an influential widow, like some other women that have been discussed during this conference. And around 1043 or 1046, she fled to Bavaria, where she became an abbess at Niedenburg in Passau and was buried in the same abbey. And we can see on the right picture, this is presumably the original tombstone slab of Abbess Gisela. When looking at the afterlife of Gisela of Hungary, namely the retrospective understanding of her cultural and political role in various medieval commemorative traditions, several drastically different images emerge. Gisela was officially beatified in 1975, and there is no definite evidence that she was the subject of a full-fledged medieval cult with a hagiographic tradition. But we can remark that she was surrounded by an aura of sanctity from early on, because 3 of her close male relatives, brother, spouse, and son, were officially canonized in the 11th and 12th centuries, followed by her sister-in-law, Empress Kunigund. Late medieval Bavarian historiographers, for example, rarely fail to mention that Gisela was a distant relative of the famous Saint Elizabeth, thus forging Gisela's connection to this saint. And her commemoration in Niedenburg, nunnery in Passau, where she spent her last decade as an abbess, seems to have gained cultic characteristic around the 15th century, and that possibly also incited the creation of the new kind of high tombstone and the second slab we can see on the slide. And also in the hagiographic tradition of her spouse, King Stephen, canonized in 1083, Gisela appears as an exemplary pious wife who supports Stephen in his magnanimous donations to the church by contributing crosses, liturgical vessels, and garments. And only once did Gisela appear with a nimbus hinting at her saintly status, namely in the famous Nuremberg Chronicle. In the genealogical tree of her brother, Saint Henry, Gisela is portrayed as a saint, here with a nimbus, together with other saintly members of the same dynasty branch, who all together form sort of a holy stock of the empire. However, another quite different image of Gisela came into being. It's that of, quote, scapegoat for poor government or bad times, to use the definition given by Janusz Bach. According to this tradition, probably originating in the 13th century Hungarian accounts, though timing is still debated, Gisela was an evil intrigant and the one to blame for the political crisis following Stephen's death, because she allegedly stood behind the imprisoning and blooding of Vasul, King Stephen's cousin, and instigating Peter Orseolo on the Hungarian throne. The appearance of this historiographic function can be explained by a later need to whitewash the now holy Stephen's participation in the intrigue, his spouse being a convenient scapegoat, also due to the high medieval anti-German sentiments in the Hungarian kingdom. At the same time, starting from the mid-11th century, multiple chronicles from the German-speaking regions began emphasizing that it was no one but Gisela who sanctified her husband, and sometimes the whole kingdom of Hungary. The first author to mention that Gisela, quote, was the first fosterer of Christianity among people of Pannonia was Wipo in the deeds of Emperor Conrad II. Wipo introduces the idea of Gisela's agency in the conversion of Hungary when telling about Bruno of Augsburg, Gisela's other brother, and so far Emperor Henry does not exercise any influence in this portrayal. And in a way, the chronicle reflected upon the actual German role in the conversion, which could still be present in the memory of his generation, wrapping it up in the well-known topos of the sanctifying wife that he attached to Gisela, whom actually he doesn't even call by name. Following Wippo, this narrative of Gisela being a proponent of Christian faith in Hungary was taken up by other chronicles, and some of the names are on the slide, but the list is not exhaustive. These authors, although following the same notion that Gisela incited Stephen and subsequently his people to conversion, told the story in different accents, the most common portraying Stephen's baptism as a prerequisite for his marriage. Hermann of Reichenau even makes a wordplay upon Gisela's name. So the name Gisela is according to Geisel, which means a hostage, thus making Gisela a hostage for the faith as she was given to the still pagan Stephen. And for some of these authors, the events at the turn of the millennium were the recent past. For others, the narratives of Christianization became a detached memory torn from its immediate context. Nevertheless, these authors are quite unanimous in crediting Gisela in part fictitious role in the king's conversion and the subsequent conversion of the Hungarians. This role is by no means novel. This function was typically ascribed to women of royal descent, and in Gisela's context, it was especially useful in supporting missionary ambitions of the empire. This tendency culminated with the canonization of Henry II in 1146. And that is when Gisela of Hungary was fully credited with the title of the sanctifying wife in order for the soon-to-be canonized emperor to achieve the status of the apostle and the confessor of the peoples. St. Henry's Vita, written in Bamberg around the time of his canonization, and his canonization followed in 1146, includes the Christianization of Hungary on the list of the holy ruler's achievements. The anonymous author offers a geographically motivated reading of the initial motive, advertising Henry's apostolic role in the whole setup. Moreover, it's implied that the Hungarian kingdom, upon becoming Christian, got subjugated to the empire. When picturing this event, St. Henry's anonymous hagiographer relied on Frutolf of Michelsberg Chronicle that adopted it to fit the profile of the saintly king. In Frutolf's, as well as other chronicles, Henry's reign, if mentioned, is more of a context, while in the Vita, it's the saintly emperor who, quote, drew them to the conversion to the Catholic faith, so that it would be easier to achieve. He wed his sister Gisela to King Stephen, end quote. Gisela's alleged missionary activity became one of the cornerstones of St. Henry's canonization. Henry's image had to be shaped to fit a confessor king type and possibly to reflect upon the agenda of the Second Crusade. And the strategy worked. Eugenius III proclaimed in St. Henry's canonization bull that the emperor was canonized for the conversion of King Stephen and the whole Hungary, which he achieved with the help of God. The role of Gisela in this narrative construction is auxiliary par excellence. She's an agent in the hands of her saintly brother Henry, conveying his Christian mission. Gisela's representation in this hagiographic tradition is especially significant since her role is framed through a phrase from Corinthians, quote, "For the unbelieving husband is sanctified by the wife, and the unbelieving wife is sanctified by the husband," which is directly cited in the discussed episode in Henry's Vita in order to explain his decision. And this conversion story also features in St. Henry's liturgical office, with the line from the Corinthians being cited as one of the verses. And this phrase has been the main framework for explaining the sanctifying function of other, often holy women, and it proves our point that Gisela was shaped in resemblance with the persuasive wife model. And this model, rooted in the biblical tradition, as well as in historical precedents and hagiographic lore, acknowledged female agency in the process of conversion. This line from the Corinthians was used to describe the converting function of other women, and the most famous of which is Clotilde, of which we've heard yesterday. And starting from Gregory of Tours, her conversion activities were framed through this biblical paradigm. And of course, the central persuasive women have already been mentioned: Olga, legendary Queen Adelheid, Opava, and also St. Ludmila, the raison d'être of the current conference. And other women, also in different parts of Europe, were credited with similar proselytizing role. For example, Anglo-Saxon Christian queens contributed towards the conversion of their husbands, and their retinue, at least Bede, depicts these queens as fulfilling the scriptural precepts of the Corinthians, though in less overt manner if compared to Clotilde or Gisela. And obviously, sanctifying women are symptomatic for the epoch of conversion and missionary activities conducted also through the soft power of marriage and dynastic alliances. And there are also some examples of such women from the later Middle Ages. And for example, Jadwiga of Anjou, who was wed to Jogaila, then the Duke of Lithuania, who in 1387 was baptized in order to be suitable for marrying the Polish princess, and in turn converted Lithuania to Christianity. And starting off from these historical circumstances, Jadwiga was presented in the subsequent sources as the sanctifying wife. Another example of women invested with agency in conversion activities are the Christian wives of Mongol Huns in the late 13th century, where interestingly in papal letters, mostly of Nicholas IV, addressed to Huns Christian wives, one can recognize the same sentiment, to quote James Ryan, of pastoral exhortations for assistance in the task of spreading the faith that reiterate the traditional role of pious queens in the evangelization, end quote. The story of Gisela's impact on the Christianization presented here is just one of the legendary recollections of conversion history of Hungary, and clearly not the most prominent one. And other authors and historiographic traditions have accentuated the decisive role apart from that of St. Stephen, for example, of Adalbert of Prague or Emperor Otto III or Bishop's Pilgrim in Pune. We've also seen that the model of a sanctifying wife is not the only possible reputation or historiographic function that Gisela of Hungary has been given, as she could have been portrayed as a rather evil lady. Nevertheless, the narrative of Gisela as an agent of Christianization was more widespread than what I've had a chance to present here. And for example, she, in her role as a converter of Hungary, also appears in one of the genealogical projects of the Habsburg Emperor Maximilian I. And during his rule, the emperor is well known for sponsoring a plentitude of visual and textual projects through which he realized his own desires of establishing kingship with saints of royal descent and bygone dynasties. In other words, he created his customized royal myth of genealogical continuity. It was mostly Jakob Mennel who worked on unearthing non-existent genealogical connections and preparing lists with short biographic entries in vernacular describing these Habsburg saints and claimed to be ancestors, and Gisela of Hungary was one of them, used as a connector between Burgundian, Imperial, and Hungarian rulers. One of the codices of Maximilian's genealogical project, dated to 1518, is devoted to the illustrious and famous women of the House of Habsburg. It includes an entry about Queen Gisela, among other women, including St. Helen, Elizabeth, Hedwig, as well as Maximilian's contemporaries like his mother, Eleanor, or spouse, Mary of Burgundy. Jakob Mennel, although familiar with St. Henry's hagiography, openly praises Gisela for conversion, not only of her husband Stephen, but also of the Hungarian people, which she achieved through the help of Bishop Adalbert. Jakob Mennel then adds further details to Gisela's established representation. Not knowing the details of her widowhood, Mennel assumes that Gisela was buried in Székesfehérvár together with her husband St. Stephen, where many miracles are witnessed at their common grave. And although this project on Habsburg saints enjoyed neither great impact or any reception, as it was never finalized, it is clear that the knowledge of Gisela's partaking in the conversion of Hungary and her alleged quasi-apostolic saintly status was not only known among early 16th century literati, but also relevant for political representational projects that promoted significance of female sanctity and ancestry. And surely this narrative of Gisela converting Stephen and the Hungarian people can be viewed as an anecdote on the fringes of the literary traditions of most German-speaking historiography. At the same time, this narrative reflected the idea of the apostolic mission being promoted by royal saints and was exploited to create a useful past for furthering Henry's canonization. Moreover, it highlighted the decisive role of female agency in the transition to Christianity, a role that was acknowledged by their contemporaries and in subsequent historiographic traditions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your contribution. So now we know that Gisela was a really very influential person, which contributed many for the Christianization of the Central Europe. I'm opening the discussion. Do you have any question here or online, please? Yes. Gábor Klanicaj, please. We don't hear you.
Thank you very much for this nice presentation, and being a researcher of this age, I think really it's a very high time to examine the role of Gisela in this conversion process. Not that it hadn't been examined, actually. I just wanted to mention here that there is a canonization process ongoing. So there was a beatification of Gisela in the 19th, 20th century, and there were also her remains had been translated, some relics had been translated now in the 1990s. But actually, I think it's very appropriate that in the context of this conference on Saint Ludmila, Gisela should be also viewed as one of these mediators. And I think that without much documentation, it's very difficult to make further steps, but to see her role in this context is very important. So actually, I don't have a question. I just wanted to congratulate to this.
Thank you, Gábor. And now, Gregor Spatz, please.
Thank you. I have also enjoyed this paper very much, and I fully agree with Gábor that this is a time to look more deeply to Gisela. I like also the idea, the way you presented that, in fact, this idea that this Gisela wasn't so much important in the Christianization of Hungary, it is very much a German idea. Yes, it's very much, as you said, related with Henry II, and it was fully emphasized in the Vita of Henry II. So, in fact, this is very much about him, about Gisela's brother, than about Gisela herself. I just wanted to add maybe one thing, because you skip this, because you put all this text before Vita of St. Henry together, and I think we should put some emphasis to the differences between them, because there's also some developed there. Because, for example, Hermann of Reichenau or Fruthof, as you said, they are saying about this general rule in Christianization. They use this idea of fidei obses, but Sigebert of Gamblois, let me show you this fragment of the text. He is quite clear. He is much more clear than just saying generally about the fidei obses. He is saying hoc tempore ad fidem Christi convertitur per Giselam soror imperatoris. So he's not saying that it was idea of Henry II, but he's the first probably to say that it was Gisela herself. Yes, that she was involved in that. That is much more than saying that simply that she was obses fidei. So I think that this distinguish between those texts should also be stressed. And just one comment that was very interesting what you said. I didn't know that about this later tradition of Gisela being a sort of German spy, let's say, yes, involved in some plots and so on. This is quite interesting, because in Poland you have exactly the same story. This is sort of a zeitgeist probably in the turn of the 13th century, when the wife of Mieszko II, so from early 11th century, Rycheza, who is described in Gallus Anonymous Chronicle in very neutral way. In the turn of the 13th century, by Vincentius Kadłubek, she's already described as the one involved in plots, the one who is bringing bad Germans to Poland and so on. And this tradition is exactly like with Gisela, present in the later Middle Ages. And I fully agree that this is obviously related with anti-German sentiments in Central Europe. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your comments. I will kind of further explore the evolution of this narratives from the first mention towards the Henry's Vita, and of course pointing out that there are kind of different accents to what the authors were saying, and yes, this kind of idea of foreign wife as a scapegoat for bad government is quite present, and so I was relying on the Janusz Bach's research in that, and I think he also draws a lot of other parallels that might be interesting to look at. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next is Martin Homza.
So I would congratulate as well, and I'm very happy that somebody is going to finally work with Gisela issue, and it is extremely exciting, I would say. And I have several comments which might help you possibly. So first of all, what about put the policy of marriage of some representative of Western dynasty, namely Bavarian or East Frankish dynasty of Carolingian, with some important male representative of domestic dynasties here in Central Europe. For instance, I would start with Príbina and his possible Bavarian princess, and then coincidentally, Aventinus speaks about Gisela, the sister of Arnulf, who married Svetopluk, the first of Moravia. And so coincidentally, Gisela is named as well, this woman. And then, of course, my research showed that there is really important to also include into research, into the field of the research, some pictorial materials. And as I know, there is also cross of Gisela somewhere. Excuse me, please, I am not prepared for this discussion properly, but somewhere in Germany. And then
I think in Passava.
I think in Regensburg, actually.
Or in Regensburg, yes, possibly.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
And there is also this Esztergom reliquary, which it is somehow connected with Gisela as well. And possibly we can continue, but let's go back to this Pannonian policy of East Frankish and German rulers. So we can continue with the daughter of Henry III, which was married for the son of Andrew, that is Solomon, and etc. So yes, Bavarians, or not Bavarians, Habsburgs were right when started to find a way how to put in these ancient habits some kind of new wind. Okay, so this is my first comments, but really I'm very glad to hear that somebody is going finally to work with Gisela, and especially in our Slovak-Hungarian milieu, because, you know, for everything bad, we're responsible in our history, just women, you know.
Thank you very much for your comments. And it's very a good point that kind of to ground it also in the discussion of the actually merit policies. But for visual representations, unfortunately, we don't have that much. It's this cross, it's the representation of the Hungarian coronation mantle, and I think from the contemporary, that's it. But I'll be happy to deal more with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Of course, the women are important. We know it. That's why we have this conference about St. Ludmila. Und nun wartet auf das Wort der Doktorvater. Herr Ziemann, bitte.
Thank you very much, Ileana, for this fascinating lecture. I just have a short question, because Martin Homza mentioned in his book also the previous generation, so Geza and Adelaide. And I was wondering whether did you find any connections? So because the Polish-Hungarian Polish Chronicle, which mentions her is somehow also it's 13th century. Is there any connection? Is it a reaction to these tendencies to put Gisela or Henry in the forefront? So then, just to go back one generation, did you find any connection, or is this to be posited in a different context?
Yeah, thanks for your question. I haven't found anything that would be, and actually like the narratives of Gisela being attributed to this role, whether kind of reflecting on the actual German involvement or then within the very, let's say, geographical prism of this sanctifying wife model is kind of, I think, earlier than the Hungarian-Polish Chronicle, if I'm not mistaken. But I think it's also something I could write down to look into. But as far as I know, I could not figure anything.
Now is the turn of Dana Stehlíková, and next then is Martin Homza again. Prosím, paní Stehlíková. Neslyšíme se asi. So, please, Martin, it's your floor.
Thank you, Professor Zimmermann, for your question. Yes, and I would find some connections between Hungarian Polish Chronicle and this image of Saintly Adelaida. And simply to answer it, this surrounding of Koloman, who was possibly one of the men behind the written version of the chronicle. There were this blessed Salome and the sister of Koloman, or not sister, Koloman, the nephew of Koloman was future Saint Kunigunda, the firstborn daughter of Belo the Fourth, and sister of Koloman was Saint Elizabeth. So I suppose all these saintly female links were somehow in knowledge of on the courts of Arpadians in the 13th century. So this could be also the case of Gisela. So this is my point. Thank you, Professor Zimmermann.
Thank you, Professor Homza.
Do you have any other question, contribution? Dana Stehlíková is always...
Excuse me, can you hear me now?
Yes, yes. Now it's
so
perfect.
Hello, thank you for your speech. And I would like to ask if you searched for iconography, if you search for painting and sculpture. Because I'm a historian of art and I searched for the legends. I must say it's a question how it was in the 15th, 16th century.
Mm-hmm. So thanks for your question. So as Gisela did not have kind of full-fledged cult, she was never canonized during the Middle Ages, and as Gabor said, actually the procedure is still going on. There is not that much of visual, a lot of visual representations of her in kind of established iconographic traditions. The only thing we can talk about is actually her tombstone from Niedenburg from the 1420s. It's not her representation, but still it gives a perception of what kind of relations the local nuns and devotees might have with this kind of proto-saint and with her commemoration. For example, there is in Niedenburg Abbey also in the representation of Saint Hedwig. And some scholars kind of believe that actually it might function for local devotees as the representation of Gisela, but it's more of a kind of broad assumption, sorry. But as for kind of as contemporary representation, I've named them, and for medieval representation of her sanctity, apart from the Nuremberg Chronicle that I've shown, there is nothing that I could point at. And of course, the occasional miniatures and the Hungarian chronicles that I've also had on my slide, where Gisela is represented as a kind of pious supporter of saintly King Stephen.
So we didn't search for it in Hungary, because it's especially Hungarian art where it becomes in. But it's interesting that in comparison with Saint Stephen and Saint Emeric, it's much weaker. Yeah, we have a very interesting altars. For example, from Slovakia, from Poprad, it's Mateusz, formerly a village, now a part of that town, where is a beautiful altar with the life of Saint Stephen, Gisela, and Emeric. But Gisela is not saint. The only saint is there, Emeric. She's depicted here by funerary. And this, I think so, is the only representation till 15th century. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So please, it could be for you an interesting search. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Thank you.
I also kind of had the perception that in the Hungarian kind of memory of these events, the idea of Gisela, of this kind of evil Gisela, who was then intrigued behind the blighting of Ziel and so on, was quite strong and propagated by local chronicles. And kind of this a different commemorative scenario developed for her in Hungary as compared to the to kind of Bavarian lands and Passau, where she was actually buried. But that's a very nice call. Thank you. I will.
Yes, but the chronicles as well as legends are since 12th century illustrated, so you can collect those and other find some more sources.
Thank you.
Many thanks for the rich contributions, rich discussion. So, and many thanks to Iliana Kanja for her perfect paper.
Thanks.
And now, und nun kommt der nächste Sprecher. Und zwar Dr. Markus Hörsch mit dem Thema Irminkan von Rostal, Schwester der Heiligen Kunigunde, Kirchenstifterin und lokal verehrte Heilige. Herr Hörsch arbeitet im Leibniz-Institut für Geschichte und Kultur der östlichen Europa, also das ist bekannte GWZO in Leipzig. Er ist Kunsthistoriker und Germanist und beschäftigt sich vor allem mit Bildkünste und Architektur des Mittelalters und der frühen Neuzeit und auch mit der Kultur- und Transferprozesse im Mitteleuropa und mit der Hofkultur. Also herzlich willkommen, Herr Kollege, und Sie haben das Wort, bitte.
Ja, vielen Dank. Ich hoffe, man hört mich. Hört man mich?
Ja, sehr gut.
Kann man, ich weiß nicht, ob man eine PowerPoint-Präsentation starten könnte, weil ich hatte Herrn Istny gebeten, das vielleicht für mich zu tun.
Ja, Sie müssen das wahrscheinlich selbst machen.
Wie macht man das? Ich muss gestehen, dass ich nicht sehr erfahren bin in diesem Format. Aber ja, es ist nur eine...
Ein Moment noch. Man muss noch eine Minute warten.
Ja, ich muss mich entschuldigen, dass ich so, wie soll ich sagen, so unerfahren bin in diesen Dingen.
Ja, wir alle. Wir sind gleich. Ist schon da. Das ist
ja, genau.
Ja, das ist schon da. Also, Sie können beginnen, bitte.
Und ich kann dann sagen, wann man die nächste Seite...
Ja, das kann man gut sehen.
Genau, und man kann dann wechseln oder kann ich wechseln?
Wer wechselt das? Wir oder?
Das könnte, wenn Sie das machen könnten, dann sage ich vielleicht die nächste Folie.
Ja, sagen Sie einfach nächste Folie.
Genau.
Danke.
Okay, vielen Dank. Also ich möchte mich auch generell noch einmal bedanken, dass ich hier sozusagen als Outsider einen Beitrag leisten kann. Es ist ja so, dass ich wirklich, wie Sie auch schon sagten, eher ein Spätmittelalterforscher bin. Und ich bin im Zusammenhang mit der Katalogisierung des Diözesanmuseums von Eichstätt bin ich eben auf die heilige oder die wahrscheinlich heilige Irmingard von Rostal gestoßen und habe mich begonnen, damit zu befassen. Und ich hoffe jetzt, dass ich hier vielleicht eine Frage stellen kann letztlich mit diesem Vortrag. Ich hoffe, dass die hier vorhandene Fachkompetenz, die ja ungeheuer groß ist, dass sie vielleicht irgendwie einen Hinweis geben können oder aber eben vielleicht künftig auch mal noch auf die heilige Irmingard vielleicht ein bisschen achten könnten, denn sie ist ja eigentlich ganz und gar vergessen und unbekannt und der Anlass für meine Beschäftigung war eigentlich, dass ich überhaupt erst einmal klären wollte, um wen es sich überhaupt handelt und wie überhaupt diese ganze Sache zu verstehen ist. Wie gesagt, also die heilige Irmingard ist eine lange vergessene lokale Heilige. Sie ist so vergessen, dass sie im Handbuch der historischen Stätten Frankens mit keiner Silbe erwähnt wird. Der Namenszusatz von Rostal bezieht sich auf einen mittelfränkischen Marktort an der Bahnlinie von Nürnberg nach Stuttgart, etwa 15 Kilometer südwestlich von Fürth, in dessen Mitte, jetzt könnten wir die Folie zeigen, die nächste Folie.
Die nächste Folie, další Folie, prosím.
Ja, da ist also in der Mitte dieses Ortes steht also diese relativ große, dem heiligen Laurentius geweihte Pfarrkirche mit romanischem Langhaus und ungewöhnlicher Krypta. Sie ist noch von dem Friedhof, das können Sie auf dem Bild sehen, und einer spätmittelalterlichen Befestigung umgeben. Während die heutige Hauptverkehrsverbindung südwestlich-nordöstlich ausgerichtet ist, also eigentlich entlang der jetzigen Autobahnlinie 6 von Westen nach Prag, ist die ursprüngliche Urbs Horsadal, wie sie bei Widukind von Corvey also im 10. Jahrhundert erwähnt wird, im frühen Mittelalter, also bevor Nürnberg die Rolle des Zentralortes der Region einnahm, an der nord-südlich verlaufenden Hauptachse parallel zum Regnitz- und Rednitztal angesiedelt. Wir könnten die nächste Folie zeigen. Genau, hier sehen Sie die drei Gaue, die hier auch, Sie sehen in der Mitte eben diese Urbs Horsadal, wie sie Widukind nennt, und da außen herum die drei Gaue, die hier in der Nürnberger Gegend aneinanderstoßen, eben den Rangau, den Suala-Feldgau und den Nordgau, den sogenannten bayerischen Nordgau. Und Sie sehen da das von Nord-Süd verlaufend das Regnitz bzw. Rednitztal, durch das diese Hauptstraßenverbindung oder neben dem die Hauptstraßenverbindung verlief. Die frühe Nennung von Rostal als Urbs, sodann die Tatsache, dass dieser Ort 1328 erneut durch die Burggrafen von Nürnberg das Stadtrecht erhielt, aber nie befestigt wurde und schließlich das Stadtrecht 1821 wieder verloren hat, zeigt, dass dieser Ort seine besten Zeiten im 10., 11. Jahrhundert hatte. Vor allem die Überlieferung, dass 954 im Aufstand Liudolfs gegen seinen Vater, König Otto I., Rostal von den Anhängern Liudolfs gehalten wurde und nicht eingenommen werden konnte, erweist die damalige Bedeutung dieses Ortes. Dies hat in den letzten Jahrzehnten zu zahlreichen archäologischen Untersuchungen geführt. Wir könnten die nächste Folie zeigen. Wir sehen hier den Urkataster von Rostal mit der eingezeichneten wahrscheinlichen Befestigung der Burg. Das ist also ein Plan aus dem 19. Jahrhundert, in dem dann der wahrscheinliche Umfang der Burg Rostal eingezeichnet wurde. Sie sehen in der Mitte eben wieder die Laurentiuskirche. Und dann bitte die nächste Folie. Hier Hier sehen Sie die als schwarze Flächen, die Grabungsflächen, die in den 80er und 90er Jahren und die seither auch noch ergänzt wurden. Die schwarzen Flächen unten, die betreffen vor allem Nebengebäude der Burg. Und dann nochmal das nächste bitte. Hier sehen Sie nochmal die Grabungsflächen in einem etwas besseren Plan, der etwas später angelegt wurde durch Ettel. Da sehen Sie vor allem auch die eingezeichneten Wälle, die man dann schon ergraben hatte und die eben den Umriss der Burg in der karolingischen und der ottonischen Zeit anzeigen. Also diese Burg ist also offensichtlich ziemlich alten Datums. Man geht inzwischen davon aus, dass sie schon im späten 8. Jahrhundert gegründet wurde und man geht sogar davon aus inzwischen, dass der Ortsname mit guten Gründen auf eine slawische Wurzel zurückgeführt wird, zudem Rosthal eben im Zentrum einer ganzen Reihe slawischer Siedlungen liegt. Man muss auch davon ausgehen, dass in diesem Ort bereits früh eine Eigenkirche bestanden hat. Die These, dass diese Laurentiuskirche erst im Jahre 955 oder kurz danach gegründet wurde, da man das Patrozinium auf die siegreiche Schlacht am Laurentiustag auf dem Lechfeld bezog, ist meines Erachtens nicht sehr plausibel. Laurentius ist eben einer der wichtigsten römischen Märtyrer und spätestens seit dem 4. Jahrhundert schon intensiv verehrt. Und man müsste eigentlich mal genauer untersuchen, ob die pauschale Zuordnung früher Laurentius-Patrozinien zu dem historischen Ereignis nicht auch einer vielleicht etwas latent national betonten Geschichtsschreibung geschuldet ist, die die Erwähnung eines Gelübdes Ottos I. Vor der Schlacht auf dem Lechfeld eben überbewertet hat. Für Rosthal jedenfalls kann dies keinesfalls als gesichert gelten, da die Ursprünge der hiesigen Kirche im Dunkeln liegen. Geht man davon aus, dass Laurentius im Frankenreich generell, auch im königlichen Umfeld verehrt wurde, stärkt die Wahl dieses Patroziniums eher die Bedeutung Rosthals als Zentralort und dies höchstwahrscheinlich auch längere Zeit vor 955. Für einen Patrozinienwechsel, wie er auch schon vermutet wurde, gibt es allenfalls den Anhaltspunkt, dass vor der Reformation unter den 9 Altären der Kirche, die da genannt werden, auch ein Kiliansaltar war. Dies muss aber meines Erachtens auch nicht viel besagen, gehörte Rosthal doch bis zum Konkordat von 1817 nominell zum Bistum Würzburg, dessen Diözesanpatron hier ebenfalls früh verehrt worden ist. 1528 wurde dann eben durch die Markgrafen von Brandenburg die Reformation eingeführt und dadurch kam natürlich Rosthal zunächst einmal aus der katholischen Sphäre heraus und erst 1913 wurde dann eine neue katholische Kapelle errichtet, die nun dem Bistum Eichstätt zugeordnet wurde. Dadurch kommt natürlich auch eine gewisse Verwirrung zustande, die man heute eben immer wieder klar aufzeigen muss. Dadurch kam ich auch überhaupt auf diese heilige Irmingard. Ich möchte Ihnen das kurz zeigen. Bitte mal die nächste Folie. Das ist das Objekt, das ich in Eichstätt vorfand, eben einen Leuchter, den man in die 1460er, 70er Jahre datieren kann, jetzt im Eichstätter Domschatz und Diözesanmuseum mit einer Inschrift. Diese Inschrift heißt eben die heilige Irmingard von Rosthal, Schwester der heiligen Kaiserin Kunigundis, gestorben vor 3039. Also das ist aber eine neuere Inschrift. Offensichtlich also ich würde sogar sagen, die stammt überhaupt erst aus dem 20. Jahrhundert. Die ursprüngliche Bedeutung dieser Figur ist nicht klar. Der Leuchter ist ja abhanden gekommen, wie Sie sehen. Also auch der Verwendungsort ist nicht rekonstruierbar. Über diese Figur brauchen wir hier also gar nicht länger nachzudenken, denn es ist ziemlich sicher, dass diese Figur nicht die heilige Irmingard von Rosthal darstellt, auch wenn eben ein späterer historisch gelehrter, wahrscheinlich Eichstätter Theologe sie dieser zugeordnet hat. Das kam wahrscheinlich dadurch, dass man eben in Eichstätt, nachdem eine neue Kirchengemeinde in Rosthal errichtet worden war, sich auf die Rosthaler Traditionen beziehen wollte. Und diese Überlieferung Die ist doch relativ sicher, aber wir haben dafür sehr wenige Bildzeugnisse. Insofern werden wir jetzt einfach wahrscheinlich weitgehend bilderlos uns eben weiter bewegen müssen. Der Chronist Veit Arnpeck hielt Irmingard eben für die Gemahlin eines Herzog Ernst von Bayern. Beide seien in Rostal begraben, Ernst im Chor und Irmingard, Zitat, infra chorum, also wohl in der Krypta, auf die noch zurückzukommen sein wird, oder in der Nähe der Krypta. Über ihrem Grab, also wohl in der Kirche, befindet sich ein Muttergottesaltar, der von vielen Gläubigen besucht werde. Die genauen Angaben über die kostbare Kirche mit 9 Altären, insbesondere über Jahrtage und liturgisches Geläut, deuten auf eine historisch präzise Überlieferung, die Arnpeck irgendwo notiert hat. Der spätere Historiker Kaspar Brusch führte dann diese Tradition fort und setzt nun Irmingard, die er Erbelgard nennt, an die erste Stelle. Diese sei die Erbauerin der Rostaler Kirche, zugleich Pfalzgräfin bei Rhein und leibliche Schwester, also Germana Sorore, der heiligen Kunigunde, der Stifterin von Bamberg, also des Bistums Bamberg, gewesen, sowie Gemahlin des Herzogs Ernst von Bayern. Beide hätten geradezu königliche Grabmäler erhalten. Dasjenige Irmingards besitze zwar keine Inschrift, habe aber nur mit größten Kosten so kostbar errichtet werden können. Es gleiche demjenigen des Kaiserpaars Heinrichs II. Und Kunigundes im Bamberger Dom. Brusch zitiert wieder die Inschrift des Grabes Ernsts im Chor, die in den Quellen immer sehr ausführlich genannt wird, und verweist darauf, dass Rostal früher eine Burg der Herzöge von Bayern gewesen sei und nennt schließlich die sehr alte, geräumige Krypta unter der Kirche mit ihren Pfeilern. Und bereits, dass dieses alles natürlich eine historische Grundlage hat, belegt er schon im 13. Jahrhundert, also zwischen 1277 und 85, entstandene Abschluss der sogenannten Handschrift D der Versdichtung Herzog Ernst. Dort wird dieses Doppelbegräbnis wiederum erwähnt und davon berichtet, dass Gott durch Irmingard viel Zeichen, also Wunder, tue. Nun gibt es allerdings unter den bayerischen Herzögen aus den Familien der Luitpoldinger und Liudolfinger keinen Ernst. Und die Forschung zum Epos Herzog Ernst geht davon aus, dass die darin aufgegriffene Erzählung vom Aufstand des Herzogs gegen einen Kaiser auf die Rebellion Herzog Ernst II. Von Schwaben gegen den ersten Salier auf dem deutsch-römischen Thron Konrad II. Zu beziehen sei. Lediglich unter König Ludwig dem Deutschen, der ja hier auch schon öfters erwähnt wurde, der nominell seit 817 und de facto seit 826 etwa Bayern als Unterkönig regierte, amtierte als Graf der böhmischen Mark ein Dux Ernestus oder Ernustus, der eine stellvertretende Regierung bildete, und Ludwigs ältester Sohn Karlmann wurde mit dessen Tochter 861 erwähnt. Ernst machte gemeinsame Sache mit dem mährischen Herrscher Rastislav und wurde deswegen noch 861 abgesetzt. Ich verkürze das jetzt absichtlich etwas, weil ich sonst nicht fertig werde. Und dies wurde nun auch noch zuletzt 2010 als wissenschaftlicher Stand dargestellt, da dieser Ernst eben 861 wegen eines Vertrauensbruchs nach Rostal verbannt wurde und dort 865 verstorben sei. Für diese Hypothesen gibt es keinen Beleg, zumal Rostal damals noch direkter königlicher Besitz war. Die Zuschreibung an den Herzog von Bayern trifft nicht zu. Und Matthias Hensch hat, das wurde gestern auch schon hier erwähnt, versucht nachzuweisen, dass der Dux Ernustus auf der Burg Sulzbach begraben ist, was mir auch schon einleuchtender erscheint. Es gibt dann eine weitere These, wir müssen noch etwas bei diesem Ernst bleiben, weil es ja auch darum geht, wie weit Irmingard überhaupt mit diesem Ernst zu tun hatte. Da hat der frühere, das war eigentlich nur ein Hobbyhistoriker, August Ortegel, der aber sehr, sehr genau eigentlich geforscht hat und sorgsam argumentiert hat, 1944 eine andere Erklärung gefunden. Den Satz von Arnpeck, Zitat, auch hatte dieser Fürst Ernst eine Burg in Rostal, die die Ungarn mit großer Macht belagert haben, lässt sich durch den Bericht Widokins von Korvey ergänzen. bei dem bereits erwähnten Aufstand Liudolfs gegen seinen Vater Otto I. hätten Liudolf und seine Verbündeten die Ungarn ins Land gerufen. Diese hätten sich aber dem herannahenden königlichen Heer nicht gestellt, sondern seien, geleitet durch vom Königssohn gestellte Führer, marodierend durch Franken gezogen. Dabei hätten sie, Zitat, zuerst unter ihren eigenen Freunden, da sie einem namens Ernst, der zur Partei Liudolfs gehörte, von seinen hörigen Leuten mehr als 1000 Gefangene wegschleppen, sodann aber unter allen übrigen unbeschreibliche Verheerung angerichtet, Zitat Ende. Nun folgte, nachdem die Ungarn dann gen Lothringen weitergezogen waren und sich die gegnerischen Parteien zunächst am 16. Juni 959 in Langenzenn, also 18 Kilometer von Rostal entfernt, getroffen hatten, jenes eingangs erwähnte Ereignis dem Rostal seine erste Erwähnung verdankt. Nachdem sich die Verbündeten Liudolfs mit Otto geeinigt hatten, verließ nur Liudolf den Verhandlungsort ohne Einigung Richtung Regensburg. Das nachsetzende königliche Heer belagerte Rostal, verließ diesen befestigten Ort nach verlustreichem Kampf, da es wichtigere Dinge zu erledigen gab. Urkundlich ist greifbar, dass Otto bereits einige Tage zuvor dem Grafen Ernst gehörende Güter im Suala-Feld anderweitig verliehen habe, weil, Zitat, dieses Erbe uns vom Volk öffentlich durch Urteil zuerkannt wurde, weil derselbe Ernst und uns am meisten feindlich entgegenstand. Zitat Ende. Dazu passt recht gut die überlieferte Grabinschrift in Rostal, die Erlösungsbedürftigkeit Ernsts besonders hervorhebt. Oder hervorhoben, muss man jetzt sagen, weil sie nicht mehr existiert. Zitat, diesem Ernst möge gegeben werden, dass er ruhe, so möchten es alle Gläubigen erbitten. Gib ihm Ruhe, Christus, damit dieser immer mit dir sei. Dies ist insofern glaubwürdig, als die Suala-Feldgrafen generell den Leitnamen Ernst führten, sodass wir also wahrscheinlich hier ein Begräbnis dieses Grafen Ernst vorfinden können. Damit ergibt sich aber dann ein Abstand von etwa einem halben Jahrhundert zumindest zwischen den Lebenszeiten Ernst und Irmingards. Nimmt man die Überlieferung ernst, sie sei eine leibliche Schwester der heiligen Kunigunde gewesen. Sie können also kaum verheiratet gewesen sein, wie das eben die ganze ältere Literatur oder Überlieferung mitteilt. Und wie man das offensichtlich in Rostal wahrscheinlich geglaubt oder dort erfunden hat. Sicher ist hingegen, wie bereits angedeutet, dass in Rostal Mitte des 10. Jahrhunderts eine Kirche bestand. Und diese entstand wahrscheinlich noch, wie man das jetzt eben aus archäologischer Seite sieht, schon zu Ende des 8. Jahrhunderts. Also vielleicht eine wesentlich ältere Gründung, zumal es sich bei Rostal um eine der sogenannten Urpfarreien handelt. Wir haben also jetzt hier eine Situation, die inzwischen wieder zerfallen ist, sozusagen in verschiedene Bereiche. Und es sind nun seit den Forschungen von August Ortegel, den ich gerade erwähnte, einige Quellen und Hypothesen hinzugekommen, die seine zunächst sehr plausibel erscheinenden Deutungen in Frage stellen. Ortegel war nämlich derjenige, dem man heute noch meistens in der Literatur und im Internet folgt. Er war nämlich der Meinung, dass er Bruchs Hinweis auf eine Rheinpfalzgräfin annehmen sollte oder dem folgen sollte, dass Irmingard die einzige Tochter des Grafen Gottfried des Älteren von Verdun und der Mathilde Billung gewesen sei, also aus der luxemburgischen Region. Und diese hat ja dann den Otto I. geheiratet. Ich versuche etwas zu kürzen, weil ich sonst zeitlich wahrscheinlich nicht durchkomme. Ich versuche das also etwas zu verkürzen. Ich bitte um Entschuldigung, wenn ich ab und zu springe. Diese Irmgard von Verdun heiratete dann eben Otto I. aus dem rheinfränkischen Haus der Konradiner, genannt von Hammerstein. Dieses Paar ist ja nun historisch sehr bekannt. die hatten sehr großen Grundbesitz in der Rheingegend, in der Wetterau, im Engersgau. Und sie hatten auch einen Sohn namens Udo, der 1034 starb. Dieses Paar ist ja besonders deswegen bekannt, weil Heinrich II. Und der Erzbischof Aribo von Mainz die sozusagen verfolgt haben, in Anführungszeichen, indem man ihre
Herr Hersch, hören wir uns? Máme nějaký problém? Jsme offline, jo?
My pravděpodobně jsme online, ale doktor Hersch.
Aha.
Můžete dát jenom výzvu, jestli by si třeba zkusil vypnout kameru.
Also, falls Sie mir hören, löschen Sie bitte kurz Ihre Kamera ab. Das kann helfen. Aha, takže se musí znovu připojit. Also, jetzt warten wir kurz. We are waiting for the connection from Germany. It should be here some small music. Do we have anything? With colleague Hersch is now out of order, so I would like to please dear colleague Gábor Klanicaj, if he hears me. Gábor.
Yes, I hear you.
Hello, perfect. So please, it's your floor now, because Mr. Hersch is now out of order, so you have the floor now. It's your floor now. And I'm sorry. I would like to invite dear colleague Gábor Klanicaj, who is VIP in the field of the hagiography in Europe. He is a university professor at Laurent Edwards University in Budapest, and also at CU, Central European University. And as I said, he is his main field are the saints, mainly the royal saints, religious life in the high Middle Ages. And I am very pleased that you can speak with us in our Carolinum. So welcome, and it's your floor.
Thank you. I will try to share my screen.
And I forgot, excuse me, the theme is now the theme of Professor Klanicaj is a new chapter of the Christianization of Central European courts, the saintly princesses of the 13th century.
Do you see my screen now?
Yes, perfect.
Yeah. So let me start. First of all, let me thank you this kind invitation, and I'm very sorry not to be present physically in Prague. It would have been very nice, but the situation is bad. And I must say also that I enjoyed tremendously this tournament around the problem of Christian, the legend of Christian, and also the whole set of lectures on Saint Ludmila. Let me start my lecture. In the past 1.5 days, in connection with the historical role and the impressive cult of Saint Ludmila, we had a new and many-sided insight into how the veneration of the female founding saint of the ruling dynasty could contribute to the Christianization of a country in medieval Europe. This factor received a special attention in the fairly recent comparative project organized by Nora Berend on Christianization and the rise of Christian monarchy, where beside Polish, Scandinavian and Hungarian scholars, also two Czech colleagues, Dusan Češčík and Josef Žemlička, took part, confirming the words of St. Paul, sanctifying the unbelieving husband through his wife, which had been mentioned so many times in this conference. Examined in detail by Martin Homza, these mulieres suadentes were central figures in the Christianization of Central and Eastern Europe. And I have to express my regrets that her legend is not included in the volume I recently edited on the saints of the Christianization age. Christianization is, however, a much longer and broader process in this region, extending well into the Central Middle Ages. As a rejoinder to the themes around the first millennium, I will discuss a new 13th century phase of this process, also related to saintly women within the ruling dynasties of Central Europe. This new religious breakthrough of women, further promoting Christianization in their royal and princely courts, was very intensively supported by the mendicant orders. While in Italy and in the south of France, Franciscans and Dominicans above all fought heresies and reformed urban religious life, in Central and Northern Europe, their first objective was to juxtapose voluntary poverty to courtly splendor and curtail the abuse of secular power by charitable investments. The best allies of the mendicant preachers in this field were the saintly queens and the princesses. One example stands out here, that of Saint Elizabeth of Hungary, the wife of the Thuringian Landgrave Louis II, who became the most popular new female saint of the late Middle Ages. Around 2007, there was a torrent of new publications of her on the occasion of the 800th anniversary of her birth. As well known, the planned marriage which brought Elizabeth, daughter of King Andrew II of Hungary, to the Thuringian court was promoted by one of the artisans of a new political dynastical alliance in the eastern part of the Holy Roman Empire, the rising house of Andechs-Meran, from which Gertrude, wife of Andrew II, originated, and Hedwig, wife of Henry the Bearded, Prince of Silesia, also, incidentally, Agnes, third wife of Philip II, King of France. The links between the Arpad and the Przemysl dynasty had been forced by the marriage of Przemysl Ottokar and Constance, sister of King Andrew II. The marriage alliance which defined the fate of Saint Elizabeth, the planned dynastic link between the Arpadians and the Thuringian Ludoving dynasty, yet another upcoming regional power in the times of Landgrave Hermann I, was part of this network. An important set of alliances. Its memory is eternalized in the famous Landgrafen Psalter from 1211-13, where Thuringian, Czech and Hungarian ruling couples are represented side by side. This political alliance on the side of Emperor Frederick II was also at the basis of the 5th and 6th Crusade, where first Andrew II of Hungary and Leopold VI of Austria from the Babenberg, yet another emerging Central European dynasty, took part in 1217-18, and subsequently the following venture, it was the brief attempt at the 6th Crusade, which cost the life of Elizabeth's husband Ludwig IV, who died in 1227 in Otranto on the way to the Holy Land. The Thuringian court, where Elizabeth was transferred as a child, was one of the rising centers of the new secular courtly culture, reputed to be the scene of lascivious courtly fashions and poetic tournaments, with the participation of Walter von der Vogelweide and Wolfram von Eschenbach. The memory of this is also preserved in the memory of the famous Wartburg Krieg, where, according to a later legend of Elizabeth, the mysterious figure Klingsor von Ungerland drew the attention upon the birth of a potential wife candidate, Elizabeth. It was the Christianization of this exploding courtly culture which became one of the objectives of the rising mendicant orders at the beginning of the 13th century. The grown-up Elizabeth, married to Landgrave Louis II, amazed the world with her conversion under the influence of a Franciscan friar, Rodeger, becoming a patron of this new ideal of voluntary poverty, then by submitting herself humbly to the stern, often brutal spiritual guidance of Conrad of Marburg, an independent crusade preacher. Her charity, feeding the poor, caring for sick children, children refusing courtly luxury at pompous feasts, doing, despite her royal origins, manual work such as weaving, her turning the palace of Wartburg to a kind of hospital, juxtaposing a kind of heavenly court to the previously lascivious Thuringian secular court. Although she bore 3 children to Ludwig, she became a new model of realizing saintly life within marriage, converting her husband as well to pious spiritual life. Ludwig could be persuaded to depart for crusade and died on the road, and Elizabeth mourned him with tears, but accepted this religious choice with agreement. As a widow, Elizabeth founded a hospital for lepers in Marburg and moved there to treat the sick, endangering her life by the frequent contacts with the contracted, which seemed to be an exaggeration even for Master Conrad, who punished her with severe flogging. The early death and the exploding cult of Elizabeth, canonized in 1235, convinced also the mighty royal and princely families to support this new ideal and take benefit from this glamour. Pope Gregory IX also stressed it in a letter to Queen Beatrice of Castile, where he urged her to follow the example of the new saint, this precious pearl, as he said. He also mentioned Elizabeth's cousin, Agnes of Bohemia, where her inspiration has already made a wonderful effect. Inebriated by Elizabeth's example, Agnes turned down her royal, even imperial suitors. She founded a hospital at a convent of the Poor Clares in 1234 in Prague, where she lived for the rest of her life, I quote, joining the company of sacred virgins going with burning lamps to meet their bridegroom. Indeed, Saint Elizabeth's cult generated a mighty impact in most European courts. It initiated a mendicant and female reform movement to redesign courtly society. The sense of this impact is well epitomized by a phrase of Mechtild of Magdeburg, a late 13th century Beguine, who wrote the following in her Das fließende Licht der Gottheit. Asking the God how it was that Elizabeth had been able to acquire such great fame during her short life, the Lord answered her as follows. Elizabeth was my ambassador to the unbelieving damsels who sit around in their castles in gross immorality, doing nothing but dallying with men and just whiling away the time. She alerted them and showed them the right direction. and great many women who had the will and the ability have followed her example. In my books and studies, I have dealt in detail with this process, how several European princesses got associated to recently founded mendicant convents related to these in royal and princely courts. Martin Homza made also an allusion to that this morning. These convents became kinds of alternative power centers. And the pious princesses in these convents, allied with their mendicant confessors, were showing up a just and religious way of exercising power, refusing secular opulence and luxury, pleading for peace and fair judgment, opposing a kind of female-dominated heavenly court to the secular, worldly one they have turned their back to. I have labeled these saintly princesses Filiae Sanctae Elizabeth in my book. They're joint and interrelated cults based on personal acquaintance and close genealogical ties, too numerous to be enumerated here, promoted by their Franciscan and Dominican confessors and legend writers, documented also in canonization processes, constitute a fascinating corpus of documents on the whole role of women in Christianization of Central Europe. I will try to provide some brief insights to this network. Elizabeth's maternal aunt, Saint Hedwig of Silesia, embarked on the road to heavenly glory sooner than her niece, but outlived her by more than a decade. So her veneration as a saint started only later, after 1267. She was married to Henry I the Bearded, Prince of Silesia, and she bore 7 children to her husband. Then, in 1209, the princely couples took a solemn vow of abstinence. From then on, Hedwig spent most of her time in the Cistercian abbey founded for her daughter, Gertrude, in Trebnitz in 1202. She venerated the saintly nuns, saintly nuns in a very peculiar manner. She regularly kissed the stairs of their stall or their dirty towels. She collected their bathing water and used it to heal the eyes of ill children. And in a vision, she received the blessing of a moving crucifix for her piety. Elizabeth's example inspired Hedwig and her husband to found a women's hospital for lepers in Neumarkt around 1230. She was caring about the lepers, cleaning and even kissing their wounds, to a point that, according to an anecdote of Cesarius of Heisterbach, titled De Ducitia Leprosa, she got even contracted with this illness. It was around the same time that she switched her allegiance from the Cistercians to the Franciscans. The Friars Minor arrived in Wrocław in 1232, and presumably it was at this point that she chose the Franciscan Herbert for her confessor. Hedwig must have followed the process of Elizabeth's canonization closely. We know that she managed to acquire Elizabeth's black kerchief, a prize relic indeed. When she died, they covered her head with this same black kerchief, which then passed on to her daughter Gertrude, the abbess of Trebnitz. Hedwig, however, did not lose her influence in the worldly matters of politics either. On the contrary, with her religious prestige, she returned strengthened to the worldly matters. She intervened in judgments of secular courts, showing more merciful face of power. There are other miniatures in the Hedwig Codex which illustrate this, which unfortunately I didn't manage to get here. And then she also went to embassy to Mazovia to liberate her husband for captivity. She could exercise really a new kind of secular power as well. Now let me turn to Agnes of Bohemia. The new style of saintly way of life dominating the court of, first to Anne of Bohemia, the sister of Agnes of Bohemia. New style of saintly way of life dominating the court of Silesia had a serious impact upon the daughter-in-law of Hedwig, Anne of Bohemia, the sister of Agnes. Her veneration to Elizabeth is attested by her donation of some mass vestments to the Church of St. Elizabeth in Marburg. And in 1250, she presented the abbey at Trebnitz with a gold and silver encrusted rib of Elizabeth's, adorned the altar dedicated to her with a gold embroidered altar cloth prepared perhaps by herself. She was widowed in 1241. Her husband Henry was, as well known, killed in the Tartar invasion. And after several years spent in Silesia as regent for her sons, she ended up following Agnes's example. In 1257, she founded a convent of Poor Clares in Wrocław, where she could retire, and there she spent her remaining years. She was also venerated as a saint after her death in Poland, though she never got canonized. As for Agnes of Bohemia, I should not be very detailed here, but some significant events and texts should be still remembered. Daughter of King Przemysl Ottokar I and Constance of Hungary, the aunt of Saint Elizabeth, her life began, like that of many other royal daughters, with a series of attempts to give her to a convenient dynastic marriage. At the age of 3, she was given to live at the court of Henry the Bearded and Hedwig of Silesia as the intended wife of their oldest son, but when he died, she was returned to Prague. Subsequent prospective bridegrooms included Henry VII, son of Emperor Frederick II, Henry III of England, and even Emperor Frederick II himself, if we can believe the sources. Finally, she was left to seek company more to her liking and became very close to the Franciscans, who had settled in Prague in 1233. Her first step towards religious patronage was made, as already mentioned, by solemnly founding a hospital for the ill people to be cared for by the Knights of the Red Cross in Prague. Not long thereafter, on Pentecost Sunday of 1234, she entered the Central Europe's first convent of Poor Clares in Prague, founded by her, to live there the rest of her life. Agnes pledged her life to her heavenly bridegroom in a ceremonial sequence very similar to the one in which St. Clare had joined the community led by St. Francis some 20 years earlier. Like Clare, who had gone to take her vows on Palm Sunday, looking her loveliest, so Agnes appeared in church dressed for the last time in her most sumptuous attire. As her legend says, aglow with the flame of mystical love and scorning royal pomp and worldly glory, like an innocent dove fleeing the deluge menacing this world, flitted into the sacred ark of religion with 7 of the noblest virgins of the kingdom. The admiring tone of the famous epistles addressed to her by Clare of Assisi provide a vivid expression of the enthusiasm by which the continuation of Elizabeth's example was contemplated from Italy. The text is here, now I will skip not to take too much time. As for the role of Agnes's role in her heavenly court, whose spirituality of voluntary poverty and ascetic exercises is described in detail in her legend, Candor Lucis Aeternae, 2 elements should be mentioned briefly. The strict principles of poverty did not make Clare's community less aristocratic. King Wenceslas I, Agnes's brother, and the Bohemian nobility made more than certain that the sisters lacked for nothing and had plenty left for generous almsgiving, turning secular gifts into a religiously distributed gift. Agnes of Bohemia also had an important political role. An extended correspondence with the Popes Gregory IX and Innocent IV remained. Papal legates advised the popes to use her as a mediator towards the Bohemian king. She also played a role in the peace that her brother, King Wenceslas I, made in 1249 with his young rebellious son and heir, the future Ottokar Przemysl II. After Wenceslas' troops retook Prague from the noble rebels, the king and his son met in the convent of Agnes and were reconciled there. Wenceslas had himself crowned a second time in the church of the Poor Clares on the feast of the Assumption of the Virgin Mary in the presence of his saintly sister and his humble son. Ottokar seems to have resented his aunt after he legitimately succeeded to the throne in 1253. he lost no time finding an excuse to prohibit Agnes, who carried on an extensive correspondence with the policy after that. But she was retained from meddling in his political affairs. On the other hand, Agnes's convent became a center for fostering the Przemyśl's dynastic traditions after King Wenceslas I chose to be buried in the monastery of her sister. Agnes in 1253 had a little mausoleum built in the convental church, a chapel founding the tombs of the rest of the family, and the chapel of the Redeemer was consecrated in 1261 in the presence of Agnes and Ottokar II the Przemysl, with very nice carved heads of kings, and also some daughters of Przemysl Ottokar II were buried there. Let me turn now to Margaret of Hungary, who fits very well to this series. The eighth child of King Bela IV and Maria Lascaris was born on 27th January in 1242 in Greece, after the attack of the marauding Tartars, and the parents were flying there and dedicated their daughter as a sacrifice or expiation to the service of God. And as the Tatars withdrew, she was sent to the Dominican convent, first to Veszprém, then to another one constructed specially for her at the Lepers Island near Buda in 1252, with 18 of her companions, and spending the rest of her life there. She could not avoid fully the fate of royal daughters either. Her father made time and again efforts to involve her in dynastic marriage to Charles of Anjou, to various Polish and Galician princes, and to Ottokar Przemysl II also, efforts which Margaret, true to her religious vows, successfully resisted, menacing to cut her nose and lips to render herself ugly if her father insisted. Meanwhile, she tirelessly emulated Saint Elizabeth in her charitable activities, caring for sick, feeding the poor, transmitting donations she received from her family to hospices or to the poor sisters, humiliating herself with tiresome manual labor in the cloister. Her body was wasted by this life of strict asceticism. She died when she was barely 28 years old. As for a religious influence of politics, a case similar to that of Agnes of Bohemia could be mentioned. At a time of protracted and devastating war between King Bela IV and Stephen V, the junior king, in a fiery passage decrying the tyranny of the mighty, the legend of Saint Margaret tells us how the princess tried to mediate between her father and her brother. The peace treaty between the father and son was finally signed on the island of Lepers, quite probably in Margaret's cloister in March 1266. The oldest legend of her life, there is also another image of Buddha and the cloister of Margaret. And the oldest legend of her life must have been prepared immediately after her passing away, probably by her Dominican confessor, Friar Marcellus, and the year after her death, the brother King Stephen V, in conjunction with the Dominicans, initiated her canonization investigation, which was then duly ordered by Pope Gregory X. And then after a first investigation, a second investigation came, recording the testimonies of more than 110 witnesses, among them 38 Dominican nuns, a valuable testimony on the everyday life of the community around Margaret and her heavenly court. Well, this series of examples could be continued, but the time is out. I would just project the image of Krakow to remember the saintly princesses Salome, wife of the brother of Bela IV, who after becoming a widow because of Koloman was killed in 1241 in the Mongolian attack, returned to her brother Boleslaus the Shy and became a cleric sister there. And Saint Kinga, the wife of the latter, who lived in a virginal marriage with her husband, and after becoming a widow founded the Claris convent in Novi Sanch. And these foundations have recently been analyzed by a number of works. Let me mention here an English young historian, Kirsty and Day, who wrote a very nice thesis on them. Then the metaphor of heavenly court could also be extended to the west and to the south, to the Capetians. Louis IX and his sister Isabel of France studied in admirable monographs by Jacques Le Goff and Schoenfield of the Naples Angevins, who carried on this tradition with direct Central European links, relying on their belonging to the Beata Stirps of the saintly lineage of both Arpadians and the Capetians. But for the presentation of this, there is no more time here, just a moment to stress that this new Christianization, this ongoing Christianization process of the 13th century, with the role of these saintly princesses and their allied mendicant confessors, is a very important phase that concludes it partly in the royal courts, turning the religious spirit of the royal courts of Central Europe, a very important one by the 14th century, which also Bohemia could experience in the time of Charles IV. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Gabor. It was perfect. So we knew now that not only the foundation persons of the Central European states as Ludmila and the other, but also the big group of the new saints from 13th century were very important in this second wave of the Christianization of Central Europe. Please, do you have any questions, any contribution to this paper? There is somebody. Gregor Spatz, please.
Gabor, thank you very much for this very inspiring paper. I would like just to stress that I like that the fact that you stress this interesting point that there is a sort of continuity in this hagiography of holy women, that we can find similar things in those from the early Middle Ages and the ones you described, like this. I don't know. For example, this role in the marriage when they convince their husbands for a pious action, for mercy and so on. But on the other hand, there is also, as you stress, this completely new spirit in this new movement. This spirit related with mendicants mainly. I like very much this sentence of André Vaucher, who said that this difference can be very well seen when one compare the life of St. Margaret of Scotland and St. Elizabeth, when one is funding the monasteries and the other is funding the hospital to serve herself there. So this is this very interesting moment when we have a lot of continuation. Obviously, we can guess, I mean, not obviously, but we can guess that those women or her hagiographers also know this older hagiography, so they are inspired by it. But on the other hand, we can also see that something changed, and this change, as you showed, that it was quite big. In fact, it was something really new, and this is quite interesting that this phenomenon, which is related with mendicants, so can be probably found everywhere in Europe, more or less. This new type of piety is so much important in this part of Europe, in the cults of this part of Europe. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just a very brief reaction. Indeed, I think that the hagiographic tradition is very important, and one can see this, for example, reaching back to the early Middle Ages. She has not been mentioned so many times, but Radegund, the legend of Radegund, for example, the nightly prayer was very similar. I think the novelty, as you stressed, and that might be important, the novelty is that the 13th century legend of Elizabeth is very new, that she did not refuse marriage, but rather she converted the husband to allow her this new religious choice without refusing him as a person. And that is a very interesting, new and richer image, which is actually corresponding to a new vision on marriage in general in medieval Christianity. And I would say that if one reaches back to these converting women in the 11th century, 10th, 11th century, the interesting thing is we know little about them, but actually they were not so much sanctified for refusing their husbands as Radegon, but rather siding their husbands, like Gisela, for example, although she was accused at one point, but not by the husband.
Thank you. Professor Homza.
So, first of all, I'm very glad to see you, Gabor, at least on my screen. And of course, it is really nice to hear your voice and even your thoughts. And in spite of the fact that we are not so far from each other, you are in Budapest and I'm in Bratislava, we do not have so many possibilities to meet each other. But still, our thoughts are approaching each other, and there is some question what I would like to give you. Of course, I see this central position of the court of Arpadians in the 13th century in the development of new wave of saintly women, saintly queens and princesses, but still I have several candidates for comparison with them, and namely there is St. Euphrosyna of Polotsk, which is the patroness of Belarus of today, and St. Tamara of Georgia, and St. Helena of Serbia, and still I do not know what they do have in common, whether they or their no ideologies, but people who stands behind their saintly life. They were aware about some kind of net through Europe, through confessions, but still in the frame of Christianity.
Thank you for this comment, Martin. I'm very glad, and I enjoyed very much this morning's presentation too. And I think you have the merit to reach out for these less discussed examples, which are also following a very similar model. So I know that the Arpadians, for example, had a very big network of marriage policies through all the Balkans as well. And also these marriage policies were reaching out to the East as well. And these examples should also be part of this type of comparative examination. It's a pity that they are less documented precisely because it was on the margins also, and that is a very interesting thing, on the margins of Latin Christianity and Orthodox Christendom, and this is still a task to be done. Evelyn Patlajon had a very interesting essay on pointing out how in the 12th, 13th century, a new network of Christianizing courts were joining the whole European dynastic network and political network, which then by the Mongolian attack was partly crushed, but still was very important to take in consideration. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. That can be many things, and not only the Hungarian princes were on the margin of Christianity, but the Hungarian princesses were also married for the Czech kings. For instance, this case of Přemysl Otakar II and his wife Kunigunde of Mačva. Yeah. So this is a good example. Her father was Orthodox, Rastislav of Černigov, and the second example, this Constantia of Hungary, the daughter of Belo IV, was married to Lev Danielovich in Lvov, and there are several examples which work somehow together, and yes, this can be good and new research which can be done on the field as well, but still, you see, it has some impact into our Ludmila as well in Prague. Exactly.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you to all speakers, and especially to Gábor Klanicaj. Many greetings to Budapest, also from me. And now I know, ich weiß schon, dass unser Kollege Hersch ist wieder am Internet. Also, ich bitte Sie, Herr Kollege, kurz zum Ende Ihres Vortrags zu kommen. Und,
ja, ich hoffe, Sie hören mich wieder.
Ja, wir hören Sie wieder.
Ich muss mich entschuldigen, ich weiß nicht, eine höhere Macht hat eingegriffen, die Verbindung wurde einfach unterbrochen. Ich werde versuchen, einfach in einigen Sätzen den Vortrag zu resümieren, den Schluss zu resümieren, wenn es okay ist.
Ja, bitte schon kurz und danach eine Diskussion.
Es ging mir darum, zum einen die ganze Forschungslage, die ja sehr diffizil ist zu resümieren, und da waren wir stehen geblieben bei der früheren These, dass diese Irmingard eben mit der Irmingard von Hammerstein zu identifizieren sei, also einem sehr berühmten Paar, weil es da relativ viel Literatur dazu gibt und zu der Frage der Verwandtenehe. Nun muss man sagen, dass diese Irmingard von Hammerstein, die man lange für die Irmingard von Rostal hielt, dass diese These, wenn man es einfach zusammenfassen will, nicht haltbar ist, weil schon aus dem Grunde, weil man sich eigentlich nicht vorstellen kann, dass eine Dame, die sehr kämpferisch für ihre angegriffene Ehe eintrat, die sogar selbst bis zum Papst in Rom ging, die exkommuniziert war einige Jahre lang, dass diese Dame dann ausgerechnet in Rostal begraben worden sein sollte und dass man ausgerechnet diese Dame dann für eine Heilige hielt. Also da glaube ich, dass es sozusagen in diesem ganzen Narrativ so viele Widersprüche gibt, dass das eigentlich nicht vorstellbar ist. Man hat da noch Hilfskonstruktionen geschaffen, die man dann am besten in der schriftlichen Version vielleicht meines Vortrags auch nachlesen kann, dass man nämlich zuerst dachte, noch die Irmingard sei dann noch mit einem Grafen des Rangau verheiratet gewesen in erster Ehe. Also es wird alles sehr kompliziert. Aber der langen Rede kurzer Sinn, ich denke, dass man diese Identifikation nicht aufrechterhalten kann, obwohl da sehr viel bedrucktes Papier vorliegt und sehr viel Literatur vorhanden ist. Vielmehr muss man wohl einer jüngeren Forschungsmeinung nachgehen. Und das war eben dann auch der Punkt, den ich hier einmal vortragen wollte, dass es eben tatsächlich sich doch um eine leibliche Schwester der heiligen Kunigunde gehandelt haben könnte, die allerdings in den Quellen bis dahin eben auch nur ganz selten auftritt, nämlich vor allem in einer Handschrift, in einem Nekrologium der später gegründeten Augustinerchorherren des Augustinerchorherrenstifts Ranshofen, jetzt in Oberösterreich. Und da wird eben tatsächlich erwähnt, eine Ermintrud Abbатissa Soror Eius, also Kunigundis. Und diese Dame ist tatsächlich, also offensichtlich eine Schwester der heiligen Kunigunde, die bisher historisch wenig greifbar ist. Nun hat man eben diese lokale Überlieferung in in Rostal, dass es sich eben um diese Schwester gehandelt haben könnte. Es gibt da gewisse Widersprüche in der Namensgebung, also zwischen Ermintrud und Irmingard, aber man versucht es auch durch die etwas komplexe Überlieferungslage zu begründen. Und dann haben wir eben diese baulichen Reste in Rostal, die doch darauf hinweisen, dass es sich eben um eine frühe, relativ bedeutende Kirche gehandelt hat, in die dann hinein diese Irmingard begraben wurde. Sie war also nicht vielleicht die Stifterin dieser Kirche insgesamt, sondern vielleicht einer nicht besonders langlebigen kirchlichen Institution, die in Rostal gegründet worden ist, sodass wir eben auch mal schauen müssten, wie in diesem mittelfränkischen Bereich, wo es ja mehrere Heilige gibt dieser Art, also mehrere so lokal verehrte Heilige, vielleicht ist es auch bekannt, dass die heilige Stilla in Abenberg verehrt wird, dass es in Kornburg gab es eine ähnliche Verehrung einer Heiligen. Diese Dinge sind alle durch die Reformation sehr stark ausgelöscht worden. Die Kirche in Rostal ist 1627 abgebrannt und dadurch sind auch sämtliche baulichen Reste zerstört worden. Auch die schon erwähnten Altäre in der Kirche sind zerstört worden. Wir haben also keine wirklich konkreten Hinterlassenschaften. Aber es wäre mir eben hier nun ein Anliegen gewesen, diese These einmal vorzubringen, dass wir vielleicht tatsächlich mit einer Schwester der heiligen Kunigunde es zu tun haben und vielleicht wird in der künftigen Forschung doch noch die eine oder andere Spur einmal auftauchen, die uns klarer macht, wer und warum nun gerade in Rostal diese Irmingard oder Ermindrud verehrt worden ist. Ja, also das war jetzt in sehr kurzer Fassung der Schluss meines Vortrags und vielleicht gibt es ja schon einige Hinweise oder noch Fragen.
Vielen Dank, Herr Hersch, für Ihren Vortrag. Ich muss sagen, ich habe 2 Semester an der Universität in Eichstätt studiert und habe nicht über die heilige Irmingard gehört. Also es freut mich, Sie kennenzulernen, diese verlorene und wiedergefundene Tochter der heiligen Kunigunde. Also gibt es irgendwelche Fragen? Herr Professor Reut, bitte schön.
Ich habe nur eine kleine Frage über Inschrift unter den Statuen. Stammt vom 17. Jahrhundert oder ist älteste?
Also ich glaube, dass sie aus dem 20. Jahrhundert ist.
Ach so.
Die Inschrift ist so stilisiert und so historisierend. Ich glaube, dass das erst vielleicht sogar erst nach 1945.
Ja, wir haben ähnliche Beispiel bei Statuen Heiliger Günther. Auf Gutwasser, das nicht auch Günther, aber Apostel, ja, ursprünglich diese Gnadenbilder, ja, das ist möglich. Danke vielmals.
Danke sehr. Gibt es irgendwelche andere Fragen und Hinweise, bitte? Iliana Kanja, bitteschön.
Vielen Dank für Ihren Vortrag. Ist es okay, dass ich meine Frage auf Englisch stelle?
Ja.
Thanks a lot. I'm not that confident. Thanks a lot for your talk. I'm studying the cult of St. Kunigunde, so I really enjoyed learning about her sister. And I wanted to ask or point your attention to Saint Ahahildis von Windenstein, that's also considered to be a sister of Kunigunde, but a completely fictitious, and actually they are from the same area near Nuremberg, and also at the end of the 15th century that her local cult developed. So it's kind of also very interesting that a similar type of memory of sanctity attached to prominent saint of the region develops basically in like 50 kilometers from each other. Yeah.
It was my first idea or my first aim to have all these saints in the region. There are lots, or not lots, but a few of them, as I told, in Kornburg and in Abenberg and so on. We have a lot of these more or less saint women, and I try to have a Zusammenstellung of. Please excuse my missing English. I try to have some comparisons of these saints, but I'm not at this point now. But this will be an aim to have all this together.
So, many thanks. Gibt es andere Fragen? Falls nicht, ich bedanke mich bei Ihnen, Herr Hersch. Viele Grüße nach Deutschland. Ich weiß nicht, wo Sie sind, in Bayern oder in Sachsen. Ich bin jetzt in Bayern oder ja. In Franken. In Franken. In Franken, also viele Grüße nach Franken. Und nun den letzten Vortrag heute und den letzten überhaupt hält unser Prorektor, unser Magnificus unserer Universität, Jan Reut. Der ist Kunsthistoriker und er beschäftigt sich vor allem mit der Frage der mittelalterlichen Bilder, aber auch mit dem heiligen Kult in der bildenden Kunst und mit der frühen neuzeitlichen Religiosität. Und sein Vortrag heute ist nicht an das Mittelalter gestellt, sondern schon an der Barockzeit, Ikonographie und also die heiligen, seligen und ehrwürdigen Königinnen, Fürstinnen aus dem Geschlecht der Przemysliden und ihr zweites Leben in Kult und Ikonographie der Neuzeit. Es freut mich, Magnifizent, Sie hier begrüßen und Sie haben das Wort.
Herr Vorsitzender, vielen Dank für die Vorstellung. Meine Damen und Herren, das Konzil von Trento empfahl auf seiner 45. Sitzung der Marienkult und den Heiligenkult, der Reliquienkult und Verehrung von Gnadenbildern. Die Beschlüsse des Konzils wurde dann für Umgebung der Prager Erzbischof synodal Bestimmungen des Erzbischofs Zbyňka Berka von Duba und Leipa ausgearbeitet. Besonders Aufmerksamkeit wurde darin der Kult der Heiligen, heiliger Reliquien und der Gnadenbilder zuteil. Die genannten Bestimmungen waren besonders für Böhmen aktuell, deren Bevölkerung sie mehrheitlich zu den nicht-katholischen Konfessionen bekannte und den heiligen Reliquien und Gnadenbilderkult ablehnte. Als eines der Mittel zur Pastoration wollten die Katholiken die programmatische Rückkehr in der Vergangenheit durch die Verehrung mittelalterlicher Bilder und Statuen, die an die katholische Tradition des Landes erinnerten. Das wohl bekannteste Beispiel hierfür ist die Geschichte des Palladiums von Altbunzlau, das legendarisch mit vollsamtlichen Schutzpatronen Böhmens verbunden ist. Barocker Historismus äußerte sich auch im Kult heiliger, seliger und ehrwürdiger Frauen, die zumeist aus dem Geschlecht der Przemysliden stammten. Bereits in den Schriften des Kanoniker von St. Veit, Georg Barthold Pontanus von Breitenberg, Hymnorum Sacrorum de Beatissime Virgine Maria et Sancti Patronis Bohemiae Libri 3 und Bohemia Pia wird eine ganze Reihe von ihnen erwähnt, so beispielsweise Ludmila, Mlada, Amabilia oder Zdislava von Lemberg. Die umfangreichste Übersicht über den Kult der heiligen, seligen und ehrwürdigen Frauen des Königreichs Böhmen bietet Bohuslav Balbín in der Miscellanea Historica Regni Bohemiae von Jahr 1682. Erinnert wird hier St. Wenceslaus Schwester Přibislava, an St. Wenceslaus Großmutter Ludmila, an die Tochter Boleslav und erste Äbstin, die Georgkloster auf dem Gradčin, die ehrwürdige Mlada, Väter an angebliche Töchter von Fürst Vladislav I., nämlich ehrwürdige Angela und sehr ehrwürdige Euphrasia an die Tochter Wladislav II. Und die ehrwürdige Amabilia, Benediktinerin in Klatau, die ehrwürdige Elisabeth, Prämonstratenserin in Doxan, die ehrwürdige Agnes, Prämonstratenserin in Doxan und Epstin bei St. Georg. Die ehrwürdige Hedwig, die ehrwürdige Margarete III. Epstin der Doxan. Ehrwürdige Vojislava, Schwester des Seligen Hroznata, die ehrwürdige Adelaide von Meißen, erste Ehefrau Přemysl Otakar I., die ehrwürdige Abdela Anna, die Tochter Přemysl Otakars erste Zisterziensin und Ehefrau des Sohnes von Hedwig und Heinrich II. Agnes von Böhmen, die Tochter von Přemysl Otakar I., Fürsterin Hedwig von Schlesien, Elisabeth von Thüringen, Zdislava von Lemberg, die ehrwürdige Kunigunde, Tochter Přemysl Otakar II. Und Epstin von St. Georg, die ehrwürdige und selige Dominikanerin Euphemie, Tochter der Herzogs aus dem schlesischen Ratibor. Aber das ist Illustration vom Pontanus, das ist Heilige Ludmila und ehrwürdige Mlada und ehrwürdige Kunhuta. In der Neuzeit war die Ikonographie der Heiligen Ludmila die reichhaltigste von allen nennten heiligen Frauen. Doch ihr werden wir uns hier nicht beschäftigen. Stattdessen verweise ich auf meine jüngst erscheinende Publikation in hier Ludmila, Fürstin und Heilige. Ihre Kult konzentrierte sich an Städten, die legendarisch mit ihr verbunden sind. Das ist sogenannte Vera Effigies des Heilige Ludmila vom 17. Jahrhundert. In zum Beispiel in Benediktinerklöstern wurde in der Neuzeit der Klostergründern große Verehrung zuteil, deren bildliche Darstellungen sich sowohl an den Auswänden als auch im Inneren der Ordenskirche befinden. Erinnert Sie beispielsweise ein Fürst Boleslav der Frommen, dessen Skulpturen die Fassaden der St. Margaretenkirche in Břevnov und Georg-Basilika auf der Prager Burg schmücken. Als Heilige, wenngleich nicht kanonisiert, verehrte man St. Georg-Kloster, ihre Gründerin, die gemeinsame Tochter von Boleslav I. und die Fürstin Mlada. Die Karmelitennonne Elekta, die nach ihrem Tod auch als Heilige verehrt wurde, notierte sich, ich zitierte, aus dem Geschlecht des Přemysliden sind uns zahlreiche strahlende Blumen des Urchristums bekannt. Die Heilige Ludmila, Doubravka, Střezislava, Přibyslava, unter ihnen ragt mit ihrer Frömmigkeit und in ihrem Eifer nach Ehre Gottes Mlada hervor. Der Glanz ihrer Tugend macht sie wie eine Rose über die andere Blumen erhaben. Ihre großen Frömmigkeit und ihrem Eifer gesellt sich jungfräuliche Reinheit hinzu, die sie Treue bewahrt hat. Ende Zitat. Die Anbetung der ehrwürdigen Mlada als Gründerin bestand schon im Frühmittelalter, denn Mlada erscheint zusammen mit zweiten Gründerin Bertha am Tympanon ein kleines Portal, das offenbar unter Epstin Agnes entstanden. Es ist nicht ausgeschlossen, dass wir die auf mittelalterliche Grabstein der Heiligen Ludmila dargestellte Frau im Gewand einer Benediktinerin für die ehrwürdige Mlada halten können. Es tut mir leid, aber ich habe hier keine Reproduktion. Zweifellos ist Mlada auf einer historisierenden Grandpa Fürst Vratislav in der Georg-Basilika abgebildet. Erwähnungen über die Äbtissin Mlada finden wir in zahlreichen mittelalterlichen Chroniken, sogenannte Dalimel, Pulkava, Marignola, Enneus Sylvius Piccolomini und so weiter, von denen sie Wenzel Hayek von Libočan, Iberdam und diesen dann Autoren der Renaissance aus der Barockkalendar des Adam aus Weleslavin, historische Kalendar von Prokop Lupáč, von Hlaváčov, Diadochus von Pavrotsky und so weiter. Unter den Landesheiligen wurde Mlada auch von Pontanus von Breitenberg angereicht. Sehr stark bemüht um Verbreitung des Mlada-Kults war der Benediktiner belgische Herkunft Arnaud Villon, der im 4. Teil seines Buches Lignum Vitae Ornamentum et Decus von Jahr 1595 die Äbtissin von St. Georg sogar eine Heilige nennt. Interessant ist ebenfalls, dass auch ihre zweite Namensform erwähnt, nämlich Milada, Mlada seu Milada. In der Literatur 17. Jahrhunderts wird Mlada gewöhnlich als selig tituliert. Unter Seligen ist sie im Officium Beate Maria Virginis von Jahr 1654 aufgenommen. Große Agitatoren des Mlada-Kults waren zu Beginn des 17. Jahrhunderts die Äbtissin Judith Eibenstoller von Eibenstoll, ihre Nachfolgerin Sophia Albina von Helfenburg und die Ordensfrau Febronie mit eigentlichem Namen Katharina Schmidová. Im Kloster wurden Reliquien aufbewahrt, die sich auf die selige Mlada bezogen. Eine Barockstatuen, die selige Mlada als Gründerin ziert die Fassade des St. Georg Basilika. Dargestellt ist auch auf kleine Grafik von Augustin Neureuter aus dem Zyklus dem Benediktinerin Heiligen. Wie Dietmar von Mercerburg bezeugt, begleite der Ruf der Heiligkeit des ehrwürdigen Dubravka, Tochter Boleslav I. und Schwester der ehrwürdigen Mlada sowie Ehefrau des polnischen Staatsgründers des ersten Christen Mieszko. Sie war Mutter der polnischen König Boleslav Chrobry und nach nicht bezeugter Tradition auch des böhmischen Fürsten Wladivoj. Mit der ältesten Geschichte Böhmens ist der Legendenliteratur der heilige Orossia Euphrasia Dobroslava verbunden, die angeblich die Tochter der heiligen Ludmila, legendisch selbstverständlich, und Fürsten Bořivoj war. Im wirklichen Vater war offenbar wahrscheinlich Fürst Moislav in den Fudar-Annalen zum Jahr 882 erwähnt wird. Im Jahr 880 ersuchte Papst Johannes angeblich den heiligen Method während seiner 3. Rombesuch für den Sohn von Fortun, erster König von Navarra, eine geeignete Braut zu finden. Method empfahl Dobroslava. Die Hochzeit fand in Vertretung statt. Nach der Hochzeit begann sich der Hochzeitszug nach Navarra. Während der Reise durch Aragonien zum Ehemann wurde sie zusammen mit ihrem Onkel, dem Lausitzer Bischof Acelis, in den Gebrüdern Cornelius und Vratislav bei der Stadt Jebra de Bassa von einer Abteilung Sarazenen überfallen. Das Gefolge wurde erschlagen und Orossia von den Sarazenen gefangen genommen. Als sie die Heirat mit Sarazenenherrscher Aben Lupo ablehnte und dem Christentum nicht abschwören wollte, wurde sie hingerichtet. Die Körper der Martyrien fand eine Hürde im Jahre 1070. Ihr Kopf wurde im Jebra beigesetzt, wo sich auf einen Berg gefoltert worden war, ihr Körper in Jaka. Ihr Festtag wird von allem in Bischofsstadt Jaka nahe bei Pic du Midi in Provinz Huesca in Zaragoza begangen. Kenntnisse über die heilige Orosia gelangten dank dem Umstand nach Böhmen, dass man Kaiserin Maria, der Ehefrau Kaiser Maximilian II. 1573, über das oben erwähnte Zeugnis eines Pilgers aus Böhmen berichtete und sie Erzbischof Anton Brus von Müglitz nach der Existenz der erinnerten Personen fragte. Die Antwort, dass ihm von diesen Personen nichts bekannt sei. Zuerst erscheint sie also in Schriften böhmischer Barockautoren im 17. Jahrhundert. Über die böhmische Herkunft heilige Orosia ein böhmischer Barockautor wie Bohuslav Balbín, Georg Rugerius Sacri Pulveres, Albrecht Chanowski Vestigium Bohemiae Paipiae keine Zweifel. Die Jesuita Jan Tanner hält in seinen Anmerkungen im Vestigium Bohemiae Paipiae des Albrecht Chanowski die heilige Orosia nicht für die Tochter der heiligen Ludmila und von Bořivoj, nýbrž für die Schwester König Přemyslotakar Erste und für die dritte Tante des heiligen Agnes von Böhmen, was freilich mit der spanischen Nachricht über Auffindung des Körpers 1070 nicht überstimmt. Die Heilige war auch in Italien bekannt, denn 1755 erscheint in Venedig das Buch Breve Sancta Ragnaglio della Vita e Miracoli della Gloriosa Virgine Sposa e Martyre Sancta Orosia. Bereits 1757 sandte das Kapitel in Jaka einen Brief an der Metropolitenkapitel von St. Veit, in welchem es Informationen über die Heilige aus tschechischer Quelle ersuchte. Dieser Brief hat Prag wegen kriegerischer Ereignisse wohl nie erreicht. Auf dem Hochaltar in der das ist Statuen in Jaka. Ja. Auf dem Hochaltar in der St. Galuskirche, es tut mir leid, aber ich habe keine Reproduktion, Darstellung. Auf dem Hochaltar in der St. Galuskirche finden sich auf einem Gemälde von Johann Christoph Lischka ein Bild mit Darstellungen von Karmelitenheiligen, einschließlich der heiligen Angela, der angeblich Tochter von König Wladislaw II. Und Gertruda, die freilich in mittelalterlichen Quellen nicht erwähnt ist. In ihrer Jugend reiste sie angeblich ins Heilige Land, wo sie in den Karmelitenorden eintrat und bald seine Vorsteherin wurde. Sie kehrte nach Prag zurück, wo sie am 6. Juli 1220 verstarb. Von den Barockautoren erwähnt sind insbesondere Bohuslav Balbín, Miscelánea, der ihre Verfasserschaft einiger belehrender Schriften für Ordensfrauen zuschreibt, Mahnung für Nonnen, himmlische Offenbarung, o allerheiligstes Sakrament. Relativ reichhaltig in die neuzeitliche Ikonographie der heiligen Agnes von Böhmen, die 1989 kanonisiert wurde. Bemühungen um eine frühere Heiligsprechung, insbesondere in der Zeit Barock, scheitern an der Absenz ihrer Reliquien. Natürlich wird Agnes von zahlreichen neuzeitlichen Autoren erwähnt, so von Georg Barthold Pontanus von Breitenberg, Hymnorum Sacrorum, Bohuslav Balbín, Miscelánea, Georg Rugerius, Sacri Pulveres, Georgius Plachy, Život blahoslavené Anešky, František Beckovský und so weiter. Die Bollandisten nahmen in ihre Acta Sanctorum zum 2. März für Viten der Heilige Agnes auf erste von Georg Rugerius, die zweite von Johannes Tanner. Es handelt sich um eine Kompilation nach einer mittelalterlichen Legende in einer Handschrift im Kapitelbibliothek. Der dritte kurze Text stammen von Pontanus von Breitenberg und vierte war Vita von Bartholomäus aus Pisa. Neben den Vita wurden Akten zur Erscheinung Heiligsprechung aufgenommen. Der neuzeitliche Kult Die neuzeitliche Kult, die heilige Agnes von Böhmen, wurde vor allem von Kreuzherren mit roten Stern angeregt, denn die Königstöchter und erste Äbtissin des Klosters nach Františku Agnes hatte der Orden gegründet. Agnes neuzeitliche Ikonographie kennen wir vor allem aus dem Milieu Kreuzherrenordens. Die repräsentative Darstellung der heiligen Agnes ist zu einem beträchtlichen Maß von der Ikonographie der heiligen Agnes von Rom inspiriert, denn zu dieser gehört das Symbol des Demut, das Lamm, dessen lateinische Beziehungen Agnus, darüber Agnes, hinaus auf lateinische Form der Namen Agnes ist Agnes Agnus. Bekleidet ist Agnes gewöhnlich mit Ordensgewand der Klarissen, seltener mit Königsgewand und mit ihrem Fußtritt sich aufkronen die Attribute weltliche Herrschaft, die Heilige verachtet. Den umfangreichsten Bilderzyklus aus dem Leben des heiligen Agnes hat Johann Georg Heinz für das Kloster der Kreuzherren mit rotem Stern gemalt. Auf den Bildern in Form Lünetten sind folgende Themen. Heilige Agnes übergibt der Kreuzherren das Spital. Agnes empfängt des Ordensgewand. König Gutta, des Ehefrau Wenzel mit ihrer kranken Tochter Margareta am Grab der heiligen Agnes. König Elisabeth von Böhmen ist von Agnes geheilt, die Kinderfrau, das diese. Lediglich im Milieu Kreuzherren mit rotem Stern treffen wir Darstellung von Agnes Schwester, der ehrwürdige Anna, aber über diese ehrwürdige hat Professor Klanica gesprochen. Die der Gründung des Klarissenklosters, der Kloster der Kreuzherren mit rotem Stern am St. Elisabeth Spital in Breslau beiwohnte. Ich meine, das ist am älteste Ausbildung des ehrwürdigen Anna. Das ist nicht Agnes, ja. Erzogen wurde sie am Hofe ihres zukünftigen Schwiegervaters Heinrich I., der Bärtige, und seiner Ehefrau Hedwig von Schlesien verheiratet war sie deren Sohn, dem schlesischen Fürsten Heinrich IV. Der Frommen, der 1248 in der Mongolenschlacht bei Liegnitz umkam. Dargestellt wurde gewöhnlich als Fürstin mit ihrer Kirche in Händen, eventuell wie Kranken von ihr gegründetes Spital aufsucht. Auch dies Schwierigmutter und ehrenwerten Fürstin Heilige Anna, Heilige Hedwika von Schlesien, wurde in Böhmen Verehrung zuteil. Ihre Darstellungen finden sich in der Neuzeit, insbesondere in Schlesien und Ostböhmen. Ihr geweiht das Benediktinerkloster in Wallstadt, das ist Doppelabtei Braunau, Břevnov gehörte. Das Klosterkomplex, dessen Errichtung von Abt Ottmar Zinke initiiert wurde von Kilian Ignaz Dietzenhofer gebaut. Die Fresken das sind Statuen im Fassade, die Fresken in der Klosterkirche sind ein Werk von Cosma Damian Azam. Ich habe keine Details hier. Cosma Damian Azam, die Hedwig-Skulptur von Johann Brockov-Schmidt, die für Karel Josef Hinnerle. Die Hedwig-Skulptur, haben Sie, die Hedwig-Skulptur von Johann Brockov schmückt die Mariensäule auf dem Markt von Braunau, die Abt Ottmar Zinke 708 aufstellen ließ. Erwähnenswert ist gleichfalls die dänische Königin Dagmar von Böhmen, beziehungsweise Markéta Přemyslovna. Sie war die Tochter von König Přemysl Otakar und seiner ersten Ehefrau Adléta von Meisenduch, die heiratet mit dem dänischen König Waldemar. Wurde sie später dänische Königin. Gedacht wird ihre wegen ihrer vollständigen in zahlreiche dänische Sagen. Beigesetzt ist Dagmar in der Kirche zu Ringstedt auf Sjælland in einem Grab mit einfachen Grabstein. In dieser Kirche befinden sich auch eine Gemälde, die Königin beim Betten zeigt. In ihrem Grab wurde 1683 ein Kreuz entdeckt, das an der Wende vom 10. und 11. Jahrhundert in Byzanz gefertigt worden war. Seine Original befinden sich in Kopenhagen. Dieses Kreuz wird Dagmarkreuz genannt und heutzutage in verschiedenen Formen von zahlreichen dänischen Frauen getragen. Zum Schluss. Meine Damen und Herren, Verehrung der mittelalterlichen Heiligen von Familienprämistiden in der Zeit des Barock ist ein Bemühen, die durch die Hussitenkriege unterbrochene Tradition wieder aufzunehmen. Ich danke Ihnen für Ihre Aufmerksamkeit.
Vielen Dank, Herr Professor, für Ihren schönen Vortrag. Also zuerst die andere Fragen kommen, möchte ich noch dazu beifügen. Neulich habe ich einen Streit auf der Seite Studia Medievala Bohemica geführt, ob die Heilige Mlada einen Kult schon im Mittelalter hatte oder nicht, oder erst später. Meiner Meinung nach, der Kult dieser Heiligen existierte schon im Mittelalter und gerade im St. Georgskloster. Und ich möchte Sie ermutigen, Sie können ruhig benutzen den Titel heilig, weil sie war nie offiziell kanonisiert. Also Venerabilis oder Beata oder Sancta, das ist das Gleiche in dem Falle. Also ruhig, sie ist heilig.
Ja, selbstverständlich, ich weiß, ich meine, dass ihre Statuen befinden sich auf Grabmal, Heilige Ludmila. Das genau. Bestätigung dieser These, das war als Heilige oder Selige.
Ja, genau. Ja. Danke.
Aber wir haben nicht nur schriftliche Quellen, ja, wir haben auch bildliche Quellen. Ja, aber zum Beispiel, ich meine, das ist wichtig, Quellen zur Heiligkeit. Ja.
Ja, genau, das ist diese Plenarium von St. Georg, dieses kleine Bild auf dem Plenar von St. Georg im Strafkloster.
Aber dort hat
die Heiligenschein. Genau.
Ja, ich danke für die Ergänzung.
Danke. Ja. Also, gibt es irgendwelche Fragen und Beifügungen zu diesem Vortrag, online oder offline hier? Frau Dr. Bravermanová, bitte schön.
The problem with Mlada is also this, that we have not her grave. There are some possibilities in chapel of St. Anna in St. George Cloister. Some possibilities, but in non-possibility hasn't been found any bounds. And the bounds, which are a little considered as Mlada's bounds, couldn't be her. They are much more younger. And maybe that is the celebration of her was not so clear because was not so celebrated.
Ja, ich versuche mich antworten, aber mein Kollege Marek Kučarik hat in Privatsammlung einige Zahne. Heilige Magda, ja. Aber das ist Reliquiar von 17. Jahrhundert, selbstverständlich, ja.
Ja, gut, das ist interessant.
Ja, aber das ist zweite Leben, selbstverständlich, ja.
Man muss die DNA-Forschung unternehmen und dann könnten wir das vielleicht feststellen, weil wir haben die Beine von dem Vater, nicht wahr, von dem Boleslav I., dann haben wir also nihil obstat mit dem Reliquiar. Also, Dana Stehlíková meldet sich.
Ich danke sehr für den exzellenten Referat und noch in den Büchern, die Herr Professor erwähnte, ist noch vielmals erwähnt Kunhuta Přemyslovna als Heilige in Barockzeit, aber es war nicht erfolgreich, aber gibt es im 17. und 18. Jahrhundert auch als Äbtissin von Georgskloster. Ja.
Ja, ich habe eine kleine Grafik gezogen, ja, mit ehrwürdige Kunhuta.
Danke sehr.
Ehrwürdige.
Ja, in dem Falle vielleicht nur ehrwürdige, ja. Ja, das stimmt. Also, andere Fragen? Falls nicht, ich bedanke mich bei Herrn Professor Reut. Vielen Dank für Ihren schönen Vortrag, interessanten.
Vielen Dank. Ja, ich möchte einen Namen Universität herzlich gedenken. Der Herr Doktor Jakub Izný und der Doktor Professor Kubin und so weiter. Das ganze Konferenz war sehr perfekt, ja, muss sagen. Ich hoffe, dass wir das Sammelband auch als diese Konferenz, ja.
Dankeschön, Magnifizenz.
Ja, ich hoffe, dass auch das Verlag Carolinum herausgegeben diese.
Ja, das hoffen wir auch. Das hoffen wir auch. Danke sehr, Magnifizenz. Also ich übergebe das Wort dem Chef unserer Konferenz, Dr. Izný. Nun das, oder? Gut.
So, my dear colleagues, we finally reached the end of the whole session and the whole conference. And where do I start? I think we saw that despite the length of the period between us and St. Ludmila's life and the life of other holy and venerable women, we saw an interesting and sometimes heated, but I would say always friendly and inspirative discussion. So this means that the topic is still alive, and the Ludmila is still an important part of a tradition and discussion. And obviously, we also made really good remarks to the topic of women's history, which means that we are promoting something that could be a little bit omitted in the big histories of many periods. Thank you very much. Thank you to all the participants of the conference. Thank you all the contributors and to all who participated in the discussion. I really have to thank to the institutions that supported us and enabled this interesting action, because it was a really tremendous effort put in. So big thanks to the Charles University with the Faculty of Arts and Faculty of the Catholic Theological Faculty. Also a big thanks to the company, the Union of St. Ludmila, 1100 years. The manager of the project is here with us and will probably also say a few words. And big thanks to the Ministry of Culture, obviously, because they provided the grant for this action. Big thanks to the members of this union that celebrates the whole year. We are now approximately in a half of the anniversary of St. Ludmila, with its peak only coming in September, with the precise anniversary, 1100 years of the martyrdom of St. Ludmila. And also big thanks to all who supported technically this conference, especially Mr. Dvořák with its technical company. Confess, big thanks to the translators and interpreters who helped us to provide the whole conference to the Czech audience. And big thanks to our assistants, very talented students of our seminar, Johanna and Marek, who were with us the whole time here in Clementinum in Charles University. I'm terribly sorry that we can't meet everyone in person. Still, as you may see, the situation is complicated, but we hope that at least partially we showed that these actions will be more and more possible, and that we will soon meet again in a normal way, how the conference should be, with a lot of other talks, not only during the session, but also after, with some sort of by-program. So we hope that this will be possible. Please, once again, thanks to the contributors, and send us your papers, because we would be very thrilled to publish them in the conference proceedings. As for the future, anniversary conference is let's say a little bit specific, because usually we don't expect some second part that is to come, but I would say that we very often mentioned the anniversary, the possible future anniversary of translation of St. Ludmila coming in 2025. So maybe in 4 years we could meet again and discuss what's new in the topic. No? Well, we shall see. So let me just briefly, no. Okay, so I would believe that's all from us. So once again, thank you very much. We hope to see you in person for the next time, and goodbye. Big thanks to everyone.